我就说这个。这下咋活的？谁这人？你说没有图像了，他妈的！是。哎，许涛，听到我的声音了吗？
啊，听到了，李老师，很好。
看我的图像了吗？没有吗？
看到你的图，什么图像？
我的人头看到了没有吧？
啊，那当然看见了。
哎，怪了，我这边为什么没有呢？
你自己看不到自己？
对，看我自己。
那怎么搞的？
行，我知道就行，没事。
我看得很清楚啊。
好，那就行，知道了。好了，没事。
嗯。
喂，徐头听到吗？听不到声音是吧？
听到听到，
但是这个视频是没有声音的，对不对？
视频没有声音，对啊，
想想，
视频没有声音。我也刚才也放的时候也是，你就是你那个点那个这个 share 的时候，你要点那个叫什么
开
computer
麦嘛，是不是？但是我现
computer
在的问题是我这一部电脑，我另外一部电脑没有麦克风啊，我接了一个东西，但是刚刚怎么弄？齐黄，那个上齐黄，这样。 你们能听到声音吗？
听不到声音。
听不到声音。
对啊，你放在录像，现在有这录像里应该有声音的是吧？没有啊。
哎，视频没有声音吗？
视频没有声音。
哦，现在呢？现在视频有声音吗？
没有。
不奇怪吗？怎么会没有声音呢？
小钟，小钟，你在线上了吗？
有声音吗？徐涛
没有，
也没有声音啊？
没有声音。
为什么这么奇怪啊？不应该啊！
那是什么地方？你自己能听见吗？你放的时候，
啊，
你自己听见吗？你放的时候你自己
我自己
听见？
听见啊，我都开了麦克风了，你看你的，我都对不对？
那
这是老师的电脑哎。
你选择那 computer 上的，你都选择对了是吧？
没有什么问题啊，他这个电脑本来就什么都有啊。你看我说话你都能听到，是不
对呀，
是？
对呀，是啊，那就是你选择那个放录像的时候，你那个 share screen 那个地方可能出问题了，我觉得应该是那儿。
Share screen 我就是分享屏幕啊。
不，你分享屏幕，你在左下角不是有一个那个这
啊，
个
对对对对对，哎呀，我没
那个你
有勾选。
没有摁，我刚才
他那
就跟你说。
个本来一般来说是不用勾选的，现在
哦，不，有好多都是你要手动操作一下的。
中医之家的医生们也将为我们的观众朋友提供免费的医诊活动。接下来向我们走来的是领先移民留学集团，他们是一个非常有活力的移民公司。
小钟
是徐老师。
啊，你好啊，然后你一会儿11点就开始，你就先就是你开始了哈，前面3个。
好，
不，前面对我们昨天说的好吗？欢迎你们，王老师在线上了。
今天在我们的活动现场，我们的所有的中医之家的医生们也将为我们的观众朋友提供免费的义诊活动。
我们准时开始哈。
啊，11点。
英语对吧？
对，今天是英语专场，他们都是英文的，除了最后一个那个录像是中文的，其他应该都是英文。
最后一个录像是
优宝听
2点半那个。
啊，我来放就行了。
嗯。我看到王老师在线上了。
对，
哎，你好，
王教授，我手里有您的书，哎呀，看不见。
哦，是吗？
蓝的跟蓝的一碰，哎呦，看不见了。哎，
看不到视频啊，那个是现在视频还是那个运动会的视频，看不到人。运动会哦，看到你那个书，拿了一点面子啊，对，要放到要显示放到眼前来，往眼睛这边放一点。哎，对，这样看见了，很好，谢谢你，
好的，知道了，
谢谢你啊。
我从这儿摘2句介绍您可以吗？
可以，没问题。 好像我把我的介绍已经告知大会了吧？好像是。
是，但是我觉得这里头也挺好。
那里面内容可能就是个人介绍内容有些比较旧的内容，可能要那个不是最新的，就是这个。
好，那我们搞最新的。
哎，对，如果你谈一些什么你对这个书的理解啦，对这个理解来可以没问题。但是关于我的一些简历的介绍，一些比如像那个任职啊什么之类的，还是用最新的比较好。
好，
那个是大概3、4年之前的写的东西。
哦，是吗？我今年买的。
对，今天买，但是这个书出版它是2020年的年底出版的。
是，
然后写好又是1年前，所以就基本上4年前的这个东西了。
好，
对，但是总体内容里面书的内容还是很新的。
对，
我就是我的个人介绍部分就是最近2年变化比较大，做了一些事情。
好，
谢谢你。是不现在这个视频上还是运动会的视频，是不是要退出来？不然我都share不了。
对，您先 share 吧。
他现在我share不了，这个。
高原，
还是运动会的。
高原，你先把你的那个share screen stop。高原，
我再测试一下，就是大概1分钟好吗？因为我这边就是今天你们那个计划改变了，所以我用我家里的电脑就会有问题。现在我看看这个能。
你刚刚那个放的录像的声音都有了已经。
不是秦皇网没有声音吗？秦皇网是没有声音的啊。你们在说话，我看看。
啊？
加拿大中医之家医
有声音了。
很好，声音很好。
今天在我们的活动现场，
大家搞得很热闹，还有中医医诊那个活动搞得很热闹。
提供免费的义诊活动。接下来向我们走来的是领先移民留学集团，他们是一个非常有活力的移民公司。
徐涛，你们是就是等一下是几点要休息啊？
我们最后因为是12点半结束，然后呢就休息到下午2点钟才开始。
12点半，那好像我看到有一是1点的，1点是哪一个？
有1点的吗？我这怎么没有？我没有这个1点是谁啊？
没有1点呢。
哦，没有1点的。
对，下午是2点钟开始。
好，我就下午2点开始是吧？
对。
那我就先用这个电脑直播吧，我就先用这个电脑换一个。 曾子燕，你的那个麦克风没有关哎。
我知道。高远，我是用那个耳麦比较好，还是因为我环境可能怕有点噪音？会不会？我尽量安静了，在办公室。
耳麦它是有那个，就是它是比较敏感的，所以有可能有时候有小动作就什么，反正你觉得怎么样好就用哪一个吧。
我们先这样吧，如果有问题你就在 chat 我好不好？Please， 准时开始。
OK。
王教授，你想我们怎么提醒您的时间呢？还是说您自己看时间？
我应该没问题，我讲课都是很准时的。如果要是比如像那个你发现有问题，比如最后怎么3分钟啦之类的，那个比如还有很多 slide 什么之类的，那就提醒我，但一般不需要的。而且我旁边我也会放个倒计时钟的。
好的，太棒了，谢谢。
这是我讲课的特色，这个一定要卡的时间卡得很准，也不能影响下面的专家的讲课。
好，感恩。
我经常会省出几分钟的时间，比别的专家多讲一点。你们开始以后会录像吧？
开始了啊！
我说你们开始时候会录像吧？你们还录像啊？
会录像，可以录像。
现在已经在录了。
好嘞，
已经在录了。
给你安排吧。我这边都准备好了。
高远，你是 GAO3哈。好的，然后我讲完以后我就 mute。需要我 stop 我的 video 吗？高远，徐老师，平时我们应该怎么样？我介绍完讲者以后，我就把我的 video 关掉，还有那个声音关掉吗？
你就把声音关掉就行了。
声音是最重要的，那个视频也关吧。声音主要是声音一定要关。
好，声音跟视频，如果是网络连线有点卡的话，我就关掉哈。
好。
时间到了吧？
Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third TCM Acupuncture Week. And we are here, very honored to be here and having our very first speaker, distinguished Professor Tianjun Wang. He's actually in UK right now at night. And thank you so much for sharing with us. Just a few words about Professor Wang. I'm actually holding his book here. Very interesting book about treating emotional disease as well as TBI, everything using scalp acupuncture, which he will be sharing with us specifically on the mental disorders. Thank you everyone for joining us on YouTube. We're live on YouTube as well as our official website. Without further delay, we would like to listen to Professor Wang sharing his more than 30 years experience in this field and currently serving as the various important roles, such as in the World the Chinese Acupuncture, London Academy of Chinese Acupuncture. So welcome.
Right. Thank you for briefly introduce myself, and thank you again to invite me have this opportunity to share my experiences during this the third TCM Acupuncture Week 2013 in Canada. So today my topic of speak is the brain acupuncture for severe mental disorders. And as usual, I give my contact here. So in the future, if you need any interesting exchange, contact questions, I'm more than happy to be contacted. No problem. Okay, so The briefly background, I think you all got the material, so I do not need to repeat. My major job at the moment, I'm the principal of London Academy of Chinese Acupuncture and the Brain Center and the president of Institute of Scalp Acupuncture UK. And because we are talking about the mental disorders for today, so I'd like to give a little bit the background of mental disorders, generally speaking. Yeah, first they say mental illness are healthy conditions involve the changes of thinking, emotion, or behavior. So anything changing of the thinking, emotion, or behavior, we call this the mental disorders. Yeah, so mental illness are associated with the distress or problems functioning in social, work, or family activities. Yeah, this is quite widely activities. And mental disorders, it is one of the disorder, it's a disease. So it's nothing to be ashamed of. As you know, some patients, even some lecturers, some practitioners are quite ashamed to be noticed or to be share others about the mental illness. It is a medical problem, just like heart disease, diabetes, back pain, etc. But based on some culture, particularly for our Chinese culture, some Chinese people are very ashamed about mental disorders. Mental health conditions are treatable, and improvement is possible. Some, some practitioners are quite challenged to understanding and treat mental disorders, particularly for some of the severe mental disorders. And also, mental illness is quite common. And based on the figures, now nearly 1 in 5, about 20% adult experiences some form of mental illness. About 1 in 24, that means 4%, has a serious mental illness. You can imagine how big serious. And 1 in 12 has substance use disorders. So mental illness is treatable. The vast majority of individuals with mental illness continue to function in their daily life. So it is possible to help. And also, I list some of the commonly seen mental disorders. I based on the National Health Services for the NHS. So they list the commonly seen mental illness here. So you can see there are a lot of the conditions are covered by the mental disorders, including the general speaking, the commonly seen depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, even insomnia, panic attack, etc. In general speaking, the Western medicine treatment give us a very briefly background is the two major treatment for Western medicine are psychotherapy, such as talking therapy, CBT, which is cognitive behavior therapy, and medications. These are the two major treatments. So a combination of these therapies is most effective. Yeah. A comprehensive treatment plan may also include individual actions such as lifestyle changing, support group, family support, etc. And also complementary alternative therapies are also increasingly being used. Increasing used, but still very, very limited. Now we focus on the TCM and the mental disorders. As a TCM practitioner or the TCM field, even some patients, they understand TCM has a very long history to dealing with mental illness. So generally speaking, we all know when we study TCM, 5 elements, the yin and yang zangfu organs, we all know there are 7 emotions. And particularly the 5 of them are associated with the 5 zang organs, such as the anger for the liver, and the happy for the heart, worry for the spleen, etc. Yeah, this is the commonly the use area. And for TCM, there's a special terminology we call heart. Yeah, for the heart, from traditional TCM, we call the heart house the shen. Yeah, and the shen, how to understand shen, they are quite often discussed. Even 2 days ago in my the social media, by Facebook, there are some discussion about how to translate about the Shen. Yeah, some Western famous Western the lecture called is Heart Shen, etc. So, but from my understanding, it's not accurate. So I hope I can explain a little more. And also from TCM, we have quite often talking about the Hun and the Po. And also there are a special point selection called 13 ghost points. Yeah, I hope I can mention a bit more. And in the recently, more concentration or more interesting folks are moved to the TCM brain. So what's the brain? So I will make it clear for brain for today. Yeah, now. So in terms of the or even many of the other ancient countries, ancient culture, there is a saying, if someone suffering from severe mental problem, they may be called, it's a ghost problem. It's a ghost entered the patient. So they used some of the treatment to get rid of the ghost. They maybe used to pray, they maybe used some of the religions, etc. But in Chinese medicine, in TCM, in acupuncture, there is a special point selection called 13 ghost point, which was first published by the Sun Simiao on his thousand prescriptions. And these ghost points, as you can see, there are 13 of them. So strangely, normally for traditional TCM, we call the heart hospitation. Maybe to use the ghost point mainly from the heart. But actually, you can see the points, the list here, it is so strange. Lasting point, any point are from heart. Only 2 of them from pericardium, maybe slightly connected with heart. But many of them from 督脉 or goblet vessel. You can say 督脉 26, 人中, 督脉 16, 风府, 督脉 24, 神庭, and some point from 任脉, such as 任脉 24, 沉江, 任脉 Wang Huiying, and number 6, actual point, 海泉. Actually, this is the actual point, but underneath of the tongue, on the middle line, which is, we can say it's partly from the 任脉. So that means there are 6 of them comes from 督脉and 任脉. So let's give us some idea. In the ancient China, the doctors had already realized to use more on 督脉and 任脉 point to treating severe mental disorders. Yeah. Now we back to the 督脉 points and about TCM brain. I like to give due to time limited, I give you very briefly introduce about the TCM brain theory, such as from Huangdi Leijing. They all. Although 2,000 years ago, there are already lots of original argument about the role of brain, such as on Huangdi Leijing, the Su Wen, chapter 11, the different functions between the 5 zang organs. On this chapter, they said, I've heard different comments from different physicians, different doctors. They said, some take the brain as a zang organ, some take it as a fu. So that's very clear to mention that in the time of Huangdi Leijing, there are already arguments about the role of brain. Unfortunately, due to some reason, the brain theory of the Huangdi Leijing not developed until 15th. Yeah, I have done lots of research on this area. I believe one of the reasons is the 5 elements. Yeah, until the Ming Dynasty, the famous TCM practitioner, the herbalist called Li Shizhen, on his famous book, which published 1596, 3 years after his death. So in his book, point out the brain is the house of Yuan Shen, or primordial mind. Let's give the brain a new description about the function. But unfortunately, this did not explain detail and not developed. That's about Huangdi Leijing. And after the TCM theory development, now more and more TCM practitioners believe brain is the house of Yuan Shen. How to understand? So Yuan Shen is the source of all the other Shen. The Yuan Shen is the largest and the most honest Shen and the dominant life. Yuan Shen is innate and governed. So the famous TCM, the author called Giovanni Marcellia, in his book, The Foundation of Chinese Medicine, called Brain is the residence of the original mind. From the Ming Dynasty onwards, some doctors attribute the residence of mind to brain rather than heart. Yeah. So if we summarize the functions of brain, we can understand the brain to dominate the life, brain to operate the physician activities, including seeing, hearing, smelling, speaking, etc. Brain to govern the mental activities, consciousness, intelligent, sleep, cognitive, etc. This is the brain function. Yeah. But now, if we believe brain is the Zhang organ, as you know, all the 5 Zhang organs and 6 organs, they have their own channels. But from traditional TCM, brain is only one of the extraordinary organs. There is no channel of brain. So after the research, now more, the increased understanding, the channel of brain is Dume. So I just make some points here. Dume or government vessel is the channel of brain. The 2 key reference from the classic textbook. One is from 黄帝内经素问骨控论 chapter 60 called Dume enters and connects the brain. Then another one is called Lanjing or classic of different difficulties on the Lanjing chapter 28 called Dume enters and belongs to the brain. Yeah, so that's very clear. Dume has a very close relationship to the brain. So if we briefly review the Dume, so you can say Dume starts from the uterus or internal genitals and upward from inside the coccyx enters a connection of the brain from Dume 16, Feng Fu. In this area, Dume enters and belongs to the brain. So you can see from the illustration I highlighted. And there are some Dume points are commonly used to treating brain conditions, including the mental disorders, such as I list some points here. The only last one, maybe some of us are not so familiar. As you know, the Yin Tang is traditionally it's an extraordinary point. But now, from last year in China, the national standardization of points covered by inside the Dume and give the number of Dume 29. If we say we're treating the brain or brain acupuncture, we use the mental the techniques, including the Dao Qi acupuncture technique and the scalp acupuncture. So now I'll give you very briefly introduce such as what is Dao Qi technique. I cited a patient who is also a practitioner suffering from severe depression. She tried almost all the different treatment, but not success. She came to see me. I used the Dume 16 Feng Fu to treat her. You can see she said, as Dr. Wang needled the Dume 16, I felt the energy rise almost immediately and I began to laugh. The heavy cry lifted. Yeah, so this patient has severe depression, but after Dao Qi technique, she got a very good result. Yeah, and here I used my mop called the Measure Your Medical Outcome Profile. This is a very commonly used questionnaire for the complementary medicine in the UK. It can help us to the qualified to clinical research. So I can use this one. You can see the difference from the patients themselves to circle this questionnaire. And also I've done lots of workshops, seminars, courses about the Dao Qi technique. So you can see some of the feedback from my participants. They tried Dao Qi technique and they can repeat my technique. About Dao Qi technique, I have published on my book, and as the Ms. Zhong has shown you, it very clearly, detailedly explained in my book how to apply the Dao Qi technique. From 黄帝内经, they also mentioned in Dao Qi, they called apply the light and the smooth stimulation with a long time. This is very just explained in 黄帝内经五乱 five and uneven. But how to practice this light and smooth? So after doing my PhD research in China, our supervisor, Professor Wang Lingling, and our colleagues, we make it quality controlled, including the angle, the depth, and the frequency, etc. The Dao Qi technique, we mostly use to guide the chaotic qi to even and normal. They can be used to 5 unheavy conditions. We mostly use them to chronic cases, mental cases, and the sensitive cases, particularly when these patients less response to other techniques. Yeah. And the Dao Qi technique, after my travel to the UK, and doing my research and publishing, I realized there is no any English textbook, English papers mentioned about Dao Qi technique or guiding qi. So I published my paper in the journal called Acupuncture in Medicine. I published in this journal with Dao Qi technique on this book, on this paper, which is the first time to publish in English paper called Dao Qi technique. And also Dao Qi technique, not only from traditional Chinese medicine theory and practice, but also with the Western medicine development. They have some similar funding. They found there is a special structure called medulla bridge, which is between the occipital bone and the C1. This bridge can connect the muscle to the spinal dura. Then when we do the Dao Qi technique on domain 16, we may approach or even stimulate this little muscle that can directly connect with brain. So that is, which means we have the mechanism not only from traditional Chinese medicine and from Western medicine, the development. Now the second technique when we use the brain acupuncture to treating mental disorders is scalp acupuncture. I believe most of you have heard something about scalp acupuncture, and you understand the majority scalp acupuncture are used to treating neurological diseases such as stroke, Parkinson's disease, dementia, traumatic brain injury, etc., etc. But actually, with the development of TCM, development of scalp acupuncture in the last 10-15 years, now scalp acupuncture is also commonly used to treating mental disorder, particularly after the second edition of the Professor Zhao's book, scalp acupuncture book, published with a new area called the spirit emotion area. You can see this area is located just above the frontal cortex, which controls most of the psychological activities. So after my research, I make it a simplified location of the spiritual emotion area. This area are mostly used to treating emotion disorders, depression, stress, anxiety, insomnia, brain fog, etc. As you know, after pandemic, one of the common long COVID symptom is brain fog, and acupuncture, particularly brain acupuncture, is very effective. For scalp acupuncture, just for the effective of scalp acupuncture, including the selection, we select which area scalp acupuncture, and also which ankle to insert scalp acupuncture, and most importantly, the frequency of scalp acupuncture to achieve a better result. When we say the brain acupuncture or the brain disorders, there are 3 categories of brain disorders. One is the mental disorders. Yeah, as we mentioned, yeah, the depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, insomnia, epilepsy, schizophrenia, addiction, etc. And the second part is the neurological diseases, and there are some other indirect related for brain, but may be related for the hormone disorder and the immune system, etc. And sometimes of the pain, obesity, infertility, etc. We may use them as well. And If interesting, more detail about the theory and the techniques, you may find detail in this book. Ms. Song has already shown you the book. This book, there are two major parts. The first part we call the acupuncture for brain theory and the techniques, very detailed explaining about the technique of the Dao Qi technique, scalp acupuncture, etc. Then the second part of the book are detailedly explaining the two major brain disorders, neurological and psychological disorders, for further study. And now, due to time, I'd like to give very briefly introduce some of the conditions, how to treat them with brain acupuncture. The first one, and which is also my expertise for my PhD research about depression. I list here how to make a clinical diagnosis of depression, which means the patient must be at least 5 of the following symptoms for a period of at least 2 weeks, etc. You can make a clinical diagnosis. And also we can use this or the patient health questionnaire to help to diagnosis of depression. And now I'd like to share a typical case of depression. This young man suffering from depression more than 5 years. He is just 25 years old, but he was worse in 2 years. He have tried almost all the Western medicine treatment, but unfortunately not good response, even getting worse. So he has no way to continue his university study. He quit from uni, stayed at home. And but he was introduced by one of my patients, but he was fear of needles, don't like needles. During my visit for his grandfather of the dementia, and his mom encouraged him to receive acupuncture as well, but he only allowed me to try 1 needle. If it hurt, if it's sensitive, he will not continue. So I tried my acupuncture with a special technique. First on tummy, I first used the 任脉 12 中脘. There's no any sensation. He even get any sensation. Then I continue to use us point and scalp acupuncture points. He getting better and increasing better. And after 5 sessions, he asked me, Dr. Wang, can I go abroad to join a wedding as a best man? But his parents was worried. Oh, he never traveled abroad for 5 years. So they did not allow. But after my assessment, I agreed. I say, you can go allow abroad with friends. So he traveled abroad for a wedding and as the best man. After back, he commented to me. He said, Dr. Wang, thank you very much. I'm very happy. I enjoyed the wedding. So as a mental disorder patient, one of the problems is they have never enjoyed, have never happy. So that is the big improvement. And of course, you can find there are lots of other cases on my social media, my YouTube or my Facebook. There are many successful cases and comments. Yeah. And this case, hopefully, time I think give you a little bit introduce about a bipolar disorder, very severe case. So you can see this patient used the self-moxer. He scarred himself for 20 years. Unfortunately, not great. So when he came to see me, I used the abdominal acupuncture, scalp acupuncture to treat him. He getting very good response. Yeah. And recently, I treated a very severe hallucinations. This patient very severe for many years, and she referred by the other friend traveled several hours to my clinic, and very good result. So she published a review on my Google review on my clinic. You can see his wording very nice. Yeah. Finally, he said, Professor Wang is kind and has a very good sense of humor. I also feel that he understands the human biological emotions to a great degree. Then you can perhaps explain or express it. Yeah, a real genius indeed. So you can see the patients, even severe hallucinations could be benefited by the brain acupuncture. And also, another patient is a young Chinese student suffering from very severe nightmare. And he's struggled with nightmare for nearly 10 years. She said, I thought this would be the rest of my life. But after treatment by Dr. Wang, I could fall into sleep deeply. And after second time, I could feel that my life come back to my childhood, without any pain. So I guess I would accept. So so you can see, based on this very briefly introduction and some of the briefly case study, you can understanding the acupuncture, particularly scalp acupuncture or brain acupuncture, can help many very severe the mental disorders. So after we have understanding this the special tool in our toolkit, we may be more confidently to help more severe mental disorder patients. Okay, so due to time, I hope I did not spend too much time. So I promised I will finish my presentation in time, even 1 or 2 minutes earlier. Okay, anyway, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation again. Thank you for Ms. Zhong to host and introduce myself. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Professor. You are indeed on the dot, as we discussed. And as we all know, you are very approachable and accessible online. And for further information or even to join the full course of many of your lectures, people just Google you. You're on LinkedIn, I understand. So it's a great opportunity to have you here to just give us a teaser of a great, very brief review. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Do we have Dr. Chen? Chen Zan,
Yeah.
Doctor.
Yeah.
Hello, you're from UK as well. Perfect.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Perfect. So this is a perfect way, and thank you so much for joining us here on the dot as well. And I understand your topic, it is on water, fluid, and phlegm, and how are you going to present more cases with us? So I guess the peers and as well as the global audience here is very eager to hear it from you. We are actually 30 seconds early. So would you like to start now?
Okay. Yeah. Fine. Thank you. Thanks for your host, and it's great opportunity we can share about discuss about something about Chinese medicine. I think currently there's seems like a very popular suddenly. Not suddenly. I think since COVID-19, I think the people realize that modern medicine is really good, but it's not good enough. So they're starting looking for something different approach to some kind of medical challenges, particularly to some sudden challenges. So when we're talking about the challenges to the medicine, I think nowadays human being, and with our ancient time, 1,000 years ago, and tens of thousands, even millions of years ago, I don't think there's massive difference. So therefore, the old method could be helpful for current crisis. And interestingly, this time globally, I think nobody can deny that traditional Chinese medicine is doing really well, benefited a lot of people in China and benefited a lot of people beyond China. And in the Western world, after so many years, I think in Britain, nearly 30 years, Chinese medicine have come to the mainstream population, right? If I would say correctly, because Chinese medicine never really, Chinese medicine probably has been in England for hundreds of years, but mainly before was only served Chinese communities and to whom, which more likely trusted. And the last 30 years, I think it's getting more and more to do with local population. But in this time of COVID pandemic, I think Chinese medicine really gave a different approach and really light different hope. But if you look into it, and the Chinese medicine, what's really Chinese medicine about? It's not really the herbs we use. It's not really needles we use. It's really different way of thinking. So now what I would like to share something is really Asian, really traditional. I have to say it's nothing new, nothing I made. So it's all kind of been practiced for so long time. And mainly it's from, and I'm talking the chapter, from the book of Golden Chamber Synopsis. It's one of the 4 most greatest Chinese classic books of TCM. And in Golden Chamber Synopsis, it's a chapter discussed diagnosis and treatment for diseases caused by water, fluid, and phlegm. And why do I talking about that? Firstly, is because in Britain particularly, I think in Canada may be similar. We are living in a very damp, cold, sometimes humid, can be humid a little bit, but generally cold, damp environment. And there is lots of disease in Chinese medicine is being connected closely to the pathogenic factors, which is water, fluid, and flame nature. In the modern medicinal diagnostic system, it can be different names like autoimmune diseases, or even more severely like a cancer or whatever. But in Chinese medicine, they are more based on water, fluid, and phlegm pathogenic factor attack or strike the body and causing the problems. So I would like to use this opportunity, very short period of time, to obviously I can't go into too much details because this chapter, actually this teaching material is enough sufficient for a whole day teach. But I would like to share is how this kind of naming terminology system and thinking, even the treatment system, is basically developed in a kind of if I could, if I'm able to, I would like to introduce some ethos of Chinese medicine behind the herbs, behind the needles. That's basically what my aim. My aim today. So before that, I want to say introduce some very basic terms in TCM, like water, fluid, and phlegm. And the water, fluid, and phlegm, we all know in Chinese medicine, there's different with modern medicine. When we talk about, particularly, when we talk about phlegm, in Chinese medicine, we including visible phlegm and invisible phlegm. I think that may be a bit strange for a lot of beginners, or even some, particularly for modern medicinal, modern scientifically educated people. Because if it's invisible, how do we see this? How can we be sure it's phlegm? That is a quite interesting concept in Chinese medicine. Is really we tracing, or we try to find out what's the pathogenic factor's nature. It's not only found by the pathogenic factor itself, and also we can trace in the symptoms, pose, tongues, basically all of them back to a qi transforming program. So the qi hua nature or qi transforming program is really can be manifested to also different means. So some people may don't have a physical phlegm come up, coughed up from the, from the nose, mouth, and from this kind of visible version. But if they're suffering symptoms, which including fatigue, including like a slippery pulse, slimy tongue coatings, or tongue bodies, and so on, that also belong to in 5 elements, and in Chinese medical diagnostic system belong to flame nature. Obviously, I can't go into detail too much, but that's how we including invisible and invisible. And that concept actually basically exists in any single pathogenic factors of Chinese medicine. So that's what I want to highlight or emphasize is if we really religiously or stubbornly stick on the so-called fact-based fact, I have to use comma obviously. The fact is basically what our bare eyes or the modern medicinal or modern scientific machineries can find the fact is, and then you probably lost the the root cause, the high level of thinking of Chinese medicine, and you certainly maybe feel struggle with the lots of Chinese medicine terms. So the fluid and water and phlegm, they can be stayed or can be attacked different organs and causing different problems. The heart, the liver, the spleen, the lung, and the kidney all could be affected. For example, when the fluid attacks the heart, because the heart is a fire organ, then the heart will be the function will be suppressed and be impaired, and then the patient could be feel panic attack, and also could have short of breath, chest pain, and all, very often we definitely combined with emotional turbulences, emotional like depression, stress, bipolar, and so on. And that's, although maybe modern medicine is completely to do with neurological issues or psychiatric issues, but in Chinese medicine, they could be caused by water, fluid, and phlegm. Especially for some, for example, like bipolar or very unstable emotional turbulences, we normally blame to phlegm and fluid more often than other things, because the nature of fluid and the water and the phlegm, they normally showing very uneven disturbance to the energy flow or energy circulation. This is the nature of the water, fluid, and phlegm deterred such condition. And then even the liver is stoked, liver struck by the water, fluid, and the phlegm. And normally patient could be suffering like dizziness, tinnitus, for example, and high blood pressure, low blood pressure, or particularly if someone's blood pressure can be high and low, and in alternated happens, where unstable blood pressure, so-called, that's very highly likely is caused by phlegm, fluid, or water caused problems. Obviously, even someone have experienced doctors can see, for example, if a lower part of blood pressure higher, it's more likely it's water or fluids cause issues. If the blood pressure very uneven, the higher part very uneven, where it's unstable, then phlegm may more likely be blamed. And the spleen also could be struck by water, fluid, and phlegm. That is really because spleen is earth organ, and spleen is intolerant with damp. We all know that. And the damp is also another variety, if you like, of the fluid and water and phlegm. Again, all the fluid, water, damp, fluid, and phlegm all has to be, processed or metabolized by the organs like spleen. So spleen is the most important key organ to the water. And also we know in Chinese medicine 5 element theories, the water is regulated by earth. Always to say earth regulates the water, or earth regulates the kidney, and the kidney is a water organ. So when the spleen being suffered with water and fluid and phlegm issues, then normally we will see large quantity of prolonged visible phlegm produced. So that's why in Chinese medicine, we also call phlegm, or we also call spleen is a manufacturer of phlegm. In China, we have a very interesting thing which is connected with the next organ. It says the lung is a container of the phlegm, and spleen is manufacturing of phlegm. So you can see the phlegm issues actually is deeply rooted in spleen, and will sometimes manifest it in lungs. So that's why, for example, with a chronic, like a wet cough or nervous cough, which is sometimes can bring stuff up. This kind of condition, when we're using antibiotics, when we're using cough mixtures, lozenges, and so on, and they normally doesn't really cure the issues and can make the problem carry on and on and on. And then lots of time when they use lots of antibiotics, with lots of so-called cooling lozenges, and it can make conditions worse. But in Chinese medicine, that's clearly showing the problem is in spleen rather than in the lung. Of course, in the same time, other functions of spleen will suffer, because in Chinese medicine, spleen is like digester, it's like transporter, process and digest and transport nutrition. So when the spleen feel difficult, struggle, or swarmed or like strangled by the fluid or water and so on. So the normal function of spleen will be disturbed. So the patient will feel suffering, severe fatigue and so on, aches and pains, powerless, heaviness in the muscles, and swollen feet, for example, swollen face, even sometimes swollen scalps. So the patient, also these kind of complaints all could be related to spleen issues or phlegm issues. That is why in Chinese medicine, there's a well-known saying says all hundreds of strange diseases all could be caused by phlegm, because 百病多由痰作祟. So that's what exactly the Chinese medicine thought of it. And then the lung. Lung, obviously, that's the first thing we can link with phlegm by ordinary people is to do with lungs. Although just a moment what I said, lung in Chinese medicine among all the organs probably is the most shallow ones and not really deep root of it. But clearly, lung is where most of the time we see there's a certain phlegm issues manifested. And with cough, like asthmatic and so on, also kind of lung issues, even including nowadays, for example, currently in England is very common issues like hay fever, like sinusitis and so on. That's quite a lot of them, particularly in Britain, is the phlegm and water fluid caused diseases in the lung. So finally, is kidney. And just a moment I said, kidney is a water organ. So the function of kidney clearly decided how well our body's water metabolism is doing. So therefore, if the kidney was affected by water fluid or even phlegm issues, so there will be a severe issues, because kidney also is pre-birth constitution, and kidney also deter the fine movement of the body, and kidney also in charge the memories, just basic metabolism, and also reproductive system, and so on. And also kidney have very strong connections with emotions. In Chinese medicine, we don't think the brain is the center of the body. We think the organs is the center of the body. Brain is the officer of the body. In a way, kidney also is directly connected with brain, because kidney in charge the marrow, and the marrow, we believe, is the biggest marrow connected. Well, we have name for the brain. It's called marrow sea, or sea of marrow. So we can see all the fluid related issues with kidney. Patients will suffering like fear, panic, insomnia, also suicidal, and I have so many cases. The patients will dreaming like being attacked, being raped, I also have patients. In the dream, he's being cut into pieces, and very often, like every couple of weeks, have such a similar dreams, and every time he wake up with shake and wet body, and then from the pulse and tongue, I can see there's kidney insufficiency or kidney yang insufficiency. So by simply nourish or enhancing, invigorating its kidney yang functions, and dream disappeared. And that is really for, that's not, of course, for a Chinese medical practitioner, it's nothing worth to talk about. But for Westerner, they really feel strange how could Chinese medicine can interpret or can disturb or can control your dream. That's almost like, like witchcraft. But of course, we know in Chinese medicine there, we are talking about the functions, the qi and the blood. We're talking about the physical body and beyond. In fact, we are the only medicinal system can look after complete health of the body. Not like modern medicine, they are not really have a very complete system about mental health and mental understandings. And in Chinese medicine, they are the same thing, they are not two. So therefore, water, fluid, and phlegm related, because water, fluid, and phlegm relating to the zangfu. So there's lots of diseases, although it's maybe it's nothing, seems nothing to do with water, but actually they are caused by water. So that's what I don't like. In here, I try to, because, I just want to say, in the golden chamber synopsis, they give the name by this pathogenic of nature and talking about Zheng syndrome characters, and give us much wider approach. With this approach, although maybe you think it's not quite precise, but in fact, because we have such a big, very wide range of knowledge, so we can easily find out what the so-called unknown challenges, what they are. For instance, is COVID pandemic, because patients at the very beginning starting suffering extremely tired, and they feel themselves like a very chestful, although lots of them have dried cough, but they feel like being strangled and so on. And then from the tongue coatings, we can see slippery tongue coatings, very thick, furred tongue coat, thick coatings. And then we can see the tongue body, most of them, particularly in the very beginning, hardly have any red color. The color is pretty dull, or kind of a less angry red side. So from all that, we can quite easily work out the nature of the COVID-19 pandemic is phlegm or fluid or damp related diseases. So by using resolving damp, resolving fluid, resolving phlegm method of treatment, particularly in herbal treatment, and have great success. So that's how valuable this kind of TCM theoretical system and the currently is. Because if we completely follow what the laboratory and also the modern equipment, diagnostic and research path, we probably will, we certainly can't do anything even today, because we don't really find any very meaningful method to kill or to deact the virus itself. So that is what I think now is time for us to rethink our traditional values and keep our Chinese medicine like what it is. And so they come to the details of the fluid. In golden chamber synopsis, the Yisheng said there is a 4 kinds of fluid. And that is also worth talking about, because by the naming system of the golden chamber synopsis to use the fluid and the water also gave us great ideas how our ancestors think about the disease. And of course, the most valuable stuff is the way we understand the world or disease is always come to the solution afterwards, followed by the solutions. And Chinese medicine, this direct, very plain, seems like naive kind of understandings or naming system actually really includes so much information and also easily lead us to a very easy solutions. So it's a very versatile kind of system. That's what I always believe. Chinese medicine is one of the most practical system, including the Chinese languages and Chinese medicine and the Chinese philosophy. So it really is down to earth theories. We are not really, so edged on any, useless stuff. So that's what I mean. That's a great value to modern people today, not only for medicine, of course. So first is Tan Yin. Tan Yin basically is more concentrated or more kind of visible fluid. And the Xuan Yin is a Han Yin fluid. And then the Yi Yin is kind of like a flooded or spread all over the place fluid. And the Zhi Yin is stuck in some awkward places fluid. So you see, this name nowadays, only the first name Tan Yin, we're normally using it still, but actually the real means of the Tan Yin today we use, no longer the same like what the golden chamber synopsis talk about. But the Xuan Yin, Yi Yin, Zhi Yin, we all kind of forgot about it. But actually the name Xuan Yin, Yi Yin, Zhi Yin already gave us the solution, what we should supposed to do. So let's we carry on with some more details. And here is Yi Sheng carry on explained what is the 玄隐、意隐、谈隐、知隐 is about, because we have enough limited time, so I will not get into more details. But we can talk about more formulas. Obviously, there's also another system talking about the different organ, what water will cause the problem. For example, if there's water in the heart, and then there will be the disease and short of breath and so on. If water is in the lung, there will be cough up, the foamy mucus and so on. If there's water in the spleen, there will be heavy bodies, feel really heavy bodies. If there's water in the liver, there will be feel coastal region where the liver and the gallbladder channel was stays, feel full and distension, and there will be a sneeze with pain. And that is very commonly to see, especially in current like hay fever and allergic reactions to the hay or pollen or whatever, even the sun. So if in the heart, in the kidney, there will be, thrombin feelings in the regions and the heart and so on. And now as time is limited, I just want to quickly showing the so if there's 痰饮, so you should already are also giving the formulas to treat the 痰饮. Because if there's a 痰饮, the fluid and phlegm in the region of below the heart, so if there is 痰饮, more bleeding to the spleen, heart organs. That's why from the name of 痰饮, we can see the concentrated, being lingering around for a long time issues. They will stuffed in the chest, particularly in the and heart regions, particularly like it's nowadays like stomach and esophagus area. But in Chinese medicine, we call it 心象. So in Chinese medicine, when we talk about underneath of heart, we normally means that region. We know it's not the heart itself, but it's a heart territorium, which means that region is being supported or being supported by heart. Again, if there is a problem, it will affect heart. So to treating that region problem, so if we understand the Chinese name, we will understand we will use herbs to treat heart yang functions. So that's why the 灵桂竹甘汤 is the formula. You see, if you look about 灵桂竹甘 inside, 桂枝3两, 甘草2两, 桂枝 3 tails, 甘草 2 tails, is basically 桂枝甘草汤. It's one of the most commonly used formula to increase heart yang functions. So they are the one to deal, what I call them, to make the sun, make the fire lighting, makes the sun shining in our body. Because in Chinese medicine, our heart is fire like a sun in the nature. So when the fluid being attacked, the territory like a capital of our body. So if there is have a strong sun, strong heart, strong emperor in the place, then that will stop all the manifestations, all the building ups of the fluid. And then Fulin and Baizhu is 2 major herbs to drain the fluid and resolve fluid from the spleen, from the kidney, particularly Fulin can go into heart, spleen, kidney, can go through from top to bottom and drain the fluid completely. And the Baizhu can expel, resolve, activating, or even tonic the middle burner or middle warmer to not only resolve and also expel, in a way even can be used as drain the fluid of the body. So if you see, we read from the name of 痰饮 to say we can understand why this kind of problem should be used in such formula. In the same time, there's also interesting thing in the sentence 17. It says if there's a shortage of short breath and there's slightly mild fluid retention, we should drain them from the urination or induce urination. 灵桂竹甘汤, what I just mentioned, is one of the formula, and interestingly, 肾气丸 also is. So it's basically 灵桂竹甘汤and 肾气丸. These 2 formula hardly have any ingredients the same, but they can treat the exact same disease. Not hardly, but 灵桂竹甘汤has 2 herbs among 4. And the 肾气丸 is 2 herbs among 8 is the same, but really largely there are difference. And in which we just more what I said is by enhancing the heart yang and resolving the spleen, resolve spleen, activating spleen functions to get rid of fluid. But Shen Qi Wan, of course, you hear is from name, you can know Shen Qi Wan's kidney qi pills really is basically focused on the kidney. So they're targeting different parts of the body. They have different contents. Why should they treating the exactly same disease, or at least from the sentences, from the words, they are exactly the same disease. This is another beauty side of Chinese medicine, because when the patient there have exactly the same symptoms, but because their body characters, the age, the gender, the environment, also the length of the disease or the general condition of their health, so they could be treated by different issues, different formulas. That is our later scholar. Oh, sorry, that's time coming. So later scholar mentioned.
Professor, please wrap
Okay,
up.
I will finish it. And yeah, so later scholars talking about the short-term fluid we treat spleen and stomach, and the long-term fluid we will treat kidney. So that is also give us very useful resources of how Chinese medicine is thinking. Okay, so we have, which I just I know it's a very short time, definitely not enough. But as long as we stick on the traditional way of thinking, keep studying, I think we will understand the beauty, we will more and more enjoy the beautiful side of traditional Chinese medicine way of thinking. And then I hope everyone will benefit every day. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, and also also thank you for the work. We were actually following you on the Facebook and then the website, Federation of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and all the wonderful work you guys did over there across the ocean. Thank you so much. And as we can see Professor Tang Shulan, also online here to give us the last lecture of today. And after which I would like to announce that we will have a lunch break between 12:30 Pacific Standard Time to, and then we will restart again actually to 2 p.m. this afternoon Pacific Standard Time. Let me correct myself. So for 30 minutes, we can listen to a few wisdom words from Professor Tang. She has busy clinical work, also has decades of training in UK. And without further ado, pass it on to you, Professor Tang. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hester. Thank you for organizing this special forum. I'm very honored to be here to see everyone. And today, I would like to share the treatment of COVID coffee with the Chinese medicine. I share screen now, yeah?
Yes, please share your screen.
Screen. Can you see? Can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect. Is it possible for you to enlarge it? If not, this is also fine. I can see.
Can you see it now?
Yes, now it shows 100%. Thank you so much. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Traditional Chinese medicine treatment of COVID-19 virus induced the cough. So during the COVID, this is about my CV. I think because of time shortage, we just passed my CV part. So today, many would like to talk about the cough differentiation and the COVID-19 cough special treatment with Chinese medicine and the differentiations with how to use or anti-COVID various different Chinese medicine formulas, including the old days from Shanghai time to modern time. And there are some case studies if we have time to share. So in total, we talk half hour, isn't it? Yeah. The cough is one of the main symptoms of lung disease. Yeah, so it's very common. It's not difficult to diagnose, and the cough. So like today, I just finished my clinic today, and the last 2 patients all got the cough, the genuine cough, not the COVID cough. So. So how can we, first of all, we like to make a differentiation and treatment plan for the normal common cough. So common cough, there's acute stage or chronic stage as well. So for acute stage, and I make try to make it clear, and I set up the form of this treatment, different syndrome differentiation, and treatment principle, and Chinese herbal prescriptions. First of all, if we see a cough patients in front of us, normally we have to, first of all, we need the differentiation. It's external syndrome or internal syndrome. It means in the acute stage or chronic stage. So there's externally, the cough can caused by the externally Eve factor, like wind, cold, heat, and damp. So different, so this is can be different patterns. First of all, most commonly we see is wind and cold cough. Wind, if there's cough, because if you catch the wind and the cold, or maybe when swimming or walking on the ride, so this is it's wind cold. The treatment prescription is mainly we use Xin Su San. Xin Su San, the powder for the Xin, Xin, right? It's the main ingredients. It's Xin, like apricots, and that's Su Ye to clear the cough and expel the wind heat. Yeah, for very serious case of wind and cold, ill fact, like so we can use. If there's a very severe cold and shivering, we can use Ma Huang Tang to expel this wind and cold, to induce the sweat and open the lung qi to stop the cough. So what's the symptom characters? Is for if wind cold, so many people the patient might feel shivering, maybe blocked nose, runny nose, cough with white phlegm. So our treatment principles to expel the wind, expel the wind and cold. So, but how about if there's wind and heat? So the cough showing this. Cough out with yellow phlegm, with sore throat and red tongue and rapid sleepy pulse. So in that case, it's due to the wind heat. So like in modern people, now this forum organized in the Canada, but I practice in the UK for 33 years in the Chinese medicine clinic. Here, I find we see more wind heat type, especially in the spring and the summer, if there's a high fever season. So normally we can see this type: wind, heat, cough, yellow phlegm, thirsty, sore throat, runny nose, blocked nose, sneeze, and maybe with red eyes, bloodshotness eyes. In this case, we have to expel the wind, but clearing away the heat in the lung to open the lung qi and resolve the heat phlegm. So common prescriptions, we can use 清气化痰 or 银跷散 or 桑菊饮 modification formula. So if there's a dryness, if there's a externally dry factor in affected lung, and then we can see the cough with dry cough without phlegm, just dry, and with dry nostril, dry thirsty and tightness in the chest, or maybe constipation. This type we can see a lot when we're in China. We have very clear 4 seasons, like spring is wind, summer is heat, late summer is damp. But by the time the season of the autumn, the whole air is dry. So therefore, the always affected lung can cause the dry cough. And in that case, we have to expel the wind and moisten the lung and to relieve the cough. So we can, if there's wind, dry and coldness, like with pale tongue and dry, so that is we can use also we can use 杏苏散 and to clear, to warm, like use apricot and 紫苏叶 to warm the lung. But if there's wind, dry and heat, so we have to use the herbs to moisten the lung. We may use 百合固金汤 to nourish the lung, to help the lung to be moistened and then to function well, to stop the cough. But so that is for just touch externally factors. But how about internally? So some people just cough for no stop for long time. It's not, there's no external syndrome, no shivering or feverish, nothing, just cough. So then we see a lot in the clinic as well. So there's different types. So first type is phlegm and dampness, blocking the lung qi to start cough with phlegm, with white coat and tight chest. And because there's a dampness and the patient may have a sick feeling or cough with vomiting and lose appetite and with tiredness and weakness. That is damp phlegm, mainly due to the spleen qi deficiency, caused the lung qi deficiency, and with excessive damp and phlegm. Chinese medicine says that the spleen is the cause, the source of the phlegm, and the lung is the container of the phlegm. So if we see lots of white phlegm and damp phlegm and blocking in the lung, we have to strengthen the spleen qi to resolve to stop the source of this, create the damp and the phlegm there, and at the same time to resolve the lung phlegm and the dampness in the lung. So therefore, the treatment principle is stretch the spleen and the lung qi to relieve the dampness and resolve the phlegm to stop cough. So we can use modification of prescription of 二陈汤 or 森林白术散 modification. So, and if this more damp and sickness, and we can use ginger, can drink some ginger tea to dry the damp. So there's another type of cough is due to internally heat. So it can be liver fire. If this patient is normally stressed, worried, so liver fire can affect the lung qi to cause the cough, and with the yellow greasy or yellow greasy phlegm. That is, if the phlegm is yellow or green color, so it means there's too much heat in the lung. So we have to clear the heat and to resolve the phlegm to stop the cough. The prescription we can choose 清气化痰丸 modification. But if the patient is very stressed, very angry, and then we can together with 逍遥丸 or 加味逍遥丸 to relieve the liver qi stagnation, to reduce the liver fat, to help to clean the lung heat. So if this that is like excessive type, how about internally cough due to deficiency? Can be deficiency of the lung yin, so there can be a chronic cough with little phlegm or no phlegm. Sometimes can with like blood, can cough out with a little bit blood. That is all to do with lung yin deficiency, lung failing to moisten itself, and then can't function properly to result in the cough. Normally it's dry cough. In that case, we have to tonify yin and moisten the lung, clear the lung heat to stop cough. And also 百合固金汤 is good. And for the food, they can eat some pear with 川贝母 together, and 百合 or with ice sugar, like 冰糖 rock sugar, to boil and drink it to soothe it and moisten the lung to help the cough. So that is about generally. So when the cough patient sat in front of us, we have to be able to tell, oh, it's externally or internally. If externally, if there's a wind heat or wind cold or wind dryness to invite in the lung. If internally, we have to see if it's a damp phlegm or heat phlegm or liver fire invite in the lung, or if there's a lung yin deficiency. So that is when we understand that generally, briefly differentiation of the cough. So then during the COVID, we treat the COVID-19 infection resulting in the cough. So then we can easily, we have to, so we are not scared about it. We know how to deal with cough, but only COVID-19 cough is different from normal cough. Is cause of the COVID-19 cough is due to a COVID-19 virus. Its virus itself, nature of the virus in Chinese medicine, now it is cold and damp epidemic qi invading the lung, very severe damp and cold. So therefore, with the treatment, the part of treatment, normally we can treat with 麻黄汤 or 麻杏石甘汤. So, but we have to make a treatment differentiation. Even like COVID-19 cough, there's still cold cough, cold type of COVID-19 cough, or heat type of COVID-19, or deficiency type of COVID-19 cough. More or less, because during the last 3-4 years now, we use Chinese herbal medicine to fight with COVID. Mainly, we use online consultation, make video call with patients. So I can see that just the day and nights during the pandemic time. So the patients, I would say more than 90% of COVID-19 patients, so they all have the cough symptoms. And some of them cough very, very severe. They cough all night, they can't sleep, and they cough out, they just make the lung qi exhausted, feel like a hole, like very weak or empty in the lung. So they can have that sort of feeling. It's so severe. But in Chinese medicine, we have the method to help. If the wind cold, we expect the wind and warm the lung. And if there's wind heat, so wind cold change in my body, if I have a high temperature or this patient's body constitution is hot, or this patient might be drinking wine or eat too much high energy food, the wind damp cold can emit the lung and change to the wind damp heat flame very quickly, and they cough with yellow green flame and very, very severe sore throat and very red tongue, yellow coat, and very thirsty or bitter taste in the mouth, and can be very, very, this here we talk about COVID-19 cough is a lot, can be, I would say, can be 10 times or up to 50 times more severe than the normal cough, like we normally explained in our TCM, and like I introduced at the beginning. So, but if the COVID cough is very severe, the patient can be very scared. They cough, they fear they're going to die. They can fear they're going to out of breath, and especially even the young people. So because we see a lot of young students, Chinese students study in here in Manchester and the UK, during the lockdown, they couldn't go back, and they suffer from COVID. They have bad cough. So normally we can use Chinese medicine differentiation. My prescription normally takes 1 week to 2 weeks for COVID-19 patients. So normally their cough can be all cleared. So it's not as bad. But if they didn't have proper treatment, the cough can last 3 months, 6 months, or even longer, become very chronic and stubborn cough. So again, this is my summarize in the during the pandemic, what I see the COVID-19. I summarized this sort of type of this cough. And the first is also is acute phase, COVID-19 epidemic, inviting the wind, cold, evil factor, induce the externally excessive lung qi finally disposing. It's because there's so severe wind cold damp, just invite the lung, block the Wei qi system, block the lung, and the patients suddenly can be out of breathing. They're fighting the cough out of white phlegm, and even like asthmatic, and even wheezing a lot, and phlegm. At the same time, they can feel very chilly, shivering and high temperature. And because of the severe wind, damp, cold invades the body, so there's no sweating, and temperature is hard to bring down, and the lungs is blocked, cough and cough. So at this type, and our TCM treatment principle is to dispelling the cold with the pungent and the hot herbs, and also disposing the lung qi and then stop cough. So the classic formula, Ma Huang Tang from Shanghai in the Han Dynasty. So when we Dr. Zhang Zhongjing see the Shanghai disease is also like epidemic disease when people at Taiwan, wind, cold, and the flame, there's Ma Huang Tang or Ma Huang or Gui Zhi Jia Hou Xin Zi Tang. So this is very, very effective in the fighting with COVID-19. So this is Ma Huang, and another, but not everyone is the same. How about another acute phase of COVID-19 epidemic, invented the wind cold evil factor, and then there's excessive heat. It means if there's a wind cold and the factor and invited the which and the lunch, a patient feel shivery and cold, but inside they don't feel cold because there's high temperature. So my cough like a chest infection, cough with yellow, green flame, and a very high temperature, but there's a sweating, not like first step, there's no sweating, very dry, this is sweating. In this type, in Chinese medicine, we described it as Han Bao Re. It means cold, wind cold, wrapping the heat inside. That is complicated. So you can't simply use Ma Huang Tang to pungent and hot, disposing the wind, cold, and damp. But also we can't use anything purely cooling, even like antibiotics or this sort of strong medication. It's clean the lung heat. But if you purely clean the lung heat, cooling medicine, but it will make the externally wind, cold, damp worse. But if you use too hot medicine, get rid of the chilly and cold, and they may make in the lung, chest, heat flame worse. Then Chinese herbal medicine, we have a good method to treat externally wind, cold, and internally heat. So that is a prescription called Ma Xin Shi Gan Tang. It's a very, very magic prescription. Can clean with the shivering and the cold, make you feel not as cold, and also to clean the cough, chest infection, clean up the green yellow flame. Another acute phase of COVID-19 epidemic invite internally heat constitution and externally cold and the flame. So this is outside the wind and the cold. Internally also this wind and the internally also this is same phase here. This page. This still talking about Ma Xin Shi Gan Tang, wind, cold, wrapping the heat flame inside. So here's Ma Huang, Xin Lin, Shi Gao, and Gan Cao. So how about the COVID-19 symptoms with lung heat due to the lung insufficiency or lack of clearly moist of the lung? So there is a lung insufficiency. Still COVID-19 cough still can see very severe lung insufficiency, especially people continuously have 3 days, 5 days, or even 8 days of high temperature. That high temperature can result in too much dry up the body fluid to cause the lung insufficiency, become very dry and cough. So then we can still moisten the lung and also use 百合固金汤. So this patient, they should avoid to eat hot spicy food or should avoid the drinking alcohol. So otherwise can make it even drier.
3 minutes, Professor.
Yeah, okay. Another type is a damp cold epidemic cough. It's a white phlegm. It's very severe. So this compared to normal cough is more severe. But Chinese medicine can also resolve the phlegm with 二陈汤 and the 生灵白术 one modification. So if you don't get to resolve the phlegm and dampness, so on the X-ray can show the white lung. White lines, there's all white damp phlegm blocked in the lung. Okay, the last type of COVID-19 prescriptions, so I can see there's externally wind cold damp, internally still also cold as well, with cough, with watering, clear phlegm, and very cold inside and outside. And in this case, we use 小青龙汤 modification. So this is my differentiation in the COVID clinic. Yeah. So there's some more to talk. About this topic. There's a lot to talk how to use differentiation of these different COVID-19 popular and classic formulas. How can we use that in the different cases or different patients? And there's typical cases because the time is limited and I have to finish by now here. And thank you very much for your listening. And so I think in Canada, there's a lunchtime now. You can have lunch. And here in the UK, it's 8:30 in the evening. So I hope everything's okay with you. Thank you.
Appreciate it so much, Professor Tang. And collectively, we'd like to thank all three distinguished speakers to share just a token of your wisdom with us today as a fantastic teasers and a quick lecture to all of us online here through 3 portals. Again, we are live on YouTube, official website, as well as some of the participants joining us on Zoom. Thank you again. We will have a longer lunch break and meet back here at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And then our co-moderator will be Xu Tao 老师, Teresa. Okay, so Teresa will open the afternoon session at 2 p.m. So join us back here or on the multiple platforms I just spoke about. Thank you so much, Professor Tang, to close the final speech for the UK portion of today's program. Fantastic. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
刚主席对我发出来的邀请，我愿在此预祝第3届世界中医药针灸文化周圆满成功举行。我今天汇报的题目是时空医学运气信息疗法救治多脏器衰竭的个案报告。在报告之前，请允许我
圆圆。I'm so glad that it's the 3rd year I'm invited to discuss the information about food therapy in traditional Chinese medicine. My speech title is Eating Wisely, Culture of Food 3 parts. Part 1 is overview of food therapy and life nurturing. I will introduce the concept, effect, and principle of food therapy and life nurturing. In the second, food therapy and life nurturing. In the second,
is a butterfly-shaped gland located in the throat area and see how this tiny little gland is essential for life. It plays an important role in growth, brain and development and regulation metabolism. Regulation metabolism.
尊敬的各位，我今天给大家汇报的题目是天人合一的再认识。那么为什么是再认识呢？大家知道，在《黄帝内经》中，天人合一，往往也有从天人同构、天人同类、天人同象、天人同数方面都有很多的论述。那么这也是咱们中医的一个基本观点，就是整体观，认为人和自然界是一
火不生土，所以它这个胃气呢是虚的。那么胃气中焦是虚的话，它就不能呢使浊气下降，清气上升，所以它就出现了厌食。因为所有的食物残渣，厌食，因为所有的食物残渣。
Hello，请问陈叶梦教授在线上吗？陈教授还没有上线哈。 Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the online lecture of the Third World Traditional Chinese Medicine and Acupuncture Week. Today is the English lecture session. We have invited experts and scholars from all over the world who will bring us valuable research results and clinical experience. Now I would like to introduce Professor Ye Meng Chen. Professor Ye Meng Chen is a president of New York College of Traditional Chinese Medicine, president of the National Federation of Chinese TCM organizations, and the editor-in-chief of Journal of Complementary Medicine and Alternative Healthcare, and international executive editor of Chinese Medicine and Culture. Professor Ye Meng Chen, now today his topic is acupuncture in the treatment of whiplash injury and whiplash associated disorder. Welcome, Professor Chen. Now
thank you.
Okay, now is your time.
So can she?
Yeah, you can share the screen.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm so honored to be invited to join the Third World Acupuncture and Chinese Medicine Week. This is the third time to participate in this activity. It's a wonderful, there's a platform for the professionals can join together to improve our academic in traditional Chinese medicine. So today my topic is about acupuncture in the treatment of the whiplash injury and the whiplash associated disorder. I will talk about three themes. One is a concept of neck whiplash injury, and the second is injury mechanism of channel sinew during accidents. And then therapeutic strategies for acupuncture treatment for whiplash injury and whiplash associated disorders. You know, every day has so many car accidents and happen in the road. It's caused lots of trouble with the insurance, right? So in New York State, they have a insurance called the no fault. So during this moment, doesn't matter whose fault, and government spend a fund. Government has a fund to use for the medical needs, and also this kind of situation because whiplash injury will cause the long-term impact. So this is also a dilemma for the insurance companies. Acupuncture has been used to treat the whiplash injuries and widely, and also the clinical therapeutic effects indicate very successful to dealing with those soft tissue injury and also body-mind disorders. So what's the whiplash? So it's a whiplash. So it's the indirect impact of the force in the neck and during the car accident, especially with the rear end collision and the car behind you and suddenly hit you. And then you will have in that moment has the accelerate, and because you also step the brake and decelerate. And during this accelerate, deaccelerate moment, and your neck and undergone overflexion and overextension. And this caused the injury. And the problem could be the pain, of course, the neck problem, and has a distension or tenderness. And besides this, also will cause other issues. It will transient blurred vision and dizziness or tinnitus, and also pain and numbness in the hand, arm, and TMJ joints. Of course, very frustrated, anxiety, and panic, and also cause those kind of emotional disorder problems. So this is the slides show the overextension, overflexion, during that several seconds, the rear end collision. And also could happen, you hit the front car, and you also will suddenly start. And maybe the side collision also will happen. So there will be a little bit different, but and has worked together with the experts of the medical doctor, orthopedic doctors, neurologists, and the experts of the insurance company, and also the also especially the grades to analyze the severity of the whiplash injury and the kind of standard we're still using. So the whiplash is an acceleration deceleration mechanism of energy transfer to the neck. It may result from rear end or side impact motor vehicle collisions, but it can also occur during diving and other mishaps. So horse riding, biking, diving, that's also could happen. The impact may result in bony or soft tissue injury. That's called the whiplash injury, and which in turn may lead to a variety of clinical manifestations. It's called whiplash-associated disorder. And they also use the word WAD to indicate the whiplash-associated disorders. So the grades, how can find five grades? Grade 0, no neck pain, stiffness, or any physical sign noticed. Okay, that's it's great. You walk out the car, everything's fine. But in some cases, they may happen and has the symptoms 4 or 5 days later, or even after 1 week, and then develop the neck pain. And so that's also happened in the grade 1 neck complaints of pain, stiffness, or tenderness only, but no physical sign are noticed by examining physician. So just patient complaints of pain, a little bit stiffness and tender, but no physical sign changed. 2, grade 2, neck complaints and examining physician find a decreased range of motion and a point tenderness in the neck. Grade 3, and they find a neurological sign such as decreased deep tendon reflex, weak weakness and sensory deficits. And grade 4 is nail complaint with fracture or dislocation or injury to the spinal cord. So the grade 4 definitely need ambulance service, will go to the emergency room immediately. And those cases, even in the highway, and say it's only like 10 or 15% of the incidents, and then have to go to the emergency room. The most of them, and they had they frustrated, they had a panic, and some patient had pain, but some patient may not pain at that moment, but later will develop. So they have a research find the risk factors. It's a 35%. You see, the 35% they have really have injuries and arising from the collision. And the 2/3 of the whiplash occupants had a consult a healthcare provider, but only 3 drivers had gone to emergency after accident. So among those 250, so it's 251, so it's much less than 10%. Yeah, 40% of whiplash patient reports a restriction of their daily activity, and 23 of them had a symptom for at least 3 months or even longer. So that's the reality of the risk factors. And it is interestingly, they say not all the whiplash injury incidents happened in the highway, and in the local, and only 8 miles per hour. That speed, very slow, that also will cause whiplash injury. That's the real case. They already had a lots of clinical trial to test it. What's the mean 8 miles per hour? So you stop in the traffic light, and then it turned to green, and you start to move your car. And then suddenly, some people still walking in the front, so you stopped. And the car behind you, they was not aware, and then couldn't stop, so hit on you. So this is like an 8 mile per hour, and also will cause the rear end collision, and also will cause the whiplash injuries. After that, the whiplash, and the majority cases of those, they have a symptom, and they will present a neck pain, headache. Yeah. So almost that's the 97%, and a lot of cases of TMJ, and also some patient had a pain in the shoulder and the back. Besides that, and over 50% patient has anxiety and depression and dizziness, and also blurred vision, the visual symptoms. So those are the statistics from the big clinical trial to find out those symptoms of the whiplash associated disorders. Since the bone fracture is rare and the soft tissue injuries, and they find the key of the long-term impact of the whiplash injury is kind of structure injured during the incidents. About 65% of the ulnar ligament and this is the situation of the chronic injury, and the complaints of the lots of the pain in the neck, and this is the reason. So the other sinuses probably is not so much injuries, and this is in deep and behind the occipital area, and kind of injuries. So those the thing is the factors for the long-term impact of the symptoms. Second, I will talk about in Chinese medicine, how to explain those and how to utilize the channel sinews theory to describe the injury mechanism. You know, everybody knows the channels, everybody knows the collaterals and diverging channels, and also skin region. That's the all related to the system of the meridian system. But the one is the channel sinew, and the channel sinew on the chapter 13, and has a 12 channel sinews, and they all come from the distal going to ascending, eccentric to the center part of the body. They have no connection to the organ, and they on the pathway, and lots of the knots. You see the foot taiyang sinew starting from the foot small toe and then knotted on the ankle, ascending, knotted in the knee, and nodding is somewhere. So they're like a station, like a station has knotted. It's the theory was overlooked almost 2,000 years, and only in Ming Dynasty and the Qing Dynasty, some scholar mentioned this and explanation of this. And until recent 30 or 40 years, and now it's paid a lot of attention and used in the clinic and with the sinew channel. And those mostly they find out maybe related to myofascia. And that's a lot of research has focused on these interesting topics, and specific for massage, and also for Tuina, yeah, and also for the traumatology, the manipulation, yeah, and also acupuncture as well. And so I think we can look at these channel sinews and had an impact and during the car accident with whiplash injuries. So 12 channel sinew, as mentioned, they all from the distal, eccentric, going to the center part of the body or going to the head. But only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And those are ascending to the neck region, and actually is 7. There are the foot sawing channel as well. Yeah. So 3-handed yang sinews going up to the neck, and a 3-foot yang channel also going to the neck. And in the deep area, only one, the foot sawing also going to, along with the foot taiyang, going to deep area on the occiput. And it's so interesting, they mostly is around, most of sinews connect to the area of the ends of the like a TNJ areas. That's why a lot of patients have TNJ injuries. And you see those kind of knots, and clinically, you will find that those areas very tender, and also sometimes has a nodule or the kind of positive finding of those kind of areas. So we can think about those kind of channel sinew is a vertical structure, and the neck portion channel is the last part before ending at the head and the face, which is the same direction of whiplash. If the neck experiences intensive shocking, the terminal area is not stable, and during whiplash, so the channel sinew in the neck will be definitely affected. There are yang sinew channel and the yin sinew channel. So the yang sinew channel more rigid, stiff. So the hand or foot yang sinews are rigid, will easily sprained. And that's how we analyze. And because those kind of the knotted areas, it's not easy to heal. That's why the symptom could last for longer time. So the significance of acupuncture for this, the clinical application of the channel sinew, I mentioned that is used for the trainer and traumatology manipulation, and also for acupuncture also is very important. And so it's a significant for acupuncture applied to treat the musculoskeletal disorders. So it will help and find out, I did some kind of clinical trial, and I can find the identification can be based on the channel sinew symptoms and the body sign and joints range of motion, and to identify different pattern. And also sinew knotted points, I find that along with the pathway of those channel sinew, and you can assist us to find the best acupuncture points, either the local or distal, along with the channel sinews. So it's very important, and we can identify the channel sinews in the neck soft tissue injuries. So I combine with the symptoms with the foot, hand, and so that will be 4 different kinds of patterns, and also several sinew knotted points based upon the description of the in the Neijing Ling Su Spirit, marvelous pivot, right? Chapter 13, the channel sinews. So I concluded that the symptoms of sinew knotted point for 4 syndromes, and most Taiyang syndrome. So the patient will experience the widespread spasm and the tenderness in the neck, and a problem of extension and flexion, and more points of tenderness. That's along with the small intestine 14, small intestine 15, small intestine 17, bladder 10, through 14, and the C3 to 6 spinal process, this line. Also, the Shaoyin, that's in deep pain in the neck, and more difficult in flexion, and the patient has the dizziness. And those patients will be find the tenderness in the lower border of occipital bone, and specifically C3-6 transverse process. Also, the Shaoyan sinew, channel sinew pattern, and the patient is a neck discomfort with tendency for hands to support the head, and the head is no place to put to place, and you have to use your hands to support, and always uncomfortable, and difficulty in lateral flexion. So those points are important: Sanjiao 15, Sanjiao 16, and the GB 20, and the large intestine 17. The Yangming channel sinews, and they will present a symptom difficulty in head rotation and a stiffness during the neck movement, and also inability to raise the shoulder. Most common and find the line testing 17 as the same in the Bao Yan channel sinew because it's a crossing point. And this point is very important for both Bao Yan and Yangming. It's lying on the behind the SCM, sternocleidomastoid muscle, and top 2/3 to bottom 1/3, that's area. And usually those spot patient has a tenderness. So I observed 313 cases and find the distribution of the tenderness. And so those all mostly see the C3-6 spinal process, small intestine 14, 15, do 14, and line testing 17. So line testing 17 a lot, a GB20. So that's always a very high incidence of the tenderness. And those 10 up tender points, I put the 10. So the C3-6 spinal process, the line, and also small intestine 14, small intestine 14, 15, do 14, and also large intestine 17, GB20, small intestine 16, and small intestine 15, and sanjiao 15, and bladder 10. So those are the 10 most important points, and we can find the tenderness, and also we can use acupuncture treatment. This is the symptoms distribution, and you can see the mostly is Taiyang, okay, Taiyang and Bao Yan, and so those symptoms are more common. Also did a correlation analysis for 313 cases, and you will find it very interesting. The Taiyang sawing more correlate to the flexion and extension, and the Bao Yan more lateral flexion, and also the Yangming more related to the rotation. So it's correlated with the range of motion and channel sinew symptoms. And this is the symptoms. Yeah. So how to treat it? It's very important. And we had to think about the local lesion and the different phases of the after the whiplash injury. So the local lesion, and we can follow the pattern of different channel sinews, and also in the different phases in acute stage and chronic stage. Acute stage, more patients, they had a qi stagnation or blood stasis, and a chronic stage, and it could happen with the qi and blood both deficiency or phlegm damp blocked the collaterals or liver kidney insufficiency. Those are the patterns. In the acute stage, as I mentioned, those 10 points are very important, and together with the distal points. Jiaji point is very important, and a specific C5-6 because it's a pivoting. When the whiplash, this is a pivoting area. So C5-6, and we use the Jiaji point 45 degree toward the center, and do the manipulation. And also, according to the patient's symptoms and the range of motion, and we can figure out which the pattern, and also we can use corresponding point intentionally to try to find those sinew knotted points. So that's if the patient has the very limited range of motion, we can use distal points first and combine with the patient's movement. And I mentioned that with the patient chronic situation. So it's the ala ligament injuries. I try to work with the nape, the cluster puncture, and from the GB12 to other GB12, and try to find that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 point. The center point is do 16. So do 16 to GB12, and we can find 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I use the small 1-turn needle and do the manipulation, twisting mostly. And that's will be very helpful, yeah, for the patient who has long-term neck pains.
Professor Chen, yeah, you have
Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, I know. So those are the slides that show the chi stagnation more using the cupping, and the blood stasis use the 7-star needling, and also can use auricular points. For the whiplash associated disorders, and we can use corresponding the methods, and specifically for the anxiety panic, I use the Intan and HA7 and CV17 and liver 3. For the dizziness, most I use GB20. For the blood vision, I use liver 3, and and this is UN source points. The other thing, because time limited, and I will not spend much time talking. And for the headaches, and we find out, and specifically the patient stressed out, and during that couple days, and I can use Intan, and also use posterior Taiyang point. It's from the eyebrow and end of eyebrow horizontally backward to the hair border, and use the needle technique like a scalp acupuncture, and a 20-degree insertion, and then going horizontally, going backwards. Yeah, that's the method we're using. So that's a chronic, and it's important to identify the patterns. So it's the most indication from the grade 1 to grade 3. That's the effective indication of the whiplash injury. And according to the range of motion and the symptom, we can identify the pattern. And local point important, and distal point is also important. And this I already mentioned, the injury pivoting on the C5-6 segment. So that's the important point to needling. And also for the chronic situation, we probably also combine with herbal medicine. Those are the articles I published in recent years. Thank you very much. Have an opportunity to share this to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chin. Lots of the knowledge is very useful, because the whiplash is the injury is very popular, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you for your great presentation, talking about the whiplash injury. And thank you very much for your support, the Third World TCM and Acupuncture
Thank you.
Week.
It's my honor.
Year. Yeah, I hope see you next year again.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So the next is the I will introduce Professor Yu Jingli. We'll have the video. Yeah, we'll have a video from Professor Yu Jingli. His topic is information therapy for cardiac and renal failure, a case report.
大家好，非常荣幸在此与大家相聚。首先，我要感谢本次大会主席李荣刚主席对我发出来的邀请。我愿在此预祝第3届世界中医药针灸文化周圆满成功举行。我今天汇报的题目是时空医学运气信息疗法救治多脏器衰竭的个案报告。在报告之前，请允许我简短介绍一下我自己。我叫李玉进，1982年毕业于天津医科大学。我在1996年移民到新西兰，到新西兰之后，我接受了完整的中医培训，完成了中医本科的学习，以及中医传统针灸研究生班的学习。我在中国有14年的西医及科研经验，我还有25年的海外的中医临床经验，以及7年的中医教学经验。我是美国国际药大学的客座教授，也是全球时空医学运气信息方学会的主席。我也是运气信息方和运气能量针的研发者和践行者。这是我们的产品的商标证书这个是我们运气信息方是在中国商标局进行了注册。这个是我们的运气能量针以及我们的五运六气和四柱的基础知识及临床应用的培训版权保护证书。现在给大家介绍一下时空医学运气信息疗法，它的理论框架是有哪些？它主要包括了空间医学，包括了《黄帝内经》当中的运气7篇论的五运六气，还包括了意医就是这3大部分形成了我们时空医学运气信息疗法的理论框架。那么我们的技术有哪些呢？那么运气信息疗法包括了运气信息方、运气能量针以及运气信息数字疗法，由这3大技术形成了我们的运气信息疗法。现在我给大家汇报一下这个病例。这个病人 Victor 男，1936年5月28日出生，他的这个农历年就是出生在丙子年癸4月和庚戌日。病人来的时候主诉是厌食、尿闭以及下肢浮肿近3个月。他的现病史是病人在10个月以前呢发生了第2次中风，从第2次中风开始呢，身体呢就逐渐的弱化，就逐渐的就恶化，一直发展到了严重的厌食，近3个月来出现了严重的厌食，每天只能吃1小碗面条，并且出现了排尿困难下肢以及阴囊浮肿。他有尿急尿频的感觉，他每40分钟就有1次尿意，那么就要赶紧就去厕所，有的时候根本就排不出来，最多就排30毫升。那么下肢浮肿是以左侧为严重，那么浑身呢散发着腐朽的味道，病人特别怕冷，因为他已经阳气快耗尽了嘛，那么知道阳气一耗尽，这病人就生命就没了嘛，所以因为他当时已经处于生命的垂危状态，已经报病危了已经报病危了。那么就当时就请的那个国内的猪油大师给他看，就说这人的魂儿已经没有了，已经魂飞魄散了，说很快这人就快不行了。那他太太呢不死心，在油管也就是 YouTube 上找到了我，然后呢跟我取得了联系。 那么当时的物理检查就是大量的蛋白尿啊，心电图出现心律不齐和心肌缺血啊，查体就是这个血压是很高，190到140啊，它高压190，低压140，心率是不齐的，心率是快的啊，98到110之间，血氧饱和度是低的，血氧饱和度是85%到90%，都是低于正常值。那么呢，我们根据他的这个八字啊，画出了他的这个先天体质图，这是我们给他画出的先天体质图。通过对他这个先天体质图的分析呢，我们得出来的结论，他的先天体质就是大肠和肺是虚的，那么大肠和肺属金，也就是他的金气是虚的，那么他的这个心气也是虚的，他的胃气也是虚的，这是通过对他这个先天体质图分析得出来的这个诊断。那么他这个先天体质和他的这个疾病的发生有什么关系呢？我们进行了以下分析。那么也就是他的金气不足，可以导致浊气的瘀滞啊。金气主要是负责速降的，那你金气不足，那你肯定就速降能力就差，那你速降能力差，那肯定浊气就淤积在那儿了，淤积在肠道，淤积在肺啊。那么因为它这个浊气淤积在肺，所以它这个气体啊这个氧气和阿尔法碳的交换呢就出现了障碍，所以它的血氧饱和度就是降低的。由于它的心火是衰竭的，所以它就出现了心衰的症象。那么它胃虚，胃是处于中土，那你胃是虚的，那你中土的这个斡旋的能力就不够。所谓的斡旋能力就是清气没法上升，浊气没法下降啊。那么你的清气没法上升，浊气没法下降，那你的食物残渣还有浊气都存留在你的胃当中，所以它就没有食欲，它就出现了厌食啊。那么我们的这个它的诊断，先天体质的特点也诊断出来，它和病机之间的关系也弄明白了。那么它的治疗原则，那就是首先你要调节这个中焦，斡旋这中焦，让这个清气能升得上去，浊气能降下来。同时呢，你还要什么呢？补他的心气啊，补他的心气。这是他23年2月28号来找我时候的舌象啊。你看他这个舌底的静脉是曲张的，严重的曲张，而且淤血很厉害，颜色都是死黑的。那么他的舌苔呢是白腻的，也就是寒湿啊，舌质是紫的，也就是有瘀象，而且他的肝胆这个有肝胆之气是瘀滞的，而且他的心气是不及的啊。你看这个舌尖这儿是平的，是瘪的啊，那也就是说心脑之气是不足的啊，他跟他的先天体质是能对上。他的诊断就是2次中风引起了消化功能的紊乱以及心肾功能的衰竭，那么由此而导致了厌食症和尿闭啊。治疗原则刚才已经说了，调节中焦，促进清升浊降，补心火。我们给他的治疗方案，首先第一套就是先给他用的是运气信息方，我们给他用的是肉桂、焦槟榔、白头翁、折背、独活、桂枝连翘。因为你看他这个舌这个是寒湿的，特别以下焦寒湿为过，所以我们就加了一个肉桂是补肾阳的。那么焦槟榔啊是可以清洁肠系膜的，清洁度可以清洁肠系膜，你把肠系膜清洁了以后，它的浊气就降得下去了啊，所以这个是清洁大肠内环境。白头翁也是祛湿的，那么折背是降肺补肾啊，把这个肺的气给它宣泄下去，然后呢变肺为宝，让它降肺补肾。那么这个独活呢是整个开通这个外焦，也就是后背这个膀胱经，也就是督脉啊，打通一身之阳气，恢复他的阳气，因为病人极度怕冷。那么阳气恢复了，那么这个病人的生命力也就恢复了。桂枝连翘，桂枝可以改变 这个细胞膜的通透性，加强细胞内外的物质与能量的交换啊。那么这个连翘呢，它有一个改善人体内环境的一个作用，改善人体内的 pH 值啊，它还有解毒的作用。那么运气能量针呢，我们有2套针法，一套是每日方，一套是生日方。每日方就是我根据每天的五运六气的特点，然后开出来。那么当天的五运六气的特点是什么呢？就是有太过的，我们就损其太过；有不及的，我们就补其不及啊。这是我们的制定这个针方的一个原则。照海和列缺呢，就是当天那天的它的开穴啊，这是用灵龟八法的方法制定出来的开穴啊，那个时辰扎针的时候开的穴。那么呢，生日方呢是根据这个病人的这个先天体质给他开出来的。那么这个运气信息数字疗法，我们用的是000-16000，这个是有降肺补肾啊、清洁大肠的作用。这个呢000-64000有这个补心啊，补木生火，也就是补心的作用。003-800有调节脾胃斡旋中焦啊，激活中焦啊，然后让它清气上升，浊气下降。大家看一下这个呢，就是它扎针之前，这是扎针60分钟以后的舌片的对照。你看它原来这个厚腻的寒湿的舌苔是这么厚，扎完了以后这个厚腻的苔就散开了，而且它的这个舌质呢也变粉了，不像这个这么淤紫了啊。他的太太就给我发来信息说，老师用每日针方哈，我在网上找到穴位，因为我把这个针方的这个穴位给他发过去，因为他不是学医的，他不知道具体的位置，我说你就上网去查就行，因为我们用的是五腧穴，很安全。结果他就自己上网把穴位找到了以后，我给我先生扎了60分钟，起针后几分钟，他的小便就比针灸前增加了5倍之多，也就是他原来是30毫升，他这一下子就能排出来150毫升，他知说太神奇了啊！这是我们给他第2天治疗以后拍的舌片，这是一个月之后拍出来的舌片，你看这就明显的有变化啊，明显的有变化。这个是给他扎了3周以后，这个这么肿的一个腿，你看这就基本恢复正常，2条腿基本一样。你看这原来这差多远啊？给大家看一下，这是他先生原来都卧床不能起来，因为他都2次中风了。经过2到3周的治疗，这个病人就可以自己走了。我给大家放一下哈。看他手里还能拿着东西啊，还能保持平衡啊，这就是经过2、3周的治疗以后病人的状态。好，我们再看啊，这是他太太的。就是经过3周以后治疗，他太太写来的总结。感谢老师，接受治疗3周以来，从没有食欲，就是当时是勉强只能吃一点固体的食物，就是他吃完东西24小时之后还能够闻到那个面条的味儿，就是他不消化。那么呢，到现在呢，能够1天吃3顿面， 还能吃数个鸡蛋啊，可不是2个，我都压着他，我说少吃点，少吃点，你知道，因为他的胃刚一恢复，那么长时间没吃东西，他吃什么都觉得香，你知道。从小便凉到小便温度正常，从每次无尿可排，或者是排数十毫升，到每次可以排140到200毫升，现在已经排300到500了啊，已经都恢复到正常的排尿了。现在，这是治疗3周的时候，从食耳、喘气、吃力到呼吸完全顺畅。从每天晚上只能睡2个小时左右，而且还无缘无故就醒，到现在可以睡3到4个小时，而且不会无缘无故的就醒啊。从说话咬字不清楚到现在说话清楚，现在开玩笑幽默着呢，现在啊。从情绪容易波动到现在稳定。从早晨9点半到10点才能起床，到现在7点到8点他就能起床了。以前是每半个小时就要打瞌睡，现在是几个小时活动，醒来活动几个小时以后才觉得疲乏啊。从以前不愿意动到现在主动做李老师推荐的香功。他虽然还有问题，尤其是86岁高龄，而且是2次中风啊，就中途还感冒，但是目前看见李老师的治疗系统，不但可以治愈当下的症状，而且还可以使病人衰老的器官可以有逆向，还能够回逆啊，这是他太太给我写来的反馈，也确实这个病例治的确实，因为他已经生命垂危了，当时要不是他太太的坚持，我都不太想接这个病人了，所以给他治疗了以后，对我也是很大的启发，所以为什么我就愿意拿出来跟大家分享，就是如果我们的这个治疗方法是对头的，真的可以，我们的中医真的可以使病人起死回生啊。那么现在他的血压是正常的，145到130，低压是76到80，心率是齐的，心率是每分钟78到85，也是正常的，血小饱和度都保持在95%，尿量一次能尿300到500。他跟我说现在已经恢复正常，已经完全没有什么尿频、尿急这些症状都没有了。那么现在讨论一下，就是为什么能取得这么好的成果？那么就是在《黄帝内经·生气通天论》当中呢，皇帝就说：“夫自古通天者，生之本本于阴阳。”这个是真正让我们体会到，真是人的生命就是本于阴阳啊。天地之间，6合之内，其气9州啊，9窍、5脏、12节，皆通乎于天气。其生5，其气3。数犯此者，则邪气伤人，此受命之本也。苍天之气，清静则志意志，顺之则阳气故。虽有贼邪，佛能害也。此因时之序啊，是顺天时啊。那么白话解就是什么呢？皇帝就说，自古以来，天地之气就是将人与自然沟通人与自然的这个气，就是天地之气。天地之气就是生命的根本，这个根本就是天地之间的阴阳之气啊。天地之间6合之内，也就是在天地还有6合，就是四面八方啊。大如9州之域，就是他这意思就是形容就是整个的一个空间啊，就是这个宇宙空间。小如人的9窍，其实人是一个小宇宙，大的宇宙有9州，小的宇宙就是人有9窍啊，然后有5脏，有12节，都与天地之气，我们这些窍孔啊，都是与天地之气是相通的。天地之气衍生了5行，也就是木火土金水这5行，然后呢还有这个阴阳之气。阴阳之气呢，它的 可以它的阴阳之气是有变化的，它有盛衰有消长，那么呢就可以这个阴阳之气又可以分为3个气，就是天气、地气和运气。如果你违背了阴阳五行的变化规律，人就会得病啊！这就是《黄帝内经》告诉我们的天地之气，沟通了天地之气，你这个又遵循着阴阳五行的这个规律，你就不会生病。如果你违背了这个之气，你就会生病啊！这个病人就是我们之所以能救活他，就是因为我们借助了这个宇宙之气啊。那么这个案例呢，是一个高龄啊，87岁，虚岁87岁，周岁86岁，他又是2次中风的患者。那么他的这个先天的体质呢，就是什么呢？就是金气速降特别弱，速降之气很弱，心火也是虚的，所以出现了心衰啊。那么呢，由于他这个火气不足，火不生土，所以他这个胃气呢是虚的。那么胃气终究是虚的话，它就不能呢使浊气下降，清气上升，所以它就出现了厌食。因为所有的食物残渣都聚在胃里头，形成了腐朽的东西，所以它就没有食欲啊。那么呢，由于浊气不降，清气不升，所以就出现了阴阳失衡，气机就紊乱了啊。那么气机一紊乱，病人肯定就处于了生命垂危的状态。这就是为什么他就出现了这个临终的这些个情况，就是因为他气机是紊乱的。那么在这个案例当中呢，我们主要是通过对他的出生时的八字进行分析，去解密他先天体质的特点，然后我们再结合四诊合参，对他做出了一个精准的诊断。因为诊断精准，所以就可以制定出来正确的治疗原则和治疗方法。那么由于这个病人他是处于生命垂危的状态，所以我们选择了高维立体化的手段。你看，我们用了运气信息方，我们用了运气能量针，我们还用了运气信息数字疗法。这么危重的病人一定是要用一个综合的手段。其实我们还给他用了艾灸啊，还用了艾灸。那么就是用这3种方法呢，我们就将宇宙的运气信息和人的生命信息把它结合在一起。我们就是通过调节人体内的五行的生克关系，达到一个人体的阴平阳秘的目的。其实我们通过调节这个五行的生克关系，我们还是要达到一个阴平阳秘的这个目的啊。由于呢，我们将宇宙之气与人体之气相结合，那么呢，就起到了一个四两拨千斤的作用。你想想，你借助宇宙之气来激活你的人体内在的愈合机制，那是得多大的力量，是吧？所以呢，就起到了四两拨千斤的作用，使这个本已垂危的病人呢起死回生。那么的体会，其实我给这个病人治疗了以后，我自己体会挺深的。首先呢，开始的时候我也有为难情绪，我觉得这么重了，我也不是很想接手这个病人的，但是架不住他太太在那儿求我，我也就心软了。结果给他一治呢，没想到效果这么好。所以我就说什么呢？如果我们选择一个正确的治疗方法，真的能够颠覆我们对传统医疗手段疗效的认识啊。那么我的体会就是古中医当中的易医，还有《黄帝内经》当中的运气7篇，实际上它就是我们信息医学的经典。你比方说先天八卦、后天八卦和64卦，它所表达出来的就是宇宙万事万物的信息。当我们接触到了这些信息，理解了这些信息，又会运用这些信息，那么信息是可以转化为能量的，它就可以产生巨大的能量啊！这就是我第一点体会。再有呢，就是什么呢？运气7篇强调的是40宇宙之气对人的影响。 它是时间的变化啊。五运六气它讲的是时间和空间的变化对人体的影响啊。那么当我们了解了这个宇宙之气的运行规律的时候，我们就可以把这个宇宙之气与人体之气进行协调啊，进行协调就可以化腐朽为神奇，真的是这样。那么用这种降维治疗的手段，其实你看我们用的运气信息方、运气能量针和运气数字疗法，这些都是高维的一个疗法。那么我们用这么高维的那个治疗的手段，对3维空间的疾病进行治疗，肯定能够取得非常好的效果啊。那也就是说，用这种降维治疗的手段对危重病人进行治疗，所取得的成果往往是颠覆了人们对常规医疗疗效的认识，确实是这样。其实我在给他治疗过程中也不是一帆风顺的呀，他偶尔1、2天会有一点小的反复。我还给他太太做工作，我就说，哎呀，你也不想了，因为他太太还想他好了以后跟他做生意。哎呀，我说你就不用想那么多了，他不可能再回到篮球场去打篮球了。可是呢，你看他这么大岁数肯定不会去打篮球，但是现在他已经每周可以出来跟他太太到外头就餐，可以2次，而且可以呢坐长途的旅行，坐车可以来回4个小时，这都可以，都没有问题的。这么危重的病人现在就恢复到了基本正常了啊！你看，这就是我的体会。那么呢，我今天就分享到这里，有不对的地方，请大家提出啊，我也很愿意接受，也愿意跟大家进行探讨。谢谢，再见。
谢谢李玉金老师给我们带来的这个case，感谢李老师的演讲。So now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Jack Zheng. Dr. Jack Zheng has over 40 years clinical experiences in TCM and acupuncture, special experience in digestive system and hardest and difficult to treat diseases. So Dr. Jack Zheng, his topic today is dialectical in TCM treatment of COVID-19 based on different tongue coating. Welcome, Dr. Jack Zheng.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm Dr. Jack Zheng from Australia. Thank you, Chairman Professor Li Ronggang, and all committee members. And thank you, Sponsor Xu Tao introduction. So today, I will share my clinical experience for the treating COVID-19. Can I share my screen?
Yes, share, please.
Okay, I will try. Okay. Can you see that?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. All right. So today I will share my the topic is dialectical in TCM treatment of COVID-19 based on different tongue coating. In the TCM syndrome differentiation treatment on COVID-19 patients, it is great significance to observe the changes of tongue, judge the disease location and outcome of the disease. And currently, guide the clinical medicine. This article shares with several actual cases. It has been over 3 years since COVID-19 pandemic globally from November 2019. According to the characteristics of the onset of COVID-19 pneumonia, it is clinically included in the category of infectious diseases, which is what Chinese medicine calls epidemics. In the 5,000 history of Chinese nation, Chinese medicine has experienced hundreds of epidemics, large and small. The treatise of several diseases written by Zhang Zhongjing, a medical sage in Eastern Han Dynasty, killed more than 200 members of his clan due to the epidemic during that period. The great medical work that summed up the experience of the predecessors in the treatment of epidemic diseases, and it is still guiding the clinical practice of Chinese medicine, is one of the current classics of Chinese medicine. The answers studied the 5 qi, 5 movement and 6 qi, and based on the occurrence and the development of epidemic diseases in the past, they set up the law that major epidemic will only last 3 years, but the past only set up laws of nature, and the current epidemic still has human factors in that. Whether it's fully adapted to the laws set up by the essence needs to be verified in actual events. This is a 3 years deadline, and the epidemic has not showing signs of subsiding. Instead, it has intensified, has signs of a comeback. So this a question whether of our consideration. As we all know, the incidence of TCM treatments in syndromes differentiations and treatment, 4 diagnosis and 8 principles, regional method and prescriptions. First of all, the diagnosis is clear, and then syndromes are differentiated. Then will be treatment principles and method, and then will be potential prescriptions and medications. In the process of diagnosing and treating patients with COVID-19 in the past 3 years, due to the special circumstances, we were often unable to meet patients face-to-face and could only conduct online consultations. Fortunately, we can also use our mobile phone to transmit the pictures, such as tongue pictures, although you can't feel the pulse because you can't face-to-face through consultation. But based on the patient's complaints, tongue observation, syndrome differentiation, and the prescription medication, you can also achieve satisfactory results. Today, let me share with you a few cases. Typical case 1. This case is an online consultation. And this patient was referred by the headquarters of the Global Alliance of Chinese Medical Volunteers, this organization in China. And this young man, 27 years old, our first consultation online by mobile phone on 31st December 2021, which is the last day of the 2021. So at that time we all holidayed, but we still consult with this patient. So the patient said, I have the following symptoms now. One is I have a sore throat and I can hardly speak. Second, I have slight pain in the ribs under the chest. The third, sudden nose bleeding just now. When I talk with him, and he said, just got bleeding, nose bleeding. Four, muscle strength weakened. This is a bench from China, so I'm a volunteer. So that's why in this case, I didn't cost any money. I just did my job as volunteer. Okay, at this case, so TCM diagnosis is aerial poison is attacked, and the lung meridians when hit. His infection time on 26th December of 2021. That's 4 days before I got information from the headquarters of the volunteer organization. And the reason is he dinner with friends in the evening. And his friends is a positive patient with COVID-19. That's why, so he passed the virus to him. And his main symptoms are fever, 37.7 degrees Celsius up to 39 degrees Celsius. Muscle aches, dry and itching throat with dry cough, headaches and weakness. He self-measurement of very famous formula as 莲花清瘟 capsule for 4 days was ineffective, but the symptoms get worse. The fever persisted, and he self-test was positive. So that's why he tried 4 days 莲花清瘟 doesn't work and ask help. We look at the tongue because we cannot feel his pulse. So he transferred the picture from the mobile phone. So I look at the tongue, see the top of the tongue was red, and the coating was white and greasy. And the tongue looks a little puffy. So we gave him the therapeutic principle as clearing away heat and pathogens, replenishing qi and detoxing. So give him a 柴胡、黄芩、银花、连翘、苍术、白茅根、芦根、厚朴、大青叶、茯苓、陈皮、法夏、黄芪、生地、甘草。As I said, self-prepared 清肺排毒汤. But during the regulation in Australia, so we cannot use some very famous herbs like 附子、麻黄、细辛, etc. So I gave him this formula 3 days. 1 day, take 1 packet. So decoct once in morning and evening and taken warmly after meals. So another telephone consultation on 2nd of January, 2022. So that's 3 days after. And the patient say, "Hello, Dr. Zhang. The situation has improved in the past 2 days. Only the sore throat is still a little dry and itching, and the fever has subsided. The new symptom is a little runny nose. So I have taken 2 doses of the medicine. Still 1 day left." I said, "Oh, keep going." And the next day consultation, he said, "Hello, Dr. Zhang. The symptoms are almost gone, and there is still a slightly sore throat. I have finished taking the traditional Chinese herbs." So at that time, we look at the tongue. So the top part still red, and tongue coating was better, but the tongue still puffing. So I gave him medicine. We use, because look at the tongue puffing, that means qi deficiency. So we use huangqi more dose than first time. Another herbs I don't want to read through because of time limit. And after that, he's got fully recovered. We have a return visit on November 13, 2022, nearly 1 year after. So we reviewed this case, and he said everything is normal. So only a few days, so we treat this typical case. And why we say the recovered, because his nucleic acid taste turned to a negative. Here, typical case 2. This is a 27 years old young lady in New South Wales. So fortunately, I can say this patient, but with mask. Firstly, we look at the tongue. So we can see the tongue picture, very, very pale and fully coating. It's white and greasy. This patient first visit on 10th of December 2021. The main symptoms, the patient has diagnosed as a positive of COVID-19 with headaches, dry throat, fatigue, menstrual cramps. At that time, when he come to me, he got her period, less volume and pale color than before. Pale and puffing tongue with white fur with teeth marks, 3D and weak pulse. So this patient we can consult face to face, so I can feel her pulse. Treatment is so this patient symptom differentiations is insufficiency of yang energy. We can see the tongue is very powered, so not warm enough. So that's why we diagnose this as insufficiency of yang energy, loss of liver and kidney function, failing of external pathogenics. We gave her treatment principle is tonified liver and kidney function, invigorate the spleen and replenish qi. The prescription we use based on 六味地黄丸. This is a very unique. We discuss this later. So we use 熟地山药山芋肉泽泻茯苓丹皮. This is 六味地黄丸. And we add up 太子参八戟杜仲白术白芍柴胡女贞子汉莲草益母草陈皮大枣甘草. I gave her 7 days. 1 day cook twice, and morning and evening, and drink it warm after meal. The second visit on 20 of December 2021, which is 10 days after. We look at the picture. The tongue looks still pale, and the tooth marks, but the puffing a little better. So after taking 7 days of medicine, the symptoms such as headaches, dry throat, and fatigue were slightly improved. Menstruation was still not clean. The amount was less, and then color was pale. The tongue was pale and puffing. The fur was white with tooth marks, and the pulse was 3D and weak. So we still use based on 六味地黄丸 formula. But this time, according to the yang deficiency, so we put some herbal medicine with warm nature, such as 当归 to 狮子, 丹参, and 肉桂. So we end up with another before the formula. Due to this lady far away from me, so I gave her 2 weeks herbal medicine, 14 days, and same method as before to cook and drink. So look at the tongue. This time much different. The third visit on the 5th of January 2022, which is a good week after. So after the patient took the medicine for 14 days, the symptoms of headaches, dry throat, and fatigue disappear. Menstruation was clean, red tongue with a little yellow coating, 3D pulse. So that's clinical showings. We can look at the red color back. So it's much better than first and second the picture. So we still use 六味地黄丸 based on another herbs. So we use 六味地黄丸, and at this time we can see the yang rise up. So we took some warm nature herb from away from this this formula and add up some antivirus add to the formula. So we use 熟地山药山芋肉泽泻茯苓丹皮太子参当归栀子苍竹藿香淡竹叶白芍柴胡女贞子汉莲草益母草甘草. Some herbs with a cold nature to expel heat and antivirus. So as such as 栀子苍竹藿香淡竹叶 etc. This time I gave her 7 days herbal medicine and same method to cook and drink. So after that, her got fully recovered, and the drug was stopped. But I guide her to managing the diet herself. This is the third typical case. And this is a young lady, 30 years old, but this still online consultation. The first consultation day, 31st December 2021. The complaint is nucleic acid test positive on 30th of December 2021. So she was diagnosed with COVID-19. So we look at the tongue. It's much different with the case 2-1. So look at the top of tongue was very red, and white, greasy, and thick coating on the middle and the back. We look at the symptoms: stomach cramps, chills, and sweating all over of body, vomiting and diarrhea, red tip of tongue with white and greasy coating in the middle and back. So self-management, self-administration of Chang Yan Ning tablets and AI mag suspension has no effect. These two drug was, I think, a brand from China. These tablets and the formula. When she took this medication not working, so she just consulted with me. Her symptom differentiation is exterior attack of wind, cold, dampness, spleen and stomach injury. As this case, so we gave her a treatment method as relief, exterior and dispel cold, invigorate spleen and remove dampness. Because the urgent symptoms as diarrhea, stomach cramp, and vomiting. So I give her 1 dose herbal medicine, just for 1 day. 荆芥、防风、银华连翘、苍竹、藿香、茯苓、陈皮、法夏、草果、厚朴、芦根、柴胡、甘草。1 day. Cooking morning and night. So drink 2 times a day, morning and night. Second visit, just the next day, after she took the herbal medicine, we can look at the tongue picture. The first top of tongue was not that red, so it's getting better. But the coating still there, so white, thick, and greasy. The symptoms, she said, stomach colic was disappeared. So that means we stopped the stomach ache and the cramp. She feels thirsty to drink, no fever, can cough up a small amount of sputum, red tongue with white and greasy fur in the middle and back. So this time, syndrome differentiation was when cold dampness, pathogenic attack, spleen and stomach injury. We still gave her a treatment method as relief, exterior and disappear, called invigorate the spleen and remove dampness. So we used herbal medicine similar as before, but because she got cough, so we add a Tranbeimu to the last formula. So this time I gave her 3 doses for 3 days. We look at the picture. So the tongue was not that red, so the color get better. And because we have to nourishing the spleen and the qi, so we put Dangshen 30 grams to the formula. This time I gave her 3 days as well. And Ho Xiang Pei Lan put on later, so cook just short time. On 10th of January 2022, it was getting much better, so we can look at the tongue. Coating get better, so but still white, but compared with before, that's better, and the color was close to normal. So this time we give her 5 doses to continue the treatment. On 13th of January 2022, she was nucleic acid test report is negative. Every symptoms is all gone. So she said, feel much better. So that's this case recovered. And we did return visit. That's review this case on November 28, 2022. Was normally 1 year time. She said everything is normal now. So that's a nucleic acid test. We do a little discussing and summary. So for case 1, this case, the patient is a Chinese student study abroad. Due to the lockdown, he cannot be consulted face-to-face, but can only be consulted by phone and WeChat. Why he using Lianhua Qingwen formula not effective? So the few reasons. First one is weather. So at that time in Australia, it's very hot. It's just a Christmas time, so it's very hot on summer. And age, he was 27 years young man. So with yang qi a bit strong. And symptoms, he got fever. So some herbs in the Lianhua Qingwen formula are warm nature. So if warm plus warm, that's become a heat. That's why he took 4 days, Lianhua Qingwen not effective, and the fever receded. So we use different method to treat this case. So very successful. In few days, we killed this COVID-19 patient.
So Dr. Chen, you want 1 minute?
Okay, 1 minute. Okay, just a quick. The case 2, this patient diagnosis with COVID-19, but she was usually weak, and they menstrual cramp. At that time, just she got her period. So we not using famous formula to treat COVID-19. We use the classic 六味地黄丸 based formula to cure this patient. The phase 3 still this consult online. So we can see the time differentiation because the heat on the upper burden is the upper gel. So treatment and herb medicine different with others. So what I like to say, so in Chinese medicine, we not use one formula to treat every cases. We have to do the syndromes differentiation. So that's my share my clinic experience today. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for bringing us 3 cases. They are very practical. So thank you again for your contribution, Dr. Jack Zheng. Also, thank you for your support of the event. So hope to see you next week, next year. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we have next speaker is Dr. Professor David Dong Liu. Professor Dong Liu. Yeah, Professor Dong Liu is he's from the Georgia College, right?
对 Georgian College.
Georgia College, and here there you have an acupuncture program, right? And
yes, we have acupuncture program over there.
Okay. Yeah. So Professor David Dong Liu, he has been teaching and practicing Tai Chi, Qigong, acupuncture, and functional rehabilitation exercises for over 20 years. So Professor Dong Liu, his topic today is dynamic acupuncture meridians tapping for elbow pain. So please welcome Professor Dong Liu. At your time.
徐老师您好，看得见我 share 的 screen 吗？
看得见，非常清楚。您可以开始了。
开始了哈，那我就今天讲的 Today we're talking the dynamic acupuncture channels taping， 原来叫 meridian taping， 现在叫 tennis， 叫 channels taping。我根据我老师的 follow my professor the 24 technique。这个是整个的那个讲座的其中的第3部分，就 elbow。因为 the elbow pain is so popular, and in the summer people play the tennis, play the baseball. There's so many conditions. So I try to talking with Dr. Lee and Professor Lee, and so grateful here tonight. And here is tonight. I know Vancouver is in the afternoon, so we're talking and discussing the elbow pain. Acknowledgement. The acknowledgement is coming from Zhang Jin, is my professor, is the 针灸技术。徐老师，你看见第2章吗？看得见吗？
你没有看，现在第2章是 acknowledgement, right？
对。
对了，看见。
然后是张晋针刺手法讲座。
对。
张晋针灸大成的教义。
Yes。
那郑奎山家传的8大针刺手法，还有我的老师恩师陈正雷陈大师的陈氏太极拳的全书，我根据这些那个自己在家没事儿就编出来的一个24式的那个扎带的手法，包括朝阳上刺，这些24次，一会儿我慢慢讲，很快的讲过来。然后今天重点是讲the elbow pain，
第一个就是朝阳上刺，这完全是根据陈正雷的陈大师的太极剑来的。这个主要是从针刺和扎带 combination the acupuncture and kinesiology taping for the pain 这个是叫homage to the sun upward， 这是 very traditional Chinese Chinglish translation 是朝阳剑。我们主要是做经门 GB25 liver 13， those are the side the abdominal pain and the GB26. This is a great opportunity to using the acupuncture and the taping for the side of the rib cage, the abdominal pain. Those for the taping technique, 朝阳上刺叫朝阳剑，我们看到这些 technique。下面呢，拨草寻蛇 from this word, we need a searching the point. 我们就张晋老师的寻 follow the 寻 technique, like a separate grass to seek the snake. If we're seeking the pinpoint the snake, we need to separate grasses and to looking at the snake. So this real, the visualize the technique, both for the acupuncture and for the taping. So we need to palpate, we need looking for the snake and the separate grass, 叫拨草寻蛇. So and then we treat the snake and give the snake a treatment, give the pain a treatment using taping. Those for the heart 3, for example, 少海 later way for the hyperextension or golf elbow, we're using the heart 3. So later we're going to discussing the heart 3. So real, we're using 拨草寻蛇 this technique. So this real traditional Chinese literature, I wish I could explain and clearly to the audience. And next one is 青龙出水. So from this word is blue dragon emerging from the water. So from this visualize how the needle, how the taping go. So the needling is the blood 57, 承山 is a depression from the lower limit, treating the sciatica, lower leg pain, and the lower back pain or gluteal pain. So 青龙出水. So we can visualize the dragon emerge from the water. So the taping and the 飞扬 blood 58. Number 4 technique is a wild horse leaping over the stream, 野马跳间. So we visualize the needle or the taping like a wild horse and jumping or leaping over the stream. So either this flying channel achieve the chi technique. So the taping, this gentleman is a past professor, Zhang Jin, and he using this technique. This is his last time he teaching, and back to before the COVID. We go to Sanjiao 5. It's amazing, and he treated myself, and I saw the using the 野马跳间 and this technique 寻和射。张晋恩师呢说是寻和射，我呢就斗胆就叫野马跳间，就 wild horse leaping over the stream. So we're using the PC6 and the Sanjiao 5, same the taping, and also stomach 36. 这是我恩师张晋老师的照片，他就在做足三里这个穴位的 巡射飞经走气气滞病所。So we're using wild horse leaping over the stream. I using this technique because I like Tai Chi very much. I try to integrate the Tai Chi and the acupuncture and the taping to treating the people. So we can feel how wild horse leaping over the stream, how the taping technique. So just to visualize the acupuncture and the taping. 白蛇吐信，白蛇吐信，这是我的恩师，太极拳、太极剑的陈正雷陈大师，他就做白蛇吐信，这个像吐信一样，在郑奎山大师的那个针法里面也有这个白蛇吐信，这很传统的一个针刺手法，我用到这儿，也用到了taping technique， 所以说这个是 golf elbow， 用白蛇吐信来飞经走气气滞病所的 golf elbow， so using like a white snake show these tongues, so we can visualize how white snake showing the tongue, so this is quite strong treatment, and this is a technique for the acupuncture taping is quite strong and have a quite effective. Even for tennis elbow, for golf elbow, we're going to discussing later after to show this technique. 燕子啄泥 the swallow pick the mud. We can see this very quick technique. So like very quick technique, like the swallow, the bird, we can visualize the bird, how the wing, how to touch the skin, and this for swallows pick the mud, how the touch, light touch or gentle touch, or mild touch the needle, or mild touch the taping technique. I love those technique, and I would like to share with you. And tonight, this afternoon, 落花式 the flower falling forms, so like a flower falling, the 落花式 in the 内经传刺. So we can have a different tape technique, like a flower falling forms. That's a taping for a different technique for the gastrimia pain, for the neck pain, and the shortness for the neck. 斜飞式, so we can like a flying diagonally. So the taping and the needling is like a needle diagonally, 斜飞式. And 金刚倒坠, so those we can from this powerful warrior pound the mortar. So from this visualize, we can for the abdominal, buttock, the hips, the things have a rich muscle area. So we can both needling and the taping. So the taping like a pounding percussion. So this area is the taping, is a powerful taping. Is the 金刚倒坠. This is 陈氏太极拳的开示的启示的第二个叫金刚倒坠. 罗汉降龙, so those are the dragon 降龙, so we need insertion origin technique, so we can know straight needling the insertion origin. So there's like a 罗汉, like a Buddha, or Arhat, 降龙, the subdues the dragon. So real such a powerful both a needling and the taping technique. Those are the dry needling technique. So 玉女传说, this is needling, dry needling. If we have time for future, we can have an in-person seminar, so we can show how the 玉女传说, either jade, maiden, shuttle back and forth, and the needling, real like a 玉女传说. Such a beautiful name. I wish we can see in person to treating the neck pain and the lower back pain. So, 青龙 青龙转身. So we know this rotation, turning over. Blue dragon turns over. 青龙转身, both needling, so we can cross a border like a frozen shoulder, shoulder pain, the shoulder tears, and so those scapulary pain, 青龙转身, those are technique. 乌龙摆尾, so you can see that the tail dynamic, so swing the tail technique. This for the GB channel, IT band, or the knee pan, the lateral of the knee pan. So using the Wulong Bai Wei, the black dragon, swing the tail. We can visualize this dynamic technique.
刘教授，您是在 slide 20吗？
我现在在 slide， 稍等啊。
刚才
已经在 slide 30，已经 slide 31了，32了，现在
才看到，刚才您没有翻页啊。OK， 好，继续。
好，谢谢提醒我。这是凤凰点头 ，real not a powerful phoenix node it had, so the powerful the needling and the taping just like the phoenix node it had. So it's eagle and bear battle the wind. 这个就是我们的 traditional Chinese needling. The eagle and the bears battle the wheat. So we can show the left and right. The both sides is the bilateral taping and the bilateral needling. 也是我们中医的偶次，也是像这个一样，摘星换斗。So those for the nose, for the head pain, so we can pressure one side and get release attention another side. 我们中医针灸里头有谬次和拒次，在这里呢，我们 taping 也一样，是在对侧的in another side of the taping. 海底捞月 we can visualize a scoop the moon from under the sea. How under 19 夜叉探海 because of timing, so I quick review this 24 technique. 夜叉探海 there's a real the GB34 and they real go to the bottom of the feet. Spleen 4 and the kidney 1 for plantar fasciitis or lateral of the knee pain or ankle pain. And 磨盘剑, so those for the irregular bowel movement, like a milestone grounding the sword. 黑虎搜山, those another dry needling technique is the black tiger searching the mountains. So we're looking for the trigger point or looking for the pinpoint, the technique. So the shan means mountain, so we're really looking for the trigger point or they're looking for the pinpoint or nodule in the neck and the head. Or pelvic. So those in the pelvic, we consider this a mountain. So we need to search it and then needling, then give the tape. 海底翻花, this is the most beautiful acupuncture technique and called on the water flip all flower. So I show you the real for the 环跳 GB30. We can even visualize GB30, the sciatic piriformis, lower back pain, and so those are technique. And also for the knee pain, we need 8 directions. 也是我们另外一位老师，我学的9针法或者8针法，这个都在 GB30 或者是 Stomach 35，for the knee pain. And also for lower back pain, for blood 32, 我们八髎 to blood 34, 八髎 the areas really the needling improve the C bottom. We go to the deep of the C bottom to needling and the taping. We can see the 6th direction of the flower same needling will have those kind of technique. Amazing to see the result. I wish we can see in person to show and to share this excited technique. And it's a wonderful, wonderful dynamic needling and taping to treating the pain very quick. So 海底探针, that's very deep. Again, for the deep performance, for the deep so as the pain and the taping. 骨束盘根, so we can for the general aching, general pain, and very quick the time for the dynamic taping for elbow pain. There are 5 conditions we're going to share this evening, this afternoon. Number 1 is vagus laxity of the elbow, 就肘部外翻. Second is elbow hyperextension. Number 3 is auricular bursitis and the antennas elbow and the golf elbow. So those vagus laxity of elbow, 这个是肘部的外翻，经常出现在投掷运动员、标枪运动员、垒球、棒球运动员。我们看到这个we can see the throwing, throwing the ball, baseball, throwing the sport. So the taping and the needling. The needling, real the local needle, distal needle, and taping is the protect. Is protect or prohibit is from the laxity of the elbow. Second is the elbow hyperextension. The most happen in my clinic we see a lot is a young golf player. The overextend their elbow. The overextend the elbow, so they have injured pain. So hyperextension over 10 degree. The hyperextension over 10 degree. So the taping and the needling is facilitate the muscle or the channel. Real is the 3-in channel. We call the 小海 is the heart 3. We're using the 波草寻蛇. 波草寻蛇 we separate the grasses and finding the needle, finding the snake. This is a technique. So then use a taping to immobilize the extension muscles, immobilize the channel. In here, the heart channel, you all hand less in channel or hand J in channel. So those 鹰嘴 bursitis, auricular bursitis is overuse, is elbow bursitis. So we're using the spiral taping to use a spiral taping and along the meridian, along the yin meridian, which is Sanjiao meridian, to the J meridian, go to the spiral to taping to immobilize and protect the bursitis, to increase the circulation and reduce the pain.
Sorry to jump in, Professor. Please wrap up. You have 1 minute left.
All right. Thank you. So lateral is the tennis elbow and the golf elbow. We're talking the needling and and thank you very much. Any question?
I would love to have questions, and if we received anything, we certainly would be bothering you. And thank you so much for your time, and the names are wonderful. I happened to actually read Chen Zhenglei Dashi's biography years ago, and fantastic story. Thank you so much to bring us this token of your massive wisdom there, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zheng. Very much. I prepared a half-hour presentation, but only give me 15 minutes. It's okay. I will wish we can do more.
Yes, we should. This is fantastic, and unfortunately, I'm also being tasked to. I'm actually actively taking notes. Tasked to control the time.
great control time. I wish I can share more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. See you next time soon. And thank you for the effort to co-host this TCM Acupuncture Week. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, so I am the co-moderator today, Arika, in case because of the long event. So without further ado, I will be introducing 4 more experts from Hong Kong SAR, and they're all wonderful ladies, some researchers, but a couple of them are actually dual registrant with the Hong Kong SAR as well as mainland China. So let's welcome Dr. Yuan Yuan. She's a graduate from the China Academy of Dr. Yuan Yuan, are you online? Is that a sign we go back to more Tai Chi taping? Thank you for jumping on. So it is the floor is open to you, and we can see your screen perfectly. Thank you.
I'm so glad that it's the 3rd year I'm invited to discuss the information about food therapy in traditional Chinese medicine. My speech title is Eating Wisely, Culture of Food Therapy and Life Nurturing for Women in the Condition of COVID-19. The talk has 3 parts. Part 1 is overview of food therapy and life nurturing. I will introduce the concept, effect, and principle of food therapy and life nurturing. In the second part, I will share some recipes to deal with long COVID syndrome. In the third part, you will know some specific diet recommendations in different stages of women's life, such as menstruation, pregnant, and menopause. Well, let's begin. Part 1 is the overview of food therapy and life nurturing. First of all, we should know some concepts. Life nurturing is to use traditional way to promote health, prevent disease, and enhance longevity. It's also called health preservation. The methods contain qigong, meditation, etc. Food therapy is one of the life nurturing methods. Is to use the characteristics of food to regulate body physical functions under traditional Chinese medicine guidance. In traditional Chinese medicine, food is more than provide us energy and nutrient. More important, it can correct body disharmony by using its own character. In this level, food has the medical function. We call it homology of medicine and food. There are 3 food effects in traditional Chinese medicine. The first one is to replenish qi and blood, to tonify viscera and bowels. That means to increase the healthy element in our body. For example, tremella can tonify qi and engender fluid. Chinese yam can notify the spleen and replenish qi. The second one is to treat excess by purgation and eliminating the pathogenic factors. That means to drive the unhealthy element out of body. The example are like Ho can promote digestion, remove food retention, and coexceed can induce diuresis to alleviate edema. The third function is to modulate yin and yang, such as mutton can warm and tonify yang, lily bulbs can enrich yin. There are 4 ways to benefit in food therapy. The first one is warm tonification in the lower left corner. It means to use food to increase yang in body and warm body. Dried longan and Chinese state belong to warm tonification food. In the upper right corner, we see cool tonification. It means to use food to increase yin or decrease yang fire in body and make body feel cool or calm. Bitter gourd and watermelon belong to this kind. If a food is not warm nor cool, it belongs to neutral supplementation, such as honey and yam. This kind of food always can tonify qi and blood. If the disharmony is too obvious, we can use the method of drastic supplementation. It's like to use mutton with spice to warm yang qi, to use soft-shell turtle to tonify yin. Well, we know different foods have different characteristics, but how to distinguish them? We can differentiate them from 5 flavors, 4 qi, and meridian entries. 5 flavors are the 5 tastes of food or drugs. They represent the basic actions acting on our body of the food or drugs. The first flavor is sourness. Smoked plum using 4 plum syrup, lemon, and whole are sour tastes. The function of sour food is astringent. It could arrest these charges due to insecure healthy qi and declined visceral function, which means it can help to decrease unnecessary sweating, relieve hyperuresis, and mild diarrhea. Bitter gourd, cyrus leaf, leaf mustard all have bitter taste. It could clear heat, purge fire, and detoxify. Try to use them when you have acne, yellow urine, or feel annoyed. It's obvious that maltose, Chinese state, pumpkin are sweet. In traditional Chinese medicine, sweetness can tonify healthy qi and relax tension. So when someone feels tired or has mild abdominal pain, if we know there is no organic disease, we can use sweet food to relieve the discomfort. Pungency food, or we say spicy food, can induce interior disease moving out of the body, regulate and move qi. We can use them to treat common cold. Green Chinese onion, garlic, and ginger belong to this kind. Salty food can help to soften harness and dissipate binds, relax the bowels. It contains nori, seaweed, and turtle shell. 4 qi means the 4 basic properties of food or drugs: cold, hot, warmth, and coolness. The cool and warm here are not represent the temperature. If we say a food is cold or cool, it means the food can clear heat, purge fire, and detoxify in traditional Chinese medicine. The food can make us feel cool and calm. The representative cold food contains watermelon and mung bean. Cool food contains duck egg and tofu. Also, warm and hot food can dissipate cold and assist yang to make us feel warm. Warm food contains chicken and green Chinese onion. Chili and cinnamon are both hot food. The next classification method is meridian entry. is the orientation of food or medicine acting according to the meridian on which the therapeutic action is manifested. There are two ways to classify the food into meridian. One is according to the flavor. Sour food is first act on liver meridian. Bitter food is first act on heart meridian. Sweet food is mainly act on spleen meridian. Long meridian is the target of spicy food, and salty food is mainly act on kidney meridian. Another one is according to the food function. For example, watermelon and white radish can engender stomach fluid. Ginger and cinnamon can enhance appetite. They all go into stomach meridian. Goji and animal liver can tonify the liver blood to improve eyesight. Leaf mustard can clear liver fire to improve eyesight. These foods all go into liver meridian. Now we know the food characteristics. How to eat food properly. The first principle is to harmonize 5 flavors. It means we'd better not have a partiality for a particular kind of food. This Chinese code says we should take different cereal as nutrient, take different fruits as assistance, take different meats as beneficial ingredients, take different vegetables as supplement to get balanced nutrition. The second principle is eating regularly and moderately. Don't starve yourself or eat too full. Then we must pay attention to dietetic hygiene to avoid foodborne diseases. The next is we'd better eat proper food according to the right location, right timing, and fit our body constitution. It's like if someone is lack of yin and easy to get flush or thirsty, then he'd better not to eat too much spicy food. After we know the basic information about food therapy, now we can move to the second part, food therapy to deal with long COVID syndrome in women. Benefit from N91 mask and air purifier. I'm luckily not infected by the virus. But from those who were suffered from COVID and clinical researchers, I know besides acute fever, sore throat, the sequelae of COVID are also very annoying. We also call them long COVID syndrome. In women, here are the common symptoms, including fatigue, breath shortness, low vision, chest pain, brain fog, hair loss, hypomenorrhea, and joint pain. In traditional Chinese medicine, the mechanism contributing to the symptoms is called healthy qi deficiency and pathogen obsession. If someone has fatigue and shortness of breath, we should tonify qi to relieve them. We can take yam porridge with huangqi, or cook chicken soup with 五指毛桃. Low vision is another common symptom after the infection. We need to tonify liver incense to improve eyesight. Pork liver broth with wolfberry leaf and wolfberry chamomile tea are both good choices. We always attribute bring fork to clear yang qi was failed to ascend. So we can take chicken soup with shengma, baizhu, fuling, or easily make some gegan mint tea to ascend yang qi to clear our mind. If you are troubled by hair loss, you can try 2-3 black porridge, which is made by black soybean, black sesame, and black rice, and sesame walnut candy to tonify essence and blood. A lot of women complained they had delayed menorrhea or hypomenorrhea after infection. To deal with these situations, we need to tonify blood. Dangui is the great choice to tonify blood. We can choose recipes containing dangui, such as mutton soup with dangui and ginger, or use ready-to-cook 四物 soup bases to make black bone chicken soup. Joint pain is another common discomfort. We can stewed pork spine with 杜仲 and 续段, or put some chestnut when we cook rice to tonify the liver and kidney. In the third part, I will share some specific diet recommendations in different stages of women's life. Firstly, we should know the physiological feature in different stages of women. Now, we see the menstrual physiology in traditional Chinese medicine. There are 4 conditions in menstruation. In pre-menstrual period, both yin and yang are exuberant. Women are easy to be cross. In menstruation, extreme yang began to converse to yin. Yin grows in post-menstrual period, and in ovulatory period, yang starts to grow from extreme yin. When women get pregnant, yin and blood are used to tonify breast to prepare milk production and pour downward to nourish fetus. These changes may lead to several conditions, such as keeping essential qi in uterus will result in amenorrhea. Deficiency of qi and blood will lead to fatigue and mild dizziness. Stomach qi falling to bear downward can cause nausea and vomit. Yin-yang qi and blood disharmony will cause further metabolic disorder, such as thyroid dysfunction, carbohydrate or lipid metabolic disorder. There are 2 conditions after giving birth. Easy to have deficiency pattern will cause fatigue, fear of cold or heat, profuse sweating or spontaneous sweating. Easy to have blood stasis pattern will lead to abdominal pain, lochia, and depressive thoughts. When women step in menopause stage, kidney yin and kidney yang are both deficient. It will cause a bunch of symptoms. Now, let's look at the specific diet recommendations. For menstruation adjust, in premenstrual period, we can take rose or chamomile tea to relieve irritable mood and to use danshen tea to prevent acne. If someone has painful menstruation, we can use cinnamon and ginger tea, whole honey tea, or mutton soup with angelica and ginger to relieve the pain. If you have mild diarrhea during menstruation, you can take white hyacinth bean porridge with yam and stewed pork stripe with lotus seed to strong your spleen and stomach. It's easy to feel fatigue in post-menstrual period because of qi deficiency. We can take yam porridge with huang qi or chicken soup with wu zhi mao tao to nourish qi. Ovulatory period is the important time for getting pregnant. The key point is to active blood move to facilitate ovulation. Steamed walnut with yellow rice wine and chicken soup with danshen, dangui, and xiangfu both have this efficacy. Then we can see the suggestion for pregnant women from early middle time to late pregnancy. There are several routine suggestions for women in early pregnancy. The most important one is folic acid. Lack of folic acid may lead to neural tube defects, bifid spine. Folic acid is abundant in green vegetable, fruit, and animal liver, but it's not enough just to rely on natural food. So women should take folic acid supplements 400 microgram per day at least 3 months before pregnant. Another important element is iron. Lack of iron may lead to premature birth, low birth weight of newborn, and pregnant women may not gain enough weight. Iron is abundant in red meat, animal liver, and animal blood. Vitamin C facilitates iron absorption. Fried pork liver with green pepper and fried dog blood with leek are good choices to replenish iron. Iodine is also very important for pregnant women. It's necessary to thyroid function, which related to the intelligence development. Iodine in iodized salt is not enough for pregnant women, especially in iodine deficient area. So pregnant women should take at least 1 meal with rich iodination food per week. We can choose mussel, kelp, and seaweed. We know that women in early pregnant stage are easy to have nausea or vomiting. She can take ginger rice porridge for spleen insufficiency pattern, or take dried orange peel ginger tea for liver qi invading the stomach pattern. Women can replenish DHA after mid-pregnancy from natural food. DHA is good for fetal brain and retina development. It's abundant in deep-sea fish like codfish, hairtail, sorry, and yellow croaker. It's better to eat deep-sea fish meal 2 to 3 times per week. Another important one is calcium. Lack of calcium is bad for blood pressure control in pregnant women and may lead to fetal rickets and fetal soft score. Pregnant women should take at least 500 milliliter milk per day. Constipation is the common symptom occurs in pregnant women. If someone has normal faces but needs too much straining to evacuate, she could take sweet potato porridge or honey milk. Dry faces is always ascribed to yin deficiency. We can use pine nut sugar or hemp seed porridge to relieve. After giving birth, there is the full 42-day puerperal stage. It can be divided into 3 parts. The first week focus on expelling. The importance of second week is regulating to harmony. From the third week to the end, we focus on tonifying. In the first week, facilitating the exclusion of lochia and uteral contraction is important, and there is no need to promote milk production through diet. If so, it may lead to mammary gland blockage. Lean pork soup with angelica and ginger and milk porridge with brown sugar are suitable. In the second week, we may eat some food to promote milk production, but still need to avoid high-fat diet. We can take crucian and bean curd soup and black bean and sesame porridge to regulate the liver and supplement the kidney. From the third week, we can tonify tea and replenish blood, which lost in labor, milk secretion, and sweating in the first 2 weeks. New mom may take hen soup with red juju and yam, and pork trotter soup with tongcao to promote milk production. The last part is about food suggestion for menopausal women. Since kidney yin and yang deficiency is the main cause of the series of symptoms, we should enrich the kidney yin and yang. If someone has hot flashes or vaginal dryness, she could take steamed soft-shell turtle with goji, duck soup with mung bean, and winter warm summer herb. If someone is upset about headache, insomnia, or memory loss, she can try ginkgo tremala, sweet soup and stewed pigeons with tianma and seed of white jujube. Anxiety and depression can be relieved by ganmai, Chinese state kongji, goji, chamomile tea, and rose crasp. Women with osteoporosis can take stewed pork kidney with duzhong, walnut and sea cucumber soup with mushroom. And also, don't forget milk and vitamin D. Well, this is what I want to share with you. Thank you for listening.
Okay, exactly on the dot. Do we have the second presenter? Dr. Bai Li Tao, sorry. So it seems like our Hong Kong SAR presenters have prepared videos. There you go. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to introduce myself here. I'm Bai Li Tao from Department of Chinese Medicine, the second affiliated hospital of Chongqing Medical University. Today, we will talk about traditional Chinese medicine treatment of subclinical hypothyroidism. We will discuss the following content. A thyroid is a gland. Now, what is gland? Glands are structures in the body that produce and release specific substance. There are two types of gland, exocrine gland and endocrine gland. Exo comes from the word exocrine, means out. As the name suggests, exocrine gland produce substances that are released on the surface of blood. Example of some exocrine glands are sweat glands and salivary glands. Endo from the word endocrine means in. Endocrine glands synthesize hormone for release into the bloodstream. Hormone in the blood carry chemical messages that stimulating certain parts of the body. Hormone are essentially delivering message to different organs of the body so that they can carry out certain actions. There are quite a few endocrine glands in the body, as you can see here. But in this presentation, we will focus on the thyroid gland, which is a butterfly-shaped gland located in the throat area, and see how this tiny little gland is essential for life. It plays an important role in growth, brain and development, and regulation metabolism. The thyroid gland also influences energy consumption, body temperature, mood, concentration, heart rate, nervous system function, digestive function, and muscle. Hypothyroidism is the common clinical condition of thyroid hormone deficiency, and if left untreated, can lead to serious adverse health effects on multiple organ systems, with the cardiovascular system as the most robustly studied target. Subclinical hypothyroidism is a condition of elevated TSH with normal FT4. Patients with subclinical hypothyroidism are more prone to depressive symptoms, decreased quality of life, cognitive function, and memory loss than those with normal thyroid function. In addition, thyroid hormones have a variety of complex effects on the heart, blood vessels, bone, and brain. Patients with subclinical hypothyroidism show a higher risk of hypolipidemia, hypothyroidism symptoms, and cardiovascular events. The treatment of subclinical hypothyroidism remains controversial. In general, a TSH cutoff level of 10 is used to distinguish between mild and more severe subclinical hypothyroidism. While most experts recommend levothyroxine therapy in patients with subclinical hypothyroidism with TSH level of greater than 10, there is lack of consensus on whether patients with mild subclinical hypothyroidism with TSH level less than 10 should be treated. A Cochrane systematic review showed that levothyroxine replacement therapy in patients with subclinical hypothyroidism did not improve survival or reduce cardiovascular morbidity. Data on health-related quality of life and symptoms show that no significant difference between the intervention groups. excessive levothyroxine intervention may cause disease. Therefore, most patients with mild subclinical hypothyroidism are recommended for follow-up observation. However, patients often complain of depression, fatigue, cognitive function, or other hypothyroid symptoms. In addition, under increasing health awareness and among patients, mild subclinical hypothyroidism that has not been treated tends to aggravate the patient's anxiety and depression. As a result, many patients seek Chinese herbal medicine for treatment. In addition, attempts has been made to provide Chinese medicine treatment in patients with mild subclinical hypothyroidism. Prevalence estimated from the general population typically do not distinguish between cause of primary hypothyroidism and depends on several factors, including the population studied and the definition used, for example, whether subclinical hypothyroidism is included. In the United States of America, National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey data show a prevalence of hypothyroidism, both overt and subclinical, of 4.6%. Study has indicated a high prevalence rate of subclinical hypothyroidism in the United States, range from 3% to 19% in adult population, with higher rate among women and the elderly. Another study showed that the prevalence rate of untreated subclinical hypothyroidism in Spain was 4.6. A cross-sectional study of 10 cities in China reported that the number of patients with subclinical hypothyroidism increased from 3.2% to 16.7% in the past decades. In adults, the most common symptoms of hypothyroidism include fatigue, lethargy, constipation, cold intolerance, weight gain, sound change, and dry skin. In severe cases, the absence of treatment can result in mortality. Hypothyroidism, sometimes referred to as a silent disease because early symptoms may be so mild that a person does not realize anything is wrong. If hypothyroidism remains untreated, the symptoms may become more noticeable and severe. This can lead to confusion and mental disorder, breathing difficulty, heart problem, fluctuations in body temperature, and death. Primary hypothyroidism is a common disorder worldwide with iodine deficiency and Hashimoto thyroiditis as the principal cause. Other less common causes of primary hypothyroidism, including congenital, drug-related, and iatrogenic. Autoimmune disease. The immune disease normally protects the body against bacteria and virus invaders. The autoimmune hypothyroidism, the immune system attacks cells in the thyroid gland. This interferes with their ability to make thyroid hormone. Autoimmune thyroiditis can begin suddenly, but more commonly develops slowly over years. The most common forms are Hashimoto thyroiditis and atrophic thyroiditis. Surgical removal of parts or all of the thyroid gland. If the whole thyroid is removed, hypothyroidism is definite possibility. However, if only part of the thyroid is removed, the remaining parts may work well enough to keep thyroid hormone blood level normal. Alternatively, the remaining part of the thyroid may not make enough thyroid hormone to keep blood level normal, which could lead to the hypothyroidism. Virus and bacteria. Infection that depress thyroid hormone production usually cause hypothyroidism. Hypothyroiditis is an inflammation of the thyroid gland, usually caused by autoimmune attack or by a viral infection. Thyroiditis can make the thyroid release its whole supply of storage thyroid hormone into the blood at once, causing brief hyperthyroidism. Once all of the stored hormone has been released, the thyroid becomes underactive. Almost all patients with viral thyroiditis recover their thyroid function, but about 1/4 of patients with autoimmune thyroiditis has permanent hypothyroidism. Some drugs are most likely to trigger hypothyroidism in patients who have a genetic tendency to autoimmune thyroid disease. It is also possible that treatment can cause hypothyroiditis. Too little or too much iodine. Proper thyroid hormone production is good with a balanced iodine intake. The occurrence of disease is related to the three organs of liver, spleen, and kidney. Traditional Chinese medicine has a complete theoretical system, and its uniqueness lies in the overall views of human is an integral part of nature. Human are considered to be an integral part of nature, which is composed of two kinds of substance, yin and yang. Yin and yang are mutually opposed and interdependent and are constantly moving and changing. Traditional Chinese medicine holds that all tissues and organs of human body are in a unified body, which is interrelated and interact both physiological and pathologically. As a valuable medical treatment, traditional Chinese medicine is beneficial to many people currently. The essences of traditional Chinese medicine lies in treatment based on the differentiation of disease syndromes. Currently, many traditional Chinese medicine doctors regard traditional Chinese medicine as a basic or complementary therapy for patients with thyroid disease. Chinese herbal medicine may improve the symptoms of hypothyroidism and is usually prescribed for patients. The occurrence of disease is related to the three organs of liver, spleen, and kidney. Patients often complain of depression, fatigue, cognitive function, or other hypothyroid symptoms. Many patients seek Chinese herbal medicine for treatment. Chinese medicine has a long history of treatment in patients with thyroid disease. Over a period of thousands of years, Chinese medicine has accumulated rich experience and numerous drugs to target thyroid disease. In the 3rd century BC, traditional Chinese medicine doctors record some typically symptoms of thyroid dysfunction and named the disease Yin disease. In the Sui dynasty, a Chinese medicine book, the 诸病源候论, indicated that thyroid disease is related to regional factors and the patient's mental state. In the Tang dynasty, iodine-containing herbal Chinese medicine was used to treat patients with iodine deficiency goiter. Currently, traditional Chinese medicine is widely used to treat patients with thyroid disease in China. Some study reported the therapeutic effects of traditional Chinese medicine in patients with thyroid disease. In the treatment of hypothyroidism, Chinese herbal medicine has been used in combination with levothyroxine therapy to relieve the symptoms of patients' discomfort. 半夏厚朴 decoction, a formula comprised of multiple herbs such as 半夏、厚朴、紫苏、茯苓、生姜, is a frequently prescribed traditional Chinese medicine in patients with mild subclinical hypothyroidism. Based on traditional Chinese medicine theory, it can improve the symptoms of depression, fatigue, and subclinical hypothyroidism. 金匮要略 by the reputed traditional Chinese medicine doctor Zhang Zhongjing of Han Dynasty stated that a 半夏厚朴 decoction could be used to improve depression and throat discomfort. An in vivo study reported that 半夏厚朴 decoction can increase the anti-stress effect. 逍遥散 consists of 炙甘草、当归、茯苓、白术、白芍、柴胡、薄荷、生姜. It has anti-depression-like effects. 补中益气 decoction comes from the treatise on spleen and stomach written by Li Dongyuan, a member of the 4 greater doctors of the Jin and Yuan period. 补中益气汤 is composed of 黄芪、人参、白术、炙甘草、当归、陈皮、生马、柴胡、生姜、大枣. It is a classical prescription that has been characterized as an valuable medicine for the treatment of traditional Chinese medicine spleen qi deficiency. 金匮肾气皮 is composed of 甘地黄、山茱萸、山药、泽泻、茯苓、丹皮、桂枝、附子. 金匮肾气皮 which is also termed as 八味肾气丸 is prescribed first mentions in the Asian literature 金匮要略. Its basic indication includes symptoms caused by yang deficiency in the kidney system, such as weakness in the lower extremities, chills, frequent urination, back pain, diarrhea, cold in the extremities, and edema. Based on traditional Chinese medicine theory, it can improve the symptoms of depression, fatigue, hypothyroidism. Finally, traditional Chinese medicine has a good therapeutic effect on subclinical hypothyroidism. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, a momentary pause there. 係咪好多講廣東話嘅同學喺線度？喺線頭。
廣東話同埋國語都得啊，鍾小姐啊，接落嚟係嗰個李博士啊。
係啦，我見到李博士啦 ，perfect. So Dr. Lee, since you're online. You have a beautiful English name.
And you can hear me clear, right?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
absolutely. Are you going to share
It's
screen?
clear, right? Yes.
Yes.
So I can share now, right?
Oh yes, absolutely. And then that means you
Okay,
have
okay,
a little
okay.
bit of extra time. You're running early.
Wait a minute. Let me find.
No rush at all.
Okay. So you can see my screen now, right?
Yes, correct. And if you don't mind, to make it full screen, please.
Yeah. So how about now?
Not yet
It's
turned.
all screen.
Yes, perfect. You may start,
Okay.
Dr. Li.
Okay. Sorry. Let me go back to the first page. Okay. So thank you for the invitation, and I'm going to talk about the pediatric trainer in this class, and in this talk. Okay. So constipation is a common disorder of the bowel movements. And so not only adults suffer from the constipation, so actually the prevalence is quite high among the children and elders. So for example, and there was studies show that 28.8% of the preschool children in Hong Kong have constipation. And also some long-term studies report that 30 to 52% of the children suffer from constipation. They have symptoms last for 5 years or more. And 25% of them might have the symptoms continue to adult. But 90 to 95% of the children's constipation is actually functional. That means it is not caused by the structural cause or some other the medical conditions or medications, and these can be excluded. So it is merely caused by improper functioning of the digestive system. And children's functional constipation, they can be caused by many factors, such as the insufficient fiber or liquid diet, or lack of physical exercise, or change of the environment. Like for example, when children, they first go to the kindergartens or schools, and many of them take time to adapt to the new environment. And during this period, and they may become very tense and nervous, and this can lead to the symptom of the constipation. And also the improper toilet training is also a common factor. So if you have the delay or insufficient training, or lack of guidance, lack of support, or if the child they have the negative experience, or they get too much pressure in toilet training, and they can become fear or anxious, and that could lead to the constipation as well. And the child will try to avoid or withhold the defecation. And also improper positioning in toilet training could also be an important factor. And the children's constipation is often associated with the poor appetite, which may cause the poor nutrition intake, and even the slow growth of the child. And the children may also show emotional or behavior problems, and they can be very sensitive and irritable, and they can be like easily angry or unhappy. And according to some research study, 35 to 57% of the children suffer from constipation, have behavior issues. And children have ASD and ADHD, and they are more likely to have the functional constipation than children in the same age. For example, the Yan Cha Hospital in Hong Kong, and they did some investigation in 2016, and they found that 60% of the children they serve suffer from constipation, and 17% among these children they have less than 70% among these children, and they have less than 3 times of defecation each week. And over 50% of their caregivers are very worried that this constipation could lead to the emotional or behavior issues. The common treatments for constipation are usually the diet therapy or catheteric drug. But diet therapy could be very difficult for children, while the catheteric drug, they always have certain extent of the side effects or drug dependence. So compared to this, the pediatric trainer of TCM is an nice therapy because it is very easy to implement, and it is not invasive and has very few side effects and highly effective. And the frequent touch on children can promote the connection of the parents and children. And also the TCM pediatric trainer is rather different from children's massage from other medical systems. And there are many specialized points and body parts we use, such as Banmen, so which is in the procedure in today. And it is the Banmen is indeed a Vienna eminence of children. And in TCM theories, the Banmen is very effective in promoting the function of spleen and stomach and relieving many digestive symptoms. And there are many special skills in TCM pediatric trainer, such as Nieji, which is to pinch up the muscles on both sides of the spine. It helps to promote the open functioning of children and promote the immune function and growth. And many children's issues could be treated by some simple procedures on hands, on lower arms, etc. But our procedure are mainly focused on the body trunk and limb. And in 2018, the School of Chinese Medicine in Hong Kong University we did a study with Yan Chai Hospital in Hong Kong, which I participate. We recruit 79 children, and they have functional constipation from kindergartens and childcare center in Yan Chai Hospital, and we treat them with the TCM pediatric trainer routine. And our inclusive criteria was based on the room diagnostic criteria for functional constipation, which are they have twice or fewer defecation each week, or at least one complete defecation, or they may have the history of withholding defecation, or history of the some painful and difficult movements, or history of the fecal obstruction or blockage, or they may have history of the lumpy or hard stool, and sometimes have some trace of blood. And children in this we record, and they have at least 2 of these conditions. And many children also suffer from some related symptoms, such as some belly pain and bloating. And after the treatment for 3 times a week for 4 weeks, most of them show significant improvement, such as increased defecation, improved stool quality, and reduced pain in belly and during defecation. And 84% of the caregivers said that their children show improvement in appetite and also the emotion and behavior. And after the study, we did a workshop and to teach the parents and caregivers to train them the whole procedure we use, and so they can help their children at home. So we're gonna introduce the whole procedure today. And this is the study result we have. So the whole protocol have 8 procedure. And before the procedure, we have to use some lotion or some baby oil and baby powder or some of the oil to help the whole procedure. And there are 8 steps. The first step is to rub the abdomen for 5 minutes. 揉起 and 天枢 to knead the navel and 天枢 point for 50 times. To 揉关元 knead the 关元 point for 50 times. And 捏脊 for 5 times. And 叉腰底部 to rub the lower back for 50 times. And 揉龟尾 to knead the龟尾 point for 50 times. And 按揉板门 to knead the 板门 for 30 times. And 按揉足三里 to knead 足三里 that's also for 30 times. Okay, we're gonna to talk a bit about the details in how to do the procedures. So the first movement is 摩腹 to rub the abdomen, rub the belly. So we have to place one hand on the belly and relax the palm. Then rub the entire belly in circular motion and clockwise direction. And the motion, it should be steady and continue. And since all of the digestive organs are in the belly, so to rub the belly help to promote the qi movement and overall digestive function and help the digestive symptoms. And this movement is very simple and easy to implement. And this movement alone, it can be very effective for some mild constipation. And the movement should last for 5 minutes. Then the second procedure, the second step, is to put the middle finger of one hand on the navel, and then the index finger and ring finger on 天枢 or 天枢 acupoints on both sides, and bend the finger a bit, and then knead the acupoint in circular and clockwise motion. And the movement of the fingers, it should be in synchronized. And so the navel is also called 神阙, which is an acupoint of 任脉, the conception channel. It helps to regulate and tune up the overall qi movement inside the body. And 天枢, the ST25, the acupoint is the acupoint for stomach channel, and also the 目穴 for the large intestine. So it is about 2 to 3 fingers apart from the navel. When we measure with fingers, we talk about the children's fingers. It's not our own fingers. And both acupoints, they can be used to promote the function of spleen and stomach and help all the digestive symptoms. And constipation is a very common symptom of that. Okay, the first step is to knead 关元, 揉关元. So in this step, we place our lower palm of one hand at the lower belly of the child, and on top of the acupoint 关元. And so during the procedure, you have to use the heel of the palm to to knit in clockwise and circular motion and use medium force. The Guanyuan acupoint, RN4, is an acupoint of 任脉, also the 木穴 of small intestine. And it is 3 to 4 fingers right below the navel. We also talk about the child's finger here. And Guanyuan, this acupoint is supplement the qi and tune up the qi movement inside the body. So this movement is very important for the cases who have qi deficiency. Then the fourth step is 捏脊, spinal pinching. So for this movement, we use the thumb and index, and middle fingers of both hands to grab a small amount the soft tissues on the paraspinal muscle. And these muscles are beside the spine, on both sides of the spine. And pinch up to use your index fingers, middle fingers, and thumb. And try to use a firm but gentle pressure. Then roll the thumbs forward. And meanwhile, release the index and middle fingers and grab more muscle tissue again. We have to start the movement from the base of the spine and move upward in straight line to the neck on both sides of 大椎 point. So this movement is along the bladder channel, the 膀胱经. So as many of you know, and there are a series of acupoints in this channel, and these points correspond to all the internal organs, connect with all the 脏腑. So this procedure, it has the stimulating effect on all these acupoints, and it is very effective skill for tune up the overall internal function of the child. It not only help the constipation, but it also help the nutrition intake and promote the growth of the child, and also help help them to be stronger and have stronger immune function. And in this movement, we need to be skillful in the procedure because many children, they feel nervous when they first experience 捏脊, and some small children may cry, but usually after several times, and so after they adapt to the movement, and some children will start to like the movement and request for it. And then the fifth step is 叉腰底, to rub the lower back. In this movement, we have to use the heel of the palm to rub the lower back of the child in a straight line. It's about from the 命门 acupoint, from DU4 to the end of the tailbone. And the movement, it should be light and quick, and also to proceed in a fast frequency. So after the procedure, the skin of the child should be warm or even hot. And please be noted that we have to use oil in this movement, the lubricating agent for this procedure. So otherwise, the children's skin could be damaged. And the function of this movement is to help the descending of the qi. And the sixth step is 揉龟尾, to knit the 龟尾 point. In this movement, we have to place the tip of the middle finger at the end of the tailbone and knit in clockwise and circular motion. And this point is called 龟尾 in pediatric 推拿, but it is actually the acupoint 长强, so which is the first acupoint in Dumai, the governor channel. And this procedure has a stimulation effect for this point. and it helps the descending of the qi and help the symptoms relate to functioning of the large intestine and anus. And the seventh movement is kneading Banmen. So we need to hold the children's hand up, the palm up, and place your thumb on Banmen point and press and knead in a circular motion. And for this movement, we have to use a medium force, and you may proceed on the child's left hand first, and then the right hand, or you may proceed on both hands at the same time. So as I mentioned, the Banmen is a frequently used point in pediatric trainer. It is related to the spleen and stomach and very effective for all the digestive symptoms or syndromes of children. And then the last movement is 按揉足三里. We place the thumb on the acupoint 足三里, the SD36, and that's to move for 30 times. And so we also to press and knead in circular motion, and we have to use medium force. And you may proceed on the child's left leg first, and then the right leg, or proceed on both legs together at the same time. So 足三里 is about 4 fingers below the knee joint still, and we are talking about the child's fingers here. And this is the acupoint of stomach channel and helps to promote the function of the digestive system. So so that's effective for all kinds of the symptom of this system. So this is the detailed procedure of the 8 procedures. And so the first step, the 模糊, is for 5 minutes. And the second step, 揉起 and 天枢, for 50 times. And the third movement, 揉关元, that's for 50 times. And the fourth step, 捏脊, we do the whole thing for 5 times. And 叉腰底部, and that's also for 50 times. And 揉龟尾, and that's also for 50 times. And for the last 2 movements, 按揉板门, 按揉足三里, and both of them are for 30 times. So at the end, I'm going to show you a short video. But before that, we're going to talk a bit about the mechanism. So in TCM theory, the constipation is mainly result from the stagnation and retention in bowels. Also the abnormal qi movement. So the qi ascending and qi descending is not normal. And that can be caused by like different factors, includes the excessive or deficient factors. And the spleen also have important influence in the mechanism. So the principle to treat the children's constipation is to turn up the qi movement inside the body and promote the spleen and bowel functioning. So in this procedure, and the whole procedure is developed on this principle. And all the acupoints and body parts we use are either effective for promoting the spleen and bowel functioning, or for qi movement. So since we have some time left, I'm going to show you a longer video, and that's what we produce after the study to help to train the parents and caregivers. And there is some explanation here, and that's in Cantonese. I'm going to show you the video now. And can you see the video?
Can you click open?
Quick open?
Yeah, no video yet.
Oh, no video? So you can't see the video, right?
No, not yet.
No? Okay.
You see the
maybe
link?
I share the other screen.
Yes.
I share the other screen.
Thank you.
I'll click the PowerPoint file first, and then I go to the video. Okay. And can you see it now? The screen?
There's usually like a few seconds delay. So far it's still your PowerPoint. Okay, now we see, I believe it should work. Thank you.
直接跳出来呀。
Is it possible to raise the volume a little bit?
點解唔擺喺你面前嘅咧？
呢個本啊嘛，陣間裝垃圾啊嘛。哇！特別嗰個，你攞埋落嚟。
即係咪我洗手間㗎
？230618，唔該閂下你嘅咪啊，唔該。230618。
我個廁所。
Thank you. Lý医师，您也可以同步讲解。Sorry, Dr. Lee.
Sorry?
Dr. Lee?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, we can't quite hear the audio.
Okay.
You can just casually, briefly, and talk with the video while your mic is on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe let's see. Let me try again. Maybe I stop the sharing first and try to adjust the voice from some other setting or something. Audio setting. Okay. I'm sorry.
No stress at all. It happens. It's Zoom.
Okay.
We're very good with time, so no sweat, no sweat.
Okay, now I'm going to share again. Okay, we have to use some lubricant. So the child has to lay on a the massage bed or somewhere flat and hard with support. We have to use some lubricants such as the lotion or oil to avoid the friction and cause damage. The first step, morpho. The child lay face up. So use the navel as the center and relax your palm and stick on the skin of the child and use gentle force. The force should not be too strong and just use the light force. So you have to let the child feel relaxed. The second step, to knead the navel and tianshu. The child lay face up. Use the fingers to knead gently. You have to bend the fingers a bit. So for this movement, you have to press a little bit and use the medium force to do in the circular and clockwise motion. And be careful of your nails. Repeat for 50 times. The first step, 按揉关元. The child lay face up and use the lower part of your palm to put on top of the guanyuan point. So you have to, your hand should be stable on the point and use the gentle but medium force to move in the clockwise and circular motion. The fourth step, nieji. The child lay face down. So for this movement, we have to use the oil.
听到我不？听到我不啊？听到我不？
Okay, for the fifth step, the child lay face down, and you have to use the lubricant for this movement. Your movement should be light and quick. Repeat for 50 times. Your movement should be continued. And the sixth step, 揉龟尾. The child lay face down. Use the middle finger. Press a little bit and move in circular and clockwise direction. Also repeat for 50 times. The 7 steps, 按揉板门. You should press on the 板门 point. Use a bit of the force, so you have to use the medium force and move in circular motion. And be careful of your nails. And the last step, we press our thumb on the child's Zusanli. And we have to press a bit and use medium force and move in circular motion. And also be careful of your nail. And repeat for 30 times. And this is our the procedure for children's constipation. And so you can see it's quite simple and very easy. So so I hope you can all have a try. And this is why I want to introduce in this talk. And it's finished. Yeah, and thank you.
Okay, hi. Oh, I can be heard. I wasn't able to unmute myself properly. Thank you so much, Dr. Lee, for the informative sharing, and then the video is fantastic. And also just remind us, because it's a good reminder for us to keep very short nails. Okay, we are actually ahead of time. We have 4 more minutes. Any participants in the forum here could perhaps have one opportunity for one question for Dr. Lee. Anyone?
Any question? No.
No? No questions? You're just being let go so easily?
Okay, try at home. Yeah.
Yes, we will.
Simple and easy. Yeah, it's very simple and easy. And so all we can try. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you for the help and invitation. Bye. Bye.
So next we have Dr. Tang Wei-ying or Tang Wei-ying. I'm not sure if it's going to be a pre-recorded lecture or it will be an in-person presentation such as Dr. Lee just gave us. Fantastic, also perfect time management. Appreciate that. Do we have Dr. Tang or?
Yes, hello everyone. I am on.
Sorry.
Okay, I am Monica. Yeah, you can call me Monica.
Great.
Can you see my share screen? Yeah.
A way of keeping good health in traditional Chinese medicine. Would that would be your main presentation today?
Yeah, just a little sharing on that. Yeah. So very happy to have can be in this forum to share more with you. Like I'm like, let me introduce my background a little bit. I'm a TCM doctor, like working in private clinic in Hong Kong. Yeah, and then usually I do some sharing and talk to the general public in to keep and to educate them more on TCM and the method in keeping good health. So like I think in the first step, like to know more about TCM, we have to like put on another glasses to see this whole piece of treasure. In TCM, like based on my own experience, I grew up in Hong Kong, and then during my studies, I never get any contact with TCM, the content in TCM. So like right now, during my private practice, and I was often being asked by my patient that what is cold, what is fire, those different questions, and then we have to explain to them. Actually, I think actually this basic principle is a good touching point to teach those students in primary school or in high school to know more about their body constitution or the basic theory in TCM. Yeah, so like let's think about how those people, the old ancient people, how they look around the world. During in the past, they don't have cell phone, they don't have any television or any that many entertainment that we have nowadays. So like they have a better living pattern. They work like in Chinese in China, they often work as farmers. Yeah, they do agriculture, so like they follow the natural pattern very well. Yeah, so basically this is a very important book that I think everyone knows. The 黄帝内经, the Yellow Emperor, is a very important book. It's also a very fundamental Chinese classic that makes the basic. I think a very important part is the first chapter, the chapter 1 on the heavenly truth of ancient time, 上古天真论. I think the key to in this chapter, the book covers 3 essential aspects. Yeah, first of the so like yeah, basically with diving talents, he was like good at very clever, very smart kid, and during his travel, very quickly
Dr. Wei Ying Tang, are you there? You still there? She's offline。
鄧醫師咧入緊嗰個畫面，你睇下連唔連到嘅啦？
係啊，好難入得到嘅。
係啊，點解走咗出去？你睇
係啊，唔知點解係咪點錯咗？唔好意思。
係掉咗線出嚟啊！
嚇！係啊。
所以嗰個畫面入唔到去啊，唔知咩事啊！而家係入境嚟啦，鄧醫師啊。
哦，唔該唔該。
Hello.
唔該晒。
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Suddenly got disconnected. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So in this chapter, the Yellow Emperor, the book, that we are talking about just now, like, in the basic concept of this chapter is about a very strong connection between the universe and the human beings. They are instantly connected with the natural environment, and then it is the man, like the human being, is inseparable from the natural environment surrounding him. So in this chapter, the Yellow Emperor asked a very important question to his team. He said that, like, I've heard that people of ancient times had lived as long as for 120 years with no sign of weakening or movement, but people nowadays become weakened in their movements at the age of less than 60 years old. Is this due to the change in natural environments or due to man's like failure, their fault? Chibo replied that like the ancient people who knew the proper way to live had followed the pattern of yin and yang, which is the regular pattern of the heaven and the earth. And the second thing, this is the first part, I think, like the key to have keeping good health, like following the pattern of yin and yang. The second one is eaten and drinking with moderation. The third one, live their daily lives in regular pattern. So, and the other two things would be like avoiding the some bad energies, and the last part is to live a quiet life with few desires. So we can go into it step by step. First of all, the yin and yang. I think like every one of you has contact with the symbol of yin and yang in many different places in the world. Like so like some people may have some misconception about this symbol. They may think that it's a religious sign, but actually it's not. It's only it's a very clever drawing actually by the ancient people. It represent the white part is the yang, and the darkened part, the black side, is represent the yin, and there is a spot in the white part, the yang part. It means that yin is coming from is coming out from, and the yang is coming out from the yin, and this symbol means that the whole movement is will be constantly they are moving, yeah, and you can see the changes everywhere, every day, in every minute in the natural part. You may see the changes of yin and yang in the natural environment through seeing like the 4 seasons. During the spring, the plants, the flower, and everything is you can see a very beautiful scenery. They are growing up. And in the summer part, which is right now in Hong Kong, it's very like everything is in a very is being at the point at the most yangqi, the maximum point. And then maybe after a few months, in the autumn part, the energy level start to coming down. So yin is getting, you can see the yin qi more started to grow more and more day by day. And then in the winter, everything is being frozen and is hiding deeply in the ground and everywhere. Like this is a very typical the yin yang movement. And also in the human body, you can see that there's a biological clock actually in every human. So like you have to go to sleep at night. You have to get up and go to work and in the morning. And this pattern is very key to your body and staying a good health. You have to follow the nature, follow your biological clock instead of this is the key of that. And the other part is the 5 elements. The 5 elements, you can see that they are it means that also describe, it's a Chinese, like it's a theory that I used to describe the interaction and relationship between things. The 5 elements, the wood, the fire, the earth, the metal, and the water are believed to be the fundamental elements of everything in the universe, between like which the interaction occur among them is the whole how the earth, the universe run. And for example, TCM, liver belongs to the wood, and the skin is belongs to the earth. Yeah. So we often during our clinical session, you often see that some patients may have diarrhea or constipation very easily when they come across stress. When you have to deal with stress, deal with things, some deadlines in your life, you use liver, the tea in liver, to withstand the pressure. So like so in this relationship, you see that the wood is overcoming the spleen. Yeah, they have so like it's like the wood, where is the root of a tree, how a tree can grow up very bigger and stronger tree. The root part absorb nutrients from the soil, which is from the earth. So when you have to use your tea in the wood to withstand the pressure, you have to absorb more and more nutrients from the earth. The earth become weakened. So this is a very simple, it's a very phenomenal, you can see a lot of cases during your clinical part about this relationship. And during nowadays, like people have a lot of working pressure, especially in Hong Kong. You may see that there are when you that's why people in Hong Kong, they often have a few signature disease, like the spleen is not very strong, their root is too strong, and that's why when you have to use TCM method, you have to use some herbs that can like 党参、白术、淮山、茯苓, to strengthen the earth, and use some 柴胡, 相附, 佛手, 枳实, to let the tea in the wood pot to have channels to go, not being stuck inside the body. Yeah. And the other part, which is very important to keep your good health, is about your diet. Yeah. For your diets, you have to follow your different seasons to have different diet pattern, and also for your 5 fixera. For example, the first one, the lung. And Hong Kong people, Cantonese people like to use soup. They like to boil different soup to which is good to their health. You may see that like these are some very commonly used, and the taste is also good. This soup, you can use some white fungus, like and also some lily bulb, and also some pear, some fig, some yangkong, to boil a soup, which is good for your lung. And the other part, which is good for your kidney, you may see some you can put all those ingredients inside to make you don't have to put any meat inside, but I think it's also sweet enough. You use carrot, you use corn, you use some fig, you use some chestnut, you use some cashew, walnut, and also some glazed mushroom to make a very good taste soup, and which is good for your kidney. And for the spleen, there's a very a good soup which contains like 淮山、莲子、枳实、薏米、陈皮, and you can put a pork inside, and this is called 清补凉 in Canton, because Hong Kong is a very is relatively very wet and damp, very high humidity. This is a very good soup to remove the water dampness and strengthen your spleen. And for the heart and for your blood, 上寄生 is a very good Chinese herb. You can put some red dates, some lily bulb inside to make a 上寄生莲子白和茶. 上寄生茶, and which is good for your blood and for having a better sleep. And for your liver, you can use the 5-4 tea to remove some liver fire, and also some 夏桑菊, some chrysanthemum, some 夏枯草, 桑叶, to remove the fire of your liver fire. And the other thing, some easier method that you can be used in your daily lives, some tea, because different tea has different characteristic and different maybe some for in the left side you can see some goji, some chrysanthemum, and the tea you can put inside maybe some pu'er tea. Pu'er is a very good tea. It belongs to the category of dark tea, and the dark tea is good for your spleen and your stomach. It also helps your sleep as well. You can use the goji, the chrysanthemum to remove your liver fire, and also it's good for your eyes too. And the right hand side, you may see some orange peel, yeah, some 桂花 and some 铁观音, yeah. 铁观音 is belongs to the oolong tea. The oolong tea is halfly fermented tea. So like when you are having a big meals, after a big meals, you can use some oolong tea, the 铁观音 or other type of oolong tea to help you remove the grease and oil. And the orange peel, the 陈皮, is also good for good for your stomach, good for your liver. Yeah. And the in the middle, that one is a rose tea, a floral tea, and you can see use the rose and use some wet date to make your to flourish your body, to flourish your blood. Yeah. And also you can use some roselle. Yeah. The 洛神花. The roselle is a very good flower to increase your to strengthen your digestive system and to let you and because it tastes a little bit sour, so just so put 1 or 2 bulbs is enough. And then but it's also strengthen your digestive system. And you can, during your diet, you can use more whole food item, avoid eating those additive food like some pre-packed snacks or other additive, and like some bakery product, they may use a lot of additives or different chemicals. Yeah, so we can recommend our patient to take more whole food. And you can, like, the other part is your lifestyle is far more important than the treatment you receive. Yeah, it's because the medication you use will only be used is not long lasting. Actually, your lifestyle is your habit, your life routine that will stick with your life and for a very long period of time. So lifestyle is more important than the one-time medication. Yeah. And the other part is you can see from the Yellow Emperor that recommend us that give us the guidance in living our good life will be a regular pattern. Yeah, so like during nowadays we always use a lot of phones. Our head always bend down, tilt forward, and it's not good for you always see that the anterior head syndrome that is a very like disease that you may see a lot during your clinical process. And the anterior head syndrome is also it caused by when you bend your head forward and your neck, you give too much pressure to your neck. The circulation of the blood and the nervous system is not good, so that you may have some your blood cannot go into your brain very very smooth way. So you may experience brain fog or some for your head, some headache, some dizziness, and you may feel some numbness in your finger, your arms, your shoulder, very stiff shoulder. You always see that. So and the other one, like, because you use like the sedative pattern, you have in your during your work, we sit too much during our work, so it's not good for your body as well. Like for 90-degree sitting is actually, you can see from the x-ray, you can see that the 90-degree sitting pattern is not good for your spine too, because it strain is your spine lost the normal curvature. So like after sitting for a very long time, your belt meridian is being pressed, and therefore a lot of gynecology disease and some stomach, some digestive disease always caused by prolonged sitting. So a very significant problem, the posture problem, will weaken your muscle system, will decrease your flexibility, and also causing a lot of pain. And you may see that that's why you have to live a better pattern, and you have to exercise more often. Yeah, for exercise, you can use the 8 cross section exercise, the Bao Yan Liu. And it's I always told my patient to use this exercise to relax their muscle and to strengthen their body status. And the other part is to avoid the 6 exogenous factors, like like during summer, like we are now experiencing summer in Hong Kong, very high humidity. So like you have to avoid going out during a very high temperature. Otherwise, you will get in touch with the 暑气, yeah, and it's not good. And then, but like you can we have to you may give more advice to the patient when they are outside, when they are in outdoors. You can advise them to drink more water and wipe their sweat more often, and change their clothing into a dry one, so that the humid, like the wetness inside your body, will not be accumulated that very often. Yeah, and the last part is your emotions. Your emotion matters a lot. Yeah, and you have to express your happiness, your angers. Don't suppress them. Yeah, and keep in 内经 they said fewer desire is good, is better. So keeping a simple mind, yeah, you will be happier. So I think she bought in the last part they said for this if you can do the above things, yeah, you can have a better life. You can keep a good health. The key to a long, healthy life is to follow the Tao, yeah, the natural way of the universe. And you often see health and illness are caused by the imbalance of two of the yin and yang, and the influence of the 5 elements on the organs of the body. And so just follow the yin and yang, the natural way of the universe. You is the key to a longer and healthy life. So thank you.
Thank you for Dr. Tang. Give us the useful knowledge, skills and easy practice at home and daily life. Thank you very much. Okay, now I would like to introduce Dr. Haihua Tian. Dr. Haihua Tian is president of American TCM Association, president of TCM American Alumni Association, founding president of American Alumni Association of Beijing University of Chinese Medicine, visiting professor and distinguished clinic expert of BUCM, the vice chairman of supervision board of the World Federation of Chinese Medicine Societies. So now Dr. Haihua Tian, today his topic is TCM treatment of leaky gut syndrome. Welcome, Dr. Dr. Tian.
Thank you. It's an honor to be invited to participate the third TCM week in Canada. Can you see? Am I share the screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's good.
You want to the whole screen? Oh.
Yes, I can.
Oh, thank you. Good.
That's good. Okay, so my topic today is a TCM treatment of the leaking gut syndrome. This is a kind of little newer disease because there's not in the traditional textbook. Just in the past few decades, and this has become more and more attention because when we see leak, what that mean? That means something leaking out, okay? And also it means the increased intestinal permeability and increase. That means normally all those stuff not supposed to leaking out through our gut. By some reason, the gut not able to perform its own function, make the tissue not tight enough. So that's why those kind of material not supposed to normally can come out, they leaking out. Where they leaking out to? To the bloodstream. When they leak in the bloodstream and then go to the liver, then the liver not able to detoxify those kind of material, then triggered a series of the healthy conditions. So, and also we have to say, when you talk about leaking gut to the mainstream medical professionals, normally they do not take it seriously. They think, oh, this is just made up some disease, and they do not pay attention. But following the years and years research, gradually they can change their mind, just like before, like fibromyalgia. And at the beginning, pretty much like a few decades also, the mainstream did not recognize those kind of disease. Same as the leaking gut, and it has been going on for a while. Gradually, they start to pay attention because there's more and more patients suffering from this kind of condition, and they definitely need more attention, medical attention. So that's why they start to pay attention. There's more and more scientific evidence to support this disease exists, and more and more people start to suffer from diseases, because sometimes when they do not have like a clear diagnosis, they usually mix with other kind of exist diagnosis, such as other condition like a Celiac disease, other diabetes, and those could be a symptoms of this disease, may not necessarily the cause. So that means before there was a confusion and to diagnose leaking gut and overlap with other kind of already known diseases. So that's why leaking gut become outstanding diagnosis. People, more and more people get diagnosis for leaking gut. And most of the people, regular medical doctors, specialists, even our acupuncturists, and even regular people, they may do not know that. When they do more and more research, they found out, oh, the symptoms I have been suffering from is leaking gut. Okay, so for about the mechanism about this problem is because their function is not normal anymore, and some kind of stuff is coming out. Which kind of stuff coming out? Which including the bacteria and the bacterial toxins, means that there's some dead bacteria, and when they died, they created some toxins. That's number one. Number two, some of the virus, yeast, parasites, and other kind of gut florans organism, they also can come out. And the partial digestive food molecules and also can come out, and some metabolites and acid. So normally those kind of stuff, they stay inside the cavity of the intestine. Following the bowel movement, they get rid of things from our bowel movement. but by, the wall is get the space get bigger, those things is coming out and now to stay in the bowel and go to the bloodstream. Then that's the problem come from. When this is the leaking things coming out, what's the body responding? Number one, the body recognize this kind is a foreign body. The body start to fight. The number one is a fight is the immune system. They oh, that's not a part of the body, not supposed to go to into bloodstream. So they start to fight. They can be neutralized. They can try to get rid of those things, and also to alert the rest of part of the other body, try to prepare for the fight. And also the immune system also can increase the inflammation around the gut wall, and where's the problem is, because such as like the white blood cells, lymph nodes, and also can do the job, try to eliminate inflammation. But when the body has inflammation, is naturally is not a bad thing. Indicates the body is to take action, try to fight with the things. But the inflammation, on the other hand, also can damage the wall of the gut, then cause trouble. So that's why it's become the vicious cycle. So make the more leaking gut, more material come out through the holes, and also trigger more of the body's immune system responding. And here is how the immune system got a trigger. See here, we see this picture, the things come out through the intestine valley, and then it's made enlarge the picture, then go to the bloodstream to see, go to the hepatic portal vein, then go to the liver. The liver supposed to be to detoxify, and but if it's too much in the short period of time, the liver cannot handle the things, and then make the toxins accumulate too much in the body. Furthermore, and the immune system and also relate with other kind of autoimmune disease, and such as people may along with the lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, arthritic colitis, renal disease, and a lot of other things too. So that could be a series of the autoimmune disease can happen similar or the same time. And also, the immune system, and because the immune system, they pay attention and to fight with this foreign object, sometimes they may miss some part, the foreign invaders. So that makes the leaking gut getting worse. So that means, and they do not have a time to repair the damage to the wall, and then trigger more immune system getting worse. So that means when it started, will last a long time and getting everything's worse. Another thing we need to know about the food allergy and the leaking gut. Normally, our body able to handle all this food we eat because we have all different enzymes and to digest food and absorb the nutrition, eliminate the toxins. But once the leaking gut happened, the body not able to handle the normal food we usually eat. So this can become the further trigger reason to get the worst of the leaking gut. And that's why the people have an allergic reaction. So that's why even allergic to the normal food they used to, okay. Regarding the leaking gut symptoms in the clinic, and could be different from people to people, could be different. Some people more mild, some people more severe, and it can affect many systems, such as like a skin. People can show rashes, itching skin, psoriasis, rosacea, hives, and acne. So many things. So sometimes it can confuse with other regular dermatology problem. And also the people can complain with the neurological system, such as in the brain. The people complain like headache, migraine, brain fog. The brain fog is one of the key symptoms of the COVID. long COVID symptoms too. Same thing as a leaking gut too. And people may have a memory loss, depression, anxiety, those kind of neurological problem. And also immune system can be many different kind of autoimmune disease, food allergy, and people excessive fatigue and high inflammation symptoms. In the gut, because we can leak gut, is mainly the people show more of the symptoms in the gut because they could not absorb the nutrition. They can cause a nutritional deficiency, like maybe it can anemia and other things too. People with a chronic diarrhea, burping, bloating, gassing, constipation, all could happen. Here's a chart we can see, and many organs and system could affect by the leaking gut. It's not only inside the gut itself, it's actually the whole body. Whole body is a problem, more serious. Regarding the key point of the leaking gut, and could increase the local and the system wide inflammation and create a special antibody to the foreign invaders. And detoxify the hormone system will have the extra burden. And they are not only have to perform the normal function, but they have to do working double hard and to fight with those kind of things, to try to eliminate the toxins. So that means that the liver and the hormone system will have to working hard. And the immune system and actually play its important role and to affect the whole body. Because of the leaking gut and last longer time or more severe, they can trigger a lot of other kind of chronic diseases. Regarding the etiology about the leaking gut, because Western medicine, the mainstream, does not recognize this disease yet. So that means the research not too much. So only count on like integrated medicine group. They did a lot of research too, found something. It's related with autoimmune disease, cancer, and other kind of chronic disease. If the people have this kind of family history, so easy, high risk to get the leaking gut. Another one, the people previously have the weak area in the gut, such as other kind of chronic disease like ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease and or diverticulitis. So those people, the wall of the gut is not as strong as normal already. So that means they easily suffer from the leaking gut too. And also the body is to try to people who has a chronic inflammation, not only in the gut, in the whole body, and also easily trigger the leaking gut too. See here, and also put a few of the other kind of other reasons, such as people long-term use antibiotic or sometimes steroid or some kind of like the older teeth filling with mercuries and brain trauma and even C-section and all those kind of things could be linked to the leaking gut, but not necessarily just one or two reasons. Beside that one, the people eating some food not right, like eat gluten food, it's not shelf stuff, eat too much sugar, and the oil is not good. So all those one can add on to trigger the leaking gut, okay? And also the environment, sleeping problem, too much stress, and those one all can add together and could be contributed the disease happened. Regarding the treatment goal, so when we see those patients, what we try to reach the goal to help the people. First one, we have to remove all those leaking gut triggers. And then we need to rebuild or repair and your gut, because of the gut has been damaged because loose up, we need to tighten them up. And also we need to fix the underlying root causes, such as chronic inflammation and other things. And so that's why we based on those three parts to work on the leaking gut. First one, whatever is the Chinese medicine, Western medicine, and nutrition counselor, and we need to give the people some kind of guidance, let them to eat right food. such as we suggest people don't eat too much sugar stuff, processed food, and all those things. And also try to reduce any kind of food can trigger or make the SIBO worse, like means a small intestine bacterial overgrowth, because that's inflammation can trigger the leaking gut. And also for other kind of food can cause the more inflammation, and we need to stop taking, at least reduce them. But you know, the final treatment goal is at the beginning we try to avoid this food, okay? But eventually, when the people, how they can call cured, means the people, they don't have to be afraid of those kind of food. They can back to normal food that they like to eat, still have no problem. That's called cured. Otherwise, you try to avoid some food and such like gluten foods. That means you only control. It's not a cure yet, because the people, the food list will be narrow, nothing they can eat. That will be because of poor nutrition, lost life quality, and cause trouble too. So here's we try to summarize and about for this one. Even we call leaking gut is a digestive system problem, but it is not only limited by leaking gut, limited by the gut problem, they affect the entire body. And also, when the people diagnose the leaking gut, it's not the end of the world. The people not immediately die from the leaking gut, only cause like affect the life quality and make a lot of discomfort, but it's still treatable, still can repairable and can be recovered. So it's a completely reversible condition. We can treat them. So suggest them to eat certain food they should eat, such as like the beneficial gut bacteria, like a probiotic, those kind of things. Here is a list what will be beneficial for those kind of certain food they can eat more. And here's a list of some vegetable, some kind of fruit, some kind of sprout seed, and some food needed to try to avoid, such as like a baked good, snack, because the snack is they have a lot of conservative inside and not healthy, okay? Other junk food and the dairy products also needed to reduce too. Sometimes you may not able to completely eliminate it, but sometimes at least you can reduce, okay? Okay, like a defined oil and artificial sweetener. And I think the North Carolina University just found out the natural, not natural, is artificial sweetener can increase the cancer risk about 400 times. So that's why the people, they say, oh, I don't eat sugar. I just add some the artificial sweetener, like a stevia to the coffee, and maybe a little better. I should know it's actually the worst. Okay, other kind of beverages, including the alcohol stuff, also can cause trouble. Okay, so that's the food. Other things to try to increase the gut health, including take a good quality and probiotic, and reduce stress and avoid smoking. Try to get more sleep, because the sleeping time is our body use the time, essential time to repair our immune system, and also try to limit alcohol intake. Okay, then we talk about the Chinese medicine treatment. Okay, because Western medicine could not provide any kind of treatment for leaking gut, they usually seek for help from our acupuncturists, the Chinese medicine practitioners. So based on the information we just learned about regarding the leaking gut, and we can think about how to help the people to treat the people Ben and Biao. Ben is to treat the root, Biao is to treat the symptoms. We can address both things. Symptoms also is very important, because the people suffer from and those kind of symptoms, like the people they are having indigestion, gassing, diarrhea, constipation. The people symptoms we need to relieve for them as quick as we can. And also besides the gut, also the whole body symptoms, the people have a allergy, fatigue, malnutrition, we also can help. But those one all belong to the Biao category, or we can address, and not too hard and not too long. Regarding the Ben, that means we learned the main reason caused the leaking gut is the immune system disorder. We can regulate the immune system. We don't want to make it too high function, too low function either. because too high will trigger autoimmune disease. Too low, they could not protect the body. And also the inflammatory repair, because we learned the leaking gut in the area, local area, have a lot of inflammation, chronic inflammation going on. So we can do that. And also we can de-stress, okay? So that's the 3 major part for the root we can help with our Chinese medicine. Regarding the symptoms in the GI gut, so symptoms could be many, such as people have a poor appetite, gassing, bloating, pain, indigestion, diarrhea, or constipation. So they're so important. And because the people say, you cannot just treat our root, but right now I want you make me able to eat, maybe we stop diarrhea. So we can help them. So we can also have to know those symptoms are not specific for leaking gut, also can show in other kind of common GI conditions, such as like IBS, celiac disease, and IBD, as could be, but you have to distinguish it from other kind of disease, make a clear diagnosis. And but to improve the symptoms doesn't mean that you cure the disease. We need to do furthermore for the people. First one, when the people have the indigestion, people have a gassing, bloating, poor appetite, pain, a lot of conditions due to the qi stagnation. In Chinese medicine, we say qi stagnation is either stomach qi stagnation or liver qi stagnation and overacting stomach. So we need to promote the movement of the stomach qi, regulate qi, and downward, because the normal direction of the GI system is so downward, go downward, then move to next level. So address for the liver and the stomach together. Other symptoms and qi deficiency, when the people suffer from the problem for a long time and they make the spleen weak. And so that's why we use some like a 四君子汤 and 香砂六君子汤. Those kind of formula is to tonify spleen qi and make a spleen and stomach stronger. So that means to avoid any further damage. And other kind of pathogenic damage usually can see too, such as if you see the people have the yellow greasy tongue coating, that means that the people have more dampness involved. So that's why we need to eliminate those kind of toxins, such as the formula we can use the 平胃散二陈汤, those kind of things. So, and if people suffering from the pain, they want to be the pain eliminated very quickly, we can use 圆弧止痛丸 or just 圆弧锁 and 芍药甘草汤. Those kind of formulas can eliminate pain and stop the spasm. Wonderful. And the other symptoms, including the diarrhea, what we do is, because diarrhea due to the spleen qi deficiency with dampness, the common formula we use is 参苓白术散. If in the acute stage and besides the dampness, also have the dampness, have a heat involved, and with the dampness, that's time we use a 葛根芩连汤 instead. If the people have a constipation, that means the bowel does not move right, that means a qi stagnation, was very common. Also have some qi deficiency, food retention, and a cold heat. Based on which one you found out, and for this particular patient, you can offer different kind of corresponding herbal formulas, such as 乙字汤、大承气汤、理中丸、麻子仁丸、桃核承气汤. So those kind of different formula you can use for the constipation. Regarding outside the symptoms of the GI, like allergic reaction, the skin conditions, and nausea, dizziness, those kind of things, and it's due to the high sensitivity to the food and other substance. What we do is we try to regulate the body immune system, make the liver, make the enzymes functional right, such as we have offer 归脾汤、康宁散、消风散、方风通圣散. This one is working for the allergic reaction, is pretty good. And the 过敏间, that's the Dr. Zhu Shenyu from the Xiehe Hospital, and that's a good formula. And another one is common, another call is NAET and the homeopathy stuff. That's one is based on the energy type and energy viewpoint. to try to use the special technique combining with acupuncture called NAET. Another new one is called FAET, and the functional and allergy eliminated technique. So that's why we think about it. That means to jump out our Chinese medicine scope, we also can looking for something, try to eliminate the allergy. I want you to try to look at that part too. About for the outside the symptoms are still like a malnutrition. That's why usually for the people who have a long-term leaking gut, so people may have a fatigue, a sleeping problem, weight loss. That's why, and mostly due to the spleen qi deficiency and blood essence deficiency, we need to tonify qi, blood, yin and yang, those kind of things. We can have like a 归脾汤、补中益气汤、四物汤、八珍汤、十全大补汤, those kind of things, and we can use. Okay, then we move to the next part is to treat the root. Treat the root, and beside the treat symptoms, we need to go further, dig the root. We mentioned to say we need to strengthen the permeability of the barrier. That means do not allow the things to come leaking out. So that means make sure the intestinal memory is stronger and keep the micro while normal function. So the treatment principle, because that's come out, we try to use our Chinese medicine treatment principle is leaking out the water and the dampness. So the common formula we use 五苓散、猪苓汤. So another one is we use astringent herbs and absorption, such as 断龙骨、牡蛎、乌梅, those kind of things, because we use this one to absorb and the toxin and then come out of the body through the bowel movement. Okay, another one is like an active charcoal, as also could be a think about. Another one is regulate the immune system, because it triggered hyperfunction of the immune system. That's we call autoimmune disease. So if the immune system is hypofunction, means low, so and generally the body's the easy feel so weak, easy get cold, tired. We need to tonify the middle qi, like 补中益气汤、玉屏风散. That's increase the body immune system. If autoimmune disease, because the immune system is hyperfunction, because they attack the body itself, that's the cause of trouble. So we are based on the different kind of symptoms that we see in the clinic, we can give a different kind of formula and based on the different symptoms. Another one is reduce the inflammation, because it's a long-term inflammation in the local area can cause a leaking gut. So, and all can make it worse. So that time, and we needed to detoxify. Detoxify means clear heat, detoxify to reduce the inflammation. Any herbs you can use to detoxify, clear heat, we can choose such as the 黄连解毒汤 for the heat toxicity, and the 十味败毒散、三黄泻心汤. Those herbs that has a bitter cold property and can perform this kind of job. Another one is the de-stress. When the people have a high stress level, it's proved that they can decrease the immune system, like the body not able to fight. So our Chinese medicine acupuncture really good to de-stress. So that's why, and we can use acupuncture to do that. And other things, the liver, heart, spleen are the key organs to work on that part. So the formula we can use the 逍遥散、柴胡疏肝散、小柴胡汤, and those kind of formula we can use. Acupuncture treatment, because we live in the outside of China, so acupuncture is very popular. And the common point we summarize here, like 印堂、百会、脾腧、胃腧、肾腧、大肠腧、小肠腧、天枢、足三里、上巨虚、下巨虚、三阴交、阴陵泉、合谷、太冲、关元 and 气海 and 神阙. So that's a group of acupuncture point you can use, and that will help you a lot. Okay, so and I finished on time and exactly half hour. Any questions we have time to answer, or we're good?
Thank you for thank you, Dr. Tian. Okay. Is there any question? I think it's time is up. Okay, yeah, perfect arrangement time. So thank you for your knowledge about leaky gut and explaining in detail the impact of syndromes, and also tell us to how to prevent and treat. Thank you for your excellent presentation again. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Okay, now we have the next speaker. Is Professor Changqing Yang. Changqing Yang, Dr. Chang. Dr. Changqing.
Yes, I'm here.
You're here,
Sure.
okay. Let me introduce some. Dr. Changqing Yang is a medicine, Doctor of Medicine, bachelor's and master's degree in TCM and California licensed acupuncturist. Dr. Yang is currently the president of the American Institute of Mental Health in Traditional Chinese Medicine. So Dr. Yang has a unique experience and achievements in general internal medicine, especially in psychiatry. So Dr. Yang bring us the topic is the comprehensive personality theory in TCM. Welcome, Dr. Yang.
Okay, thank you for introducing my background. And today, following my previous several times, I already give the talks, but more focusing on specific certain topic. We call make the summary of the comprehensive personality theory in the traditional Chinese medicine. So as you know, we have such talk in the like Ling Su chapter 72, they call it Tong Tian, connect to the heaven. That means connect to the nature, corresponding to the nature. So in this chapter, they're talking about the 5 types of the yin-yang personality. So generally, there are the 5 people in the yin-yang types. There are Tai Yin, Shao Yin, Tai Yang, Shao Yang, and yin-yang harmony types. So the diagnosis in yin-yang condition and regulate the yin-yang to treat the yin-yang type person. So very interesting in the traditional Chinese medicine, you know, we not just diagnose people, but also we do believe we can regulate the yin-yang energy. What's yin-yang energy? This is our mental energy pattern based, but also constitutionally, they have a certain tendency. So now we start to take a look. And by the way, even in the Ling Shu Dianguang Pian, they're talking about the Acupuncture-Moxibustion bleeding to treat Dianguang disorder. So I know that many people say the Chinese medicine couldn't treat mental disorder. I think that aging talk something is the truth. My clinic proved everything is the truth. The Asian classic, the many record is shown. They already gave the many wonderful treatment for mental disorder. Also, that should be true. Okay, so continue. So this is the 5 types, the personalities. So let's start with the first one. So the first one, they call the Tai Yin personality. So what's a Tai Yin personality? So when you read in the Neijing, all the original sentence, you may be surprised. For example, the Tai Yin type people are greedy, but not benevolent. Seemingly humble and loyal, deeply hidden. You see, it seems humble, but they're deeply hidden their internal some things, right? Introverted, but not revealing. Introverted personality is okay, but not sharing, not reveal the inside. And although there is activity in their hearts, but not expressing them outside. They don't care about timing. So they don't want to say, okay, I have to take some actions on time. No, they're just waiting to see and wait more. And their actions are always behind others. This is the Tai Yin type personality. So that's general, the Tai Yin personality. So when I was in the 1980s, my master degree, the paper was the Constitution, and they're more focusing on the relation between the human constitution and pattern diagnosis. And later, I add the personality theory in my paper. Even at the moment, we have a couple of the very major studies regarding the human constitution. Also, I have learned from very famous professors like Beijing, Wang Qi, and one in Chengdu, they call the Kuang Tiaoyuan. They are wonderful professors. But also I want to add such the personality-based ideas. I think my paper, when I went to Japan for my study, later they published in summer. I saw some of the paper in the books, they cited my the publications. But anyway, I want to tell people, say, you see this kind of talking, it makes the people looks very bad, right? It looks people, wow, always a bad thing for these kind of people, but they don't understand the Neijing. The Neijing gave you is all the clinical sign, all the possibilities. It's all the clinical sign symptoms they gave to you, but also you have to do your own evaluation. And then Neijing talk something, give you something very serious. And telling what's the worst one, what's the clinical extreme one. They don't missing any single information. Neijing, I call that medical Bible. So you cannot ignore the words. Today, we use nice words, but doesn't mean the Taiyin personality, they don't have such the condition. Okay, let's go next. The next, we're talking the behavior type. What's the behavior type? So the Taiyin people are characterized by the dark complexion, and they pretend to be friendly and humble on the surface, but there are a whole idea inside. This type of person looks big, and the knees and the hips appear to be bent, but they are not hunched. This is the Taiyin man. You see this kind of the behavior. They like hunch over, slight bending, looks humble. Wow. And even the body is big, but I know they have a lot of idea hiding inside. And then you watch the movie, you watch certain drama or something, you maybe find out a certain character, some of the actor, actress, they made such people, such a person very typical, but that's really, really the true story. So how about in general, our, the people surround us, we have some extremely inverted, introverted type personality, but doesn't mean they have such intent or bad ideas. We have some very humble, very nice, they're very happable. I have some friends even like this kind of personality, but it's not like this kind of type. Why Neijing give you this? Same, I repeat again, they just give you something, let you know on this kind of spectrum, in today's psychiatry, the spectrum. So let you know all the possibilities, signs, clinical situations, and let you treat such deviations. Today we have personality disorder. Yes, the personality has a tendency deviated too much here. That's the typical personality disorder. Okay, what's the this kind of Taiyin people? We call the physical constitution. So the Neijing talking about the Taiyin people have more yin, but no yang. No yang means less, very, very less the yang. Because the Neijing mentioned something very critical. Sometimes they say, if you do something wrong, disagreement, it can be causing death or that no cure. So Neijing uses the word very extremely strong. So this is the same thing. And there are yin and the blood are turbid. You see the yin, like body fluids, damp, phlegm, and the blood all turbid inside. Their Wei Qi is astringent. Why Wei Qi astringent? Because Wei Qi regarding the movement, body energy, outside protection, and the support body the heat to let it move more. The different from the yin energy, internal nourishing based. So this kind of people body very heavy, damp, sluggish, and also no energy want to move. They tend to be quiet, and they sit on the chair, lay down the sofa or somewhere. They don't move at all. So that's why it looks like lazy, but there's a tendency. What tendency? Personality. What decided personality? The mental, the mentality, the Shen. So what kind of qi beyond the Shen? That's the Shen qi, the mental energy. So their body, no qi circulation smoothly running on time. They're just this kind of a turbid type. So there are soft muscles and the thick skin, you see, because no energy, less Wei Qi supported, the dampness based. So there are soft muscles, thick skin, and then it can be changed without energy reducing the treatment. The Neijing said, if you don't do the emergency some kind of reducing treatment, you cannot cure such person. We're talking about, say, what kind of thing want to do to reduce, want to change, whether change the yin, harmonize the yin, or have to recover the yang. The body yang is one part, but also the we call the mental energy, the shen qi, you have to do the boosting. So in the clinic, when we treat such like patients, we call it personality deviation based. And I talked to them already multiple times, the principle, the psychotherapy in our medicine, we call ours, have to do the called stimulant, supervise and stimulant, open, and use the yang to harmonize the yin. So I had to let people take more action, move forward, start doing something, share with the people, contact the people, join the group, join the discussion, and I take more yang energy-based activity in the morning. So try to rise in the qi, yang qi, and try to rise in the shen qi with this kind of daily cycle, so they can treat such the disorders. So this is for the tie-in type. Okay, now you know the Neijing talks something very interesting. They aren't missing any information. Okay, continue. How about the Shaoyin personality? The Shaoyin type people are greedy for small gains and hurting others. My goodness. So that means Shaoyin people in general, we call them, even for the small things, they're still so greedy. In Chinese, we call it 贪小便宜, right? And hurting others. Not so great, right? When they see other people's losses, they often seem like they are gaining, they're getting some benefit. Wow, you look at other people, some of the failure, they feel, oh, I gained something, right? And it often seems like they are getting benefit. So they hurt others. When they see others gain glory, they are angry. Wow, if you get an achievement, you have success or some things, they feel anger and jealous. And they have no sympathy. This is the Shaoyin type personality. My goodness, that's the Neijing talking about. Last someone said, oh, we cannot use Neijing anymore because this kind of talking, how can I evaluate the patient like this kind of condition? So I can tell you again, Neijing uses such the symptom clinical science is a spectrum. They give you all the clinical possibilities, all the signs, all this kind of the clinical condition, behaviors, their internal feelings, they give you everything. So be careful. It's very, very useful. When people have personality deviations, you see the couple fighting, you see the family internal conflicting, you see the stress with the coworker. It's exactly some kind of this kind of the psychological situation happens. They're not can manage the internal, the mental energy, desire, emotions. They don't know how to deal with the stress. That's why they start even to tie in people, the internal, that can calculating, hide something inside, don't want to share. Even the Shaoyin people, they have that kind of internal jealous, anger, and they're not happy with others. Okay. So what's the behavior? Behavioral the characteristics. So Shaoyin type people seems to be noble in appearance, but it acts sneakily and harbor the sinister intentions. Oh my gosh. And they are restless when standing and they seem to bend forward when walking. This is the Shaoyin people. So they looks very not so great, right? And also such people, I think if you watch the movie, you watch the certain drama, some kind of series, movies, the TV shows, I think you know such people. That kind of they work their own like sneaky, you know. So it's not really nice. So that's kind of showing people. Same thing. That's the personality deviation. Don't think it's normal. Don't think just simply say this person, introverted person, that is showing people based or something. Don't do this way. Deviation, we call it disorder based. Okay, so what's the constitution for Shaoyin people? So Shaoyin type people have less yang and have more yin, small stomach and large intestine. Disharmony of the 6 internal organs, small yang mean meridians and a large tail. Meridians, they must be carefully checked and adjusted blood is easily to drop, and the qi is easy to collapse because they have less yang and more yin-based. That's why they don't have energy support well. In general, the constitution has a small stomach. But with a large intestine, they can be big belly or some kind of not a good digestion, but with stomach absorption not so great, right? And the yang ming meridian large, the small yang ming meridian means the less qi, less blood also, right? And the Taiyang, they have some of the yang energy right there. The internal mind working, some of the energy right there. They must be carefully checked and adjusted because the blood energy easily dropped. Also the qi is easily collapsed. So this can tend to internally easily causing exhaustion, that type. So we have to very be careful. Okay, so after constitution, we know the 10 people personality, behavioral characteristics. So what kind of treatment in the psychological the principle? The main points to be over the branching psychotherapy for showing people are to reconcile, reorganize things, right? And to deal with the showing nicely, encourage and guide and use the yang to regulate the yin. Because Chinese people compared to 10 is not extremely introverted, but passive and had internal emotion feelings. Sometimes easily make some kind of unhappy, sadness, or a little bit jealous or some things. So I have to deal with such easily. If we were talking about the Shaolin people, you can give the one type. Maybe that's in the Chinese, we call the red great mansion dreams, right? Hong Rao Meng. We have the Lin Dai Yu, the Dai Yu Lin. You think about that personality, maybe that's the example. Anyway, okay. So talking about the yin, let's go to the yang. What's the Taiyang personality? The Taiyang personality, that's more dramatic, interesting, right? Because it goes yang-based. The Taiyang type of person, the people are always complacent. They feel happy, right? They like to talk about important things. So they talk something like they're something very important. They like to talk about big things without talent. Talk big, but basically is, or maybe not so deep, or maybe the view is narrow, right? Without talent. They seem to have a lofty ambition, but they are all over the world, everywhere they talk. They act regardless of the right and the wrong, do things self-righteously. So that's so impulsive. They don't care they did something is good or bad, but they think they do the things good for you. I do the things right. Even if fail, do not regret it. So causing failure, yeah, I'm not regret. Why? Because I do the good thing. So this is the Taiyang type personality. You see, if someone, we call extroverted personality, if you go to extreme, it is a Taiyang. This can be kind of personality, right? They can be impulsive based. So good or bad, right? So compare, now I say the good or bad. So compare with the Taiyang. So you think that Taiyang is good, Taiyang is bad. They're hard to say. Taiyang people, the good things about very patient, very patient. If you work something, you need a patient, you better spend the time. You need to spend the energy, hours, day by day. Whereas solitary type activities, Taiyang people definitely work very good, right? So when the situation happens, danger happens, we need someone jump up in the front to take risk, to take actions. Definitely not Taiyang people, right? We need Taiyang people. So that's why during the emergency, you see they do something, take action at the leadership during the wartime, during the disaster situation, or some kind of tragedy situation. You see the fight in the front, there's a leader, absolutely, it's Taiyang personality. I think you watch many the drama or anything, you understand that this kind of personality is so common, so common. But when the peaceful times back, when we need some people need quiet, we need the patience to work on something, that's the Taiyang people, that's the loser, that's why. Okay, so what's the Taiyang people? That's behavior based. So the Taiyang people are high spirit and complacent. They will always feel happy, I'm good, I'm fine. With the head and the chest raised as if the knee were bent back, This is the Taiyang type personality. When they're walking, wow, they'll make the chest have a raised, oh, so arrogant. They don't see anyone, right? I'm the person, I'm the one, I'm the number one, right? So that's the Taiyang personality. Do we have such personality? Oh, yes. That's why in the clinic, they have trouble. But finally, they recognize some things. They may be called manic or called another some kind of disorders. But unfortunately, we have such a personality disorder. When people have this kind of the happy mood-based, normally they're not knock at the door. They don't want to go see doctor because I'm happy. Why are we going to see you? And also we have the constitutional situations. So Taiyang type people have more yang and less yang. The more yang, that doesn't mean constitution. Also we have mental energy, the shenqi, super active, right? This kind of person must be treated carefully. And they kind of deplete their yin because the yin burned too quick, too much. But it can only drain their yang, right? If you treat such people, you have to decrease yang energy. That's exactly our treatment. Those with a great loss of the yin are prone to Kuang disorder. You see the Neijing telling us in the Taiyang people, say these kind of people prone to be the Kuang disorder. Those with the loss of both the yin and yang will lead to sudden death or fainting and unconsciousness. So when you think about the Taiyang people with a lot of fire, heat, the flame fire, what happens today? Like hypertension, stroke, and another kind of internal wind situation. Absolutely. They can causing this kind of, we call losing the consciousness, stroke based, right? So that make great sense. Also, Taiyang people were aggressive, short-tempered, impulsive. That's why they're more blood pressure attacking stroke happens more often because they have a lot of fire-based. The blood pressure, high blood pressure, nothing else. That means in our medicine, that means the vessels pressure, the qi energy rising. That's our medicine. So when the pressure rising too much, the vessel broken. That's why they happens stroke. So the Taiyang, the personality, the Benshin treatment, the principle, we have to know, they call it, we have to do the called warning, introspection, like a warning. Taiyang people, you have a warning timely, let them understand what's the good, what's the bad. And the introspection, let them review themselves, understand the internal, watch themselves carefully. And induction, to let them understand situation, lead the energy to the good direction. And they use the yin to control the yang. Learn meditation, learn the evening, nighttime, before the bed, meditation, concentration, observation, and go to bed on time, because Taiyang people easily reduce sleep, or maybe recover early. Today we have manic, hypomanic, that's all talk this kind of situation, but even not reach that bad. So the Taiyang people have the personality, is high activities for sure. That's we have to give the remedies. Come to the Shaoyang. What's a Shaoyang personality? The Shaoyang type people are prudent in doing things, and then they value themselves very much. You see, they feel themselves very important, right? Yeah. And when they are getting a small official position, they think it's great. Wow, I'm the director. I'm the wonderful person. And then they promote themselves and telling people how I'm great, how I'm good. They like to communicate with others, very social activity, right? Active. But they're cold and distant toward their relatives, my goodness. So the outside, it looks very good. When they go home and someone they're familiar with, they have that kind of cold feeling. Not good, right? So this is Shaoyang people. So this kind of people, very outside looks warm, social, but they have that kind of arrogance, right? Deviated. So what's the characteristic behavior type? The Shaoyang people like to turn their head up when standing, and they sway their bodies when they walk. Wow, they open it, make the head up, and they swing the body walking. That kind of doesn't care. I'm number one, I'm good, I feel I'm the leader, something like that, right? And their arms often fall behind their back, and they turn the back, and turn the head, turn the arms on the back, and they walk that kind of arrogance type, right? This is the Shaoyang type personality. Why? Very interesting. But compared with the Taiyang, not so impulsive, but they are outgoing. Still outgoing, talking, sharing, but also very arrogant. And And what kind of constitution they called? The people with the Shao-Yang type have more yang and less yin, right? Because much yang energy based. And the meridians are small and the collaterals are large. Their internal energy meridians, main meridian energy is small, but collateral on the outside, somewhere they large, they use energy a lot. So the blood energy is the inside and the qi energy in the outside. So the qi blood in some kind of disharmony, they use the qi a lot. The treatment should enhance the yin and reduce the yang. Let yang energy to reduce and enhance the internal yin energy. You see the Neijing mentioned the treatment principle, very, very important, right? So if the yang collateral are purging excessively, the yang qi will be quickly exhausted because there is the qi energy, the yin energy less, right? But if you quickly to reduce it, the yang energy use a lot, so they quickly exhaust it, also causing trouble, resulting in the serious deficiency of the qi inside, and the disease will be difficult to recover. So that this kind of personality constitution also not balanced. So what's the psychological treatment in Bensheng theory in the Chinese medicine? The main point of the Bensheng psychotherapy for Shao-Yang people are prompting, convergence, and reflecting. So that means let the people know you have to take care of yourself, you have to watch yourself, you have to let your energy use for something else. Also, you have to review yourself, do the reflections, and use the yin to regulate yang energy, to let the yin recover more, to balance it, but also don't use too much qi, exhaustion based. So that's the type, right? So in general, such people, you know, right? They may be big, but normally they may be smaller size, but they are so strong, so confident, and so social, very active, right? So that's the name you mentioned, everything perfect. So talking about this, also we have one ideal called the yin yang harmony type. That's in general, we call it gentleman or male, and for female, we call it the lady. That's in English. But in the years, 1,000 years ago, the male, we call it Junzi. That's called 什么什么君, 什么什么子, use your name. And for lady, we call it Shu Nu. That's well personality, the good personality balance based. The conform nature, you see the nature for the yin yang harmony type. They do not compete with the word, but change with the times. So don't think the yin yang personality, peaceful person don't touch anything. They make changes and adopt itself with the time changes, and they be dignified and humble, tolerant and generous, and they serve people with the virtue, and they achieve the best good stability. So that's why in the clinic, you understand, we treat the patient, we want the patient personality back to normal, balanced as the yin-yang harmony types. So that's why their behavior and elegant in their appearance, decided in temperament, mild in attitude, amiable in speech, kind in face, and a cheerful in expression. Everyone called him the gentleman, and this is the yin-yang harmony personality. So their constitution, absolutely, in the yin-yang harmony type, their blood vessels are regulated. So during the treatment, it is necessary to carefully examine the changes of the yin and yang, observe evil and righteousness, check whether their appearance and the modalities are normal or not, and examine which aspect is surplus and which aspect is insufficient. Excess should be reduced and the deficiency should be reinforced. If there is no excess deficiency, it should be treated as own meridian anti-channel energy based. So that means you regulated yin-yang peaceful, yin-yang harmony personality is so easy. Just follow the yin-yang disharmony condition, you can make things happen. And the yin-yang personality, that's the best one. Now, this harmony personality is the best. The personality, they do the self-remedy very, very easily. So we don't do anything extreme, we just follow their tendency, the conditions, we can make a good treatment. And one more thing right here, you know the first treat theory in the psychology is very important. So you see here, we have one axis, the vertical axis talking about unstable and stable. We have horizontal axis talking introverted, extroverted. If you put extroverted as the yang, introverted as the yin, unstable, that aspect on the right up the corner, that aspect, it looks like a Taiyang. And the lower one looks like the Shaoyang. When you look at the Unstable, also extroverted type. This is like the Taiyang. And the introverted, but stable like Shaoyang. But anyway, that's just general talking. Today, that's new modern psychology theory, but compared with the Neijing, they use the general words better. But Neijing Ge will say, that's the sample. You understand all the aspects, all the situations. So clinically, you can do good management. So today is nothing new for me. The Neijing already gave you this kind of yin-yang condition, introverted, extroverted, but also telling you someone stable, not stable. But it is the 2D based. If you make another circle, another dimension, just on the center goes in, you can make another axis that should be the weaker and stronger based, that axis. When you make that kind of, we call it qi topology model in the computer science, you can make such model, you can make that kind of the score based. You make a dust, more towards the center is more yin and harmony. More towards one side, you can be unstable or stable, kind of extroverted or introverted. People's personality is dynamic based. It's not extremely goes one direction, another day goes direction. No, we have dynamics. Overall, people are yin yang harmony based. But under such a situation, or during a certain period of time in your life, you may towards certain things. But we have safe remedy. Remember, we study, we're learning, we harmonize with the people. We want to make things successful. We want to improve ourselves. That's the human life in nature. So that's why we in the balance inside, we call it yin harmony personality, but we have the tendency or certain situation happens, or you have trauma, you have stress, well, your personality may be shifted to the certain directions. And also we have another called the big five. It's the same thing, the big five. You have yin-yang personality. I don't want to talk here due to the time. So basically, we treat it clinic, we call it Dianquan type, already in the Dianquan situations. Doesn't matter, treat any Dian, any Quan. From the general stress reaction, personality deviation, until schizophrenia, we have the Dianquan different aspects. Also, we have given the Dian called listen, explain, release, care, encourage, using the movement to deal with the calmness, deal with the stillness, not the words wrong. And the Quan disorder, you have to do the tolerate, guiding, transferring, warning, controlling, using the stillness to deal with the movement based. So that's we can treat the Dianquan disorder. So the Neijing gave us such the aspects. We understand so much thing. You see the personality, what's the tendency to develop further disorders. Like Taiyang people, we mentioned, they go into the Quan disorder, go to the manic disorder, go to the more impulsive control disorder, a lot of addiction, the drug abuse, violent. That's the Taiyang easily, the tendency goes that directions, right? We call the predisposition and vulnerability. How about the Shaoyang? The Shaoyang more arrogant, hurt people, doesn't know how to harmonize with the people, always self-centered, maybe narcissistic or maybe something else, right? So how to tie in people? So sluggish, so inverted to go, you don't want to move, don't take actions, and missing opportunities, and causing a lot of retardation. So that's the showing. Clinically, it's so slow, so deviated, and it can be in severe depression, severe that kind of sluggish, no motivation, or maybe internally so much stress, and maybe some kind of obsessive thinking, who knows, right? That's the showing. The timing. How about the showing? They stress easily, right? Because they easily develop internal anger, emotion inside, jealous, or something inside, don't feel happy. Yeah, they feel stress easily, right? Same thing happening in front of us. So the Taiyang, Shaoyang, Taiyin, Shaoyin all have different perceptions, reactions. If you are the yin-yang harmony personality, what do? You're happy, also you're neutral. You're generous, but also you know the principle. You do the right things. You are not at that kind of internal reaction, the perception causing the deviated, the thinking and the desires, right? That's very important that the Neijing telling us. So remember, you stress everything. It's not generated from outside, it's inside. How do you deal with it? How do your perception works? In our medicine, we know that's the heart. Heart is the king. Heart called 所以任务者谓之情. Heart is response to things, respond to the outside, also respond to the internal. Internal, you desire, your emotion, your thinking, your shen leading your body, your shen leading your liver, leading your lung. The heart shen is the king. It's not your body leading your shen. No, you have to pay attention on this. So that's today I try to share with everyone talking about the personality. It's very, very useful in the clinic. So when people are stressed, depressed, anxiety, or not bipolar or something, when you dig it in, so the majority of people will say, if not say genetic or something suddenly happen, we don't know the cause. But the majority of people very clear the personality deviation already happened in years or even since childhood. Okay, you have to pay attention. Thank you, everyone. That's my sharing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yang, and thank you for the great speech. Let us know much more about the 5 yin-yang person pattern. And thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have the today's last speaker is刘宝婷刘宝婷她今天是给我们带来的是一段视频。刘宝婷是中国中医科学院的首席研究员，国际欧亚科学院的院士，国家中医药管理局中医临床疗效评介重点研究室的主任。今天刘宝婷给我们带来的演讲题目是中医针灸天人合一医疗模式。我们来一起看一下视频。
尊敬的各位，我今天给大家汇报的题目是天人合一的再认识。那么为什么是再认识呢？大家知道，在《黄帝内经》中，天人合一往往也有从天人同构、天人同类、天人同象、天人同数方面都有很多的论述。那么这也是咱们中医的一个基本观点，就是整体观，认为人和自然界是一个整体。那么自然界咱们也就是说天地它对人的健康是有明显的这个和人是一个完整的整体，它对人体的健康是有多方面的这个影响的。所以我们可以通过这个天人同构、天人同类、天人同象、天人同数这些不同的方面来看来理解人体的健康。这也是我们中医这个对健康认知的一种特点。当然，除了这样一种整体观的观念以外，在《内经》当中还有另外一种，可以说在咱们这个古代的这个认识当中还有另外的更深层次的一个天人合一的一个概念。我想这个概念往往被大家所忽视，但是我认为它是我们掌握认识中医更深层的认识中医的一个关键。所以我今天用一个天人合一再认识这个再字，和大家对这个问题做一个简单的讨论。那么首先我们从神农尝百草的传说说起。那么在神农尝百草这样一个传说当中这大家都是非常熟悉的一个传说，它也可以说是我们中医的一个起源那么在这里边我们可以看到神农把自己作为一个 model 用自然界所存在的各种对人体健康可能有益的这样的一些方法来对 在他的身上啊自己来进行实验，最后发现确立了就自然界所存在的这样一些干预和人体啊健康状态啊和人体健康之间的一种关系。那么在这个过程当中，大家看到这样的记载啊，就说神农以折鞭鞭百草，尽知其平毒寒温之性。那也就是说，古代他首先是把这个自然界存在的这种中药啊，咱们说百草啊，也可以说我们的中药，把它的属性它的这个有毒无毒啊，毒的大小以及它的寒热温凉之性来确定下来。那么同时，他把这样的一些属性和人体的健康状态联系在一起，把人体的健康状态给它进行了分类分为寒热、表里虚实、阴阳等等。那么这样的话，就建立了一套关联的关系，就是把自然界存在的这些对人体可能干预有用的这样的一些物质和人体的健康状态之间建立起一种关系。那么它的意义何在呢？那么它实际是这样一种关系的建立，它就创建了一种医学的模式，也就是说我们中医这样一种医学模式。那么这样一种医学模式，大家看到它关乎的3个最重要的方面。一个方面是干预，就是我们天地间存在的能够影响人体健康的各种因素、物质和方法它可以作为一种干预因素来作用于人体。它对具有生命力的全生命周期的人，各种性别血统的人，都可以通过这样一种干预，让他的什么呢？健康状态得到一种维护。那么在一开始中医形成的时候，他就把干预和人体的健康状态紧密的联系在一起来进行了研究。当然这个怎么连起来的呢？它是通过就是咱们说第三方，也就是咱们说医者这样的第三方，把这两个东西它连在一起的，它就建立起来一种医学的模式。这种医学模式也就是我们今天所说的咱们的中医就是这样的一种医学模式。那么中医这样一种医学模式它用咱们国医大师陆广兴的话说它就是一种生生之学是一个有关人的健康医学。它用天地之间可能对人体有用的这些生生之具，就是这些各种干预的方法，来培育人体的生生之气最后得到了这种天人合德、天人合一这样一种目的。所谓天，那就是自然界存在的这样一种这些干预的方法人就是人体的健康状态。所谓合德或者合一那么德，咱们经常说在易经里面说德不配位。那么德在这个地方就是咱们说它就是一种就是你的这种作为能不能和你这个目标相一致、相契合。如果契合了，就说你这个合德了；如果不契合，那就不合德。也就是说，你那个通过干预和人体健康状态的这种联系，让你的健康得到了维护，那你就合德了你就契合了。那么这个一，也就是说人的健康状态，就是你两个相合的目的在于让人体的健康得到维护。如果达不到这个目的，那你就不能叫合一，这个不能叫合一。可见我们中医它这个医学它是什么？ 那么内经图大家都知道，这是它用形象化的这样一个图形，表达了咱们天人合一中医的这个理论的一个可以它的核心它的一个核心。那么它形象化的描述了咱们中医是在解释天人如何进行合一的如何进行合一的，如何通过中医如何建立的理论体系来解释人体这个合一的这种理念方法的。所以可见我们中医的在天的方面，大家都知道，我们有中药中药里边有那个寒热温凉升降沉浮，咱们说的四气五味那么我们的那个有针灸，针灸里边有穴位，有刺激等等。那么在人的这个角度他把人分为这个精气神有阴阳，有表里，有寒热，有虚实等等。那么那么从干预的角度，它和人的这个健康和人的这个五脏六腑气血阴阳，它是如何进行相合的，所以如何通过干预使人体的健康得到维护的。那么中药的理论，它就对此进行了详细的这个阐述。也就是说，我们中医就是将自然界存在的各种干预与人体的健康状态关联，来维护人的一种医学模式。那么中医的理论就是对这种联系的一种解释。那么这也是我今天所说的，我们对天人合一的一个再认识。它不光是说人和自然界是一个整体，那么自然界会对人体的健康状态有影响，而且我们中医的这个体系，它是在解释如何用自然界存在的各种干预来维持人体健康状态的人体健康状态的，也就是我们解释了这个干预和人体健康状态之间的这种关系来建立了我们的这个理论的体系。那么在这个体系当中，我们对健康状态的这种描述，它是和干预紧密相关的。那么有什么样的干预的属性人体的健康状态就可以做出相应的这样的一个区分。比如我们的中药里边有这个寒热温凉，有四气五味有这个升降沉浮等等。那我们在人体的这个健康状态里边，我们就可以分为这个寒热温凉，寒热虚实。这样就可以什么呢？热者寒子，寒者热子，实实虚虚来通过二者的结合合一让人的健康状态得到调整，得到平衡这就是我们天人合一的核心核心。那么目前我们在研究的时候大家都看到，比如说咱们就拿一个痹症来看痹症，咱们经常说痹是风寒湿三气合二杂子和那个杂子合二为痹，也就是说我们对风寒湿所造成的这个痹症为什么把它分成风寒湿？关键是我们的这个在干预的方法当中，我们有那个散寒的、清热的利湿的等等这样一些药物，所以我们跟它相对应的，我们就可以把人体的健康状态给它分为刚才说的寒痹热痹湿痹等等。但是反过来说，如果我们这是我们从中药的角度，如果从针灸的角度， 我们也能不能这样来区分这个避震呢？显然这样的区分啊，往往和我们那个针灸的治疗啊，还是有一定距离的。那么在针灸当中啊，我们的穴位，我们的针刺的方法啊，它是和药物啊是完全不同的，它没有药物的四气五味啊，而我们针灸它是通过经络调气血啊，通阴阳啊，通经络啊，来达到我们这个治疗目的的。那比如说对这个避震啊，我们在临床治疗的时候啊，不是说先看它是风寒湿哪一种病啊，而是我们首先看它是在哪个部位的所发生的病变啊，比如在膝关节啊，还是颈关节，还是在什么肘关节，还是在哪个部位啊发生了这个痹痛啊。同时我们要看啊局部啊是红肿呢，还是有肿胀啊，还是有什么。再次我们也要辨这个疾病的缓急啊，它是新得的呢，还是一个慢性的一个病变。那么在这样的情况下，我们在治疗的时候啊，针灸的治疗，比如我们的治疗方法也很多。那我们的治疗方法的话，比如对急性的关节及其周围的一些病变，在内科咱们用药的时候，往往它属于避震，但在我们针灸治疗的时候啊，我们就可以根据它病变的部位啊，跟它病变的急缓啊，在急性期我们就可以去远端的一些验穴，或者远端和它相关的一些经脉，远端经脉的一些穴位，我们根据经脉所过，主治所及这样的原理来选取咱们远端的验穴来进行治疗。比如说咱们说落枕啊，它那个颈部疼痛，功能受限，那么这个时候我们治疗的时候，往往在急性期我们就选远端的，比如说这个后溪穴呀中主穴呀等等来进行治疗。而对这个肩周的一些疼痛我们就可以取这个像这个咱们这种经常用到的像中平穴呀像这个阴陵泉斜下这个往那个1寸左右你可以找到那个明显的压痛点咱们叫肩陵穴呀等等。那么这些穴位你扎针以后往往我们是在急性期在针刺的同时得气以后，让患者来活动他的这个他这个得病的部位让那个如果这个时候这个部位我们认为疼痛是它的主要的一个表现，它的功能的受限往往是一种保护性的。那么这时候如果你疼痛减轻了，你让它活动这个关节，反过来又可以促进这个疼痛的缓解。但是在慢性期，咱们针灸的治疗往往是取这个关节周围的一些穴位来进行治疗我们说，而且往往是用一组穴，像肩三针膝周七穴腰三针等等。那么这些功能的障碍吧，这时候可能也非常明显的话往往是在针刺以后，让它适当的去活动它的这个周围的关节，增强关节的一些这个周围肌肉它们的一些功能让这个疾病最后得到一个缓解。那么这就说明我们这种干预这种方法，它是和它对人的这人体健康状态的这种认识，它往往是和它的干预的性质是紧密关联在一起的。这里边我们经常所说我们的药物的药性，如果你对药性的研究，你离开了人体的健康状态，单独的去从物质的角度去研究药性的话，你往往会发现它很难找到它特有的这个物质基础。 那么必须和人体的健康状态结合起来，你才能够很好的去理解它。所以这也是我们所说这个问题啊，为什么要讨论它的一个关键。那么如何来认识啊中医的这种天人合一啊这样的一种理论体系呢？我想我这样画了一张啊简单的，就是我们中医和西医学这两个不同的体系，他们的科学观和他们的方法论有什么样的不同。那么习主席啊曾经说，我们中医药学是古代科学的瑰宝。那么是古代科学的瑰宝，那么它和现代科学有什么不一样啊？这是值得我们很好去思考的一个问题。那么我自己认为啊，现代科学它的核心是一种物质科学。那么它的科学观首先认为物质啊是事物运动的一个根本。那么在研究事物运动变化规律的时候，就要去研究物质本身，它的本源啊，要研究物质的本身。那么物质，按咱们它的科学观来看，物质啊是无限可分的啊。我只要把物质这个组成，它的构成搞清楚了，把它们构成之间的关系搞清楚了，那我就可以掌握这个物质的变化规律。那么他对这种物质的研究的方法，那肯定就是用一种分析分离的这样一种研究方法。他的方法论那就是直接分解，对吧？分离，搞清楚每一个物质的组成。那么这样的一个研究这种物质科学的研究的方法，它的目标在于回答就是事物运动的本源是什么，它的本质是什么回答为什么的问题。那我们看咱们现代医学的研究基本上是走了这样一条道路，所以它的科学观往往是就是说明你是不是能够说清楚，对吧？能不能说清楚？那么这种科学观它是这样的研究方法，它是以什么呢？以这个物质这个知识为导向的这样一种研究的模式。那么它会让我们的研究越来越细，让学科分解越来越小。那么这样的研究可以说咱们现在的大家看到的这个咱们医学的研究，还有我们各个学科的研究大部分都是走了这样一条道路。那么中医药作为古代科学的一个瑰宝，那么它的研究方法可以说和这种物质观点是完全不同的。那么它是从信息的角度，也就是我要研究这种干预，外在的干预下人体如何通过干预来维持了人体的健康状态因为人的健康状态经常会发生一些偏离出现咱们说疾病。那么在这个疾病状态下，如何来通过干预让疾病得到纠正，让人体的健康状态得到维护？那么这是我们针灸中医它所要研究的问题。那么这种方法它的科学观，它是认为人和自然是一个完全的一个整体，外界的干预它可以来调节人体的健康人体的健康状态，让它达到一种平衡。那么它所用的方法咱们说方法论，它是一种信息转换的方法论，就是我要通过外在的这种表现获得了什么呢？首先获得了数据那么进一步我去理解它，我去判断它，从信息把数据又转换成了这个信息， 转换成了知识，最后我拿出来决策去调整它，那么通过这样的反馈，我再进一步的去修订我的这个刚才说的这个过程，那么最后达到了什么呢？达到了这个健康维护的这样一种目的。而我这样的研究，我告诉你的不是为什么，而是告诉你如何来驾驭人体的健康，来维护这个让这种运动能够正常的去进行。所以这两种方法咱们看各有各的特点，但两个的目标是完全不同的。那么中医这样的研究它这种科学观和方法论所研究的目标在于告诉你是什么，也就是在什么情况下用什么样的方法可以使人体的健康得到维护。所以在这种情况下，我们看到我们对中医药学的研究往往咱们现在有些方法离开了干预，单纯的研究症候或者研究人体的健康状态把这个症候把人体的健康状态说得很逻辑，但是它和干预脱节。那么这种逻辑实际是没有太多的用处的。所以我们要时时刻刻把握住这一点就是我们要把干预和人体的健康状态放在一起来研究，来解释干预和人体健康状态的关系那么这样的研究可能才是我们中医的一个根本的一个研究方法。那我们现在对民老中医的研究经验的研究，往往都是采取这样的方法。而在《伤寒论》，咱们说温热论咱们说这种温病的研究等等，都是把干预和人体的状态放在一起来进行解释，来进行研究的。如果你离开了这种干预你不去研究这种干预的属性，你就很难来解释人体的健康状态你不把它两个结合起来，你也很难使人体的健康状态得到一个很好的维护。所以我想这可能就是我们对这个问题讨论的时候的一个关键。那么这块我就对这种方法论我用了一段就咱们那个北京那个邮电大学那个教授钟一信教授他对人体研究方法论挑战这篇文章当中，他有关我刚刚说的这种信息转换的方法论他的一个认识。大家如果感兴趣的话，可以看一下中医杂志2014年的这篇文章。当然咱们刚才说了，我们中医在实现天人合一的时候，如何把干预和人体的健康状态联系起来来进行研究的呢？咱们主要是通过这个辨证论治的方法来实现的所以我们辨证论治它是一个医患交互，以医生为主体症治效紧密相关的这样一个过程那么在中医的这个实现咱们那个辨证论治这个过程当中，我想有个很重要的一个，就是我们中医的这个过程当中它很重要的一块，它是采取了我们认为是一个非常重要的它的一种研究的范式就是我们看到咱们的《伤寒论》也好它虽然在2000多年前取得了这个它的研究结果，但到今天它的这些结果还为咱们今人所用。尤其咱们在这次新冠肺炎当中，我们看到《伤寒论》的很多的思想，很多的方法还为咱们今人提供了非常好的这样一个支撑。那么我想我们对中医的这种认识一定要回归到咱们自己的研究的这个范式上来。当然这种 所谓的范式啊，它是一个科研共同体成员所共享的信仰、价值、技术等集合的模型和范例，是从事某一科学研究者群体所共同遵从的世界观和行为方式。它是科学研究活动的最高层次，是整个科学界研究活动的指导和支配力量。那么，不管人们是否已经意识到，一切科学研究活动都必然要接受某种科学范式的指导和支配。正如人类活动无不受到某种世界观方法论的指导和支配一样，所以科学范式在科学研究活动中的地位和作用，它就如同人类活动中世界观和方法论的地位和作用是一样的。所以说，我们认为这个科学范式是我们这个守正创新遵循中医这个自身发展规律，守正创新这个传承精华的一个核心。只有按照我们中医的这种范式很好的去研究，你才能够把我们中医这条路走到底，才能取得像古人那样多的一些辉煌的一些研究的成就。当然，在范式的这个当中咱们大家看到这几年在科学研究范式方面其实发展也很快。像美国的这个科学家这个格雷他在2007年的时候他曾经提出来这个第4范式的问题。他认为第1范式是实验范式，第2范式是理论范式，第3范式是模拟仿真范式。那么目前他认为要发展的范式应该是第4范式，叫数据密集型范式，即利用海量的数据所开展的研究这样一种范式。所以我们认为咱们中医药的这个研究既然它是以信息科学作为我们的一个基础，那我们的研究也应该像这个数据密集型范式在那个来把这种范式很好的构建起来。当然，对这个范式这里边也做一些那个解释。我在这儿今天咱们时间关系，咱们就不详细的咱们来论述这个问题了。当然，在近些年来在中国国内很多的一些专家也对这个医学研究的范式进行一些讨论比如说这个董家宏院士他就提出来，自文艺复兴开始至今，医学研究主要有2种范式，一是知识驱动型范式，二是这个问题驱动型范式。可见我们所说的就现代医学的研究，它基本上是以知识驱动的这样一种范式。但是他认为这种范式已经远远不能满足现在临床发展的需求，而且提出来要以问题为驱动那么这种范式来进行研究。所以我想这也是我们建立中医研究范式的一个非常重要的一种启发。当然，我们中医有自己的学术继承创新的这个发展的过程。那么如何把我们自己的这条道路走到底，必须建立起一个和我们中医这个科研的过程相适应的一套研究的方法。那么任何科学它都是和技术相对应的。那我们既然有我们中医的科学，那我们中医的技术是什么我们从这张图中我们看到，我们中医的这个技术它的主要的技术就是一个这个信息转换的这么一套技术方法所以我们中医的这个研究我想我们一定要在技术体系的构建方面来下功夫。那么前面我们也说到了
我们中医的这个主要的这个咱们的理念啊和我们的技术啊，我们的那个诊疗的主要理念和方法是辨证论治，而辨证论治的过程啊就是一个信息转换的过程，而我们中医的这个主体的技术就是一套信息转换的这套技术体系这样一套技术体系。所以我们中医的这个研究的范式所以我们提出来，我们要遵循中医真实界临床研究的范式来开展我们中医的临床研究。这也是我今天所要讲的主体的内容，由于时间的关系就不展开来给大家进一步来讨论了。那么我在这儿就未来的医学画了一张简单的图。那么从这张图里我们可以看到，未来的医学应该是以中医这个理念和方法论为主体中西医这个有机结合优势互补这样一个医学的体系。而我们针灸，我想它有它自身独特的一些特点，所以我想它虽然作为我们中医学的一个非常重要的组成部分，但是我想它在它的这个体系的构建当中，
好，我们非常的感谢刘保延研究员给我们带来的这个讲座虽然有点长但是内容很丰富也非常的感谢大家在线上参与今天这个讲座的所有的人都希望你们能够明天我们还有这个第3天的一个讲座，从早上10点钟开始如果你们愿意的话，可以继续的来参加。Okay, thank you very much for participating in today's online lecture. Thanks to all experts and scholars for presenting their research result and clinical experience to us. So tomorrow we'll still have an online lecture starting at 10 a.m. and you are welcome to continue to participate. Thanks. See you tomorrow.